meeting of Lubbock City Council for August 13th, 2024 to order. And the City Council will now recess into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to consult with and seek advice of our city's legal counsel, and the Texas Government Code Section 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. The council is now recessing at still 1 o'clock. We will be back. All right, it is now 1:40 p.m. and the City Council is reconvening in open session and will conduct a work session regarding the city's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2024 through 25. I now call on our city manager, Jared Atkinson, to present the proposed budget for the fiscal year 24-25. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I hope everybody's had the opportunity to sleep a bit since we did this last week. But we're going to start by following up on a few of the informational items that we had promised. And then we have a couple of proposals submitted by members of the council to show. So to begin, we're going to go back over just very briefly. You saw this a week ago. This is your debt schedule, your debt profile, if you will, on water, wastewater. Council, this is in the handout that we distributed a moment ago. Following this, Mayor, could we switch the inputs, or Lauren? Robert, can you switch the inputs? Thank you. There we go. Okay, now that everybody else can see it, here is the water, wastewater debt profile. So this is both principal and interest. You see how that carries itself down from where you are today. Won't be able to do that for all of them, but I will for the ones I can. Okay, so here again is the debt profile on water, wastewater. Council, moving to the next slide. See if we can take that piece off. There we go. All right, this is the same information in graphical format. So the two pieces go together on here. And kind of like we talked about during the work sessions last week, you start to see the big fall off there around 2031, carrying on into the future. The next will be the same information for your general debt or your general obligation debt. This is what your INS, or interest and sinking rate, covers. Probably easier to see on the graph. So here we go for that. And you see the shape of that curve as it begins to step itself down. We'll go one more. And then solid waste. And would note, solid waste is a department in your general fund. However, solid waste does carry itself through its rates. So while it does have debt service, that debt service is paid out of solid waste rates, not out of your tax levy at all. So we do show it for you separately. And we'll move over and look at the same information again in the graphical format. So do we have any questions on those debt profiles? And again, they're kind of confusing, so you do have those in printed form there. Okay. Hearing none, Councilmember Wilson submitted a proposal to look at first adding in the second division chief. This one would be on the suppression side. The base budget has one on the support side. So the cost of that, just a little over $189,000. We were able to pull an amount, $94,000, out of the overtime budget. Also a question about the 3 firefighters. These are specifically the 3 for FMO, or Fire Marshal's Office. Similar proposal to what you heard related to the division chiefs, and that is setting up an on-shift person for A shift, B shift, and C shift. So to fund this, the way we've set it up here, you have the decrease in overtime, so that's just swapping an expense in an existing budget. We have then taken the CLAP pool project out. Recall that while it would be nice to do that, that's the one that we can give no certainty as to how long those repairs would last. Short version of that, what you see is a leftover of just over $17,600. In other words, this proposal, as submitted, would be fully funded. So with that, Mayor, I can turn it over to Dr. Wilson or to take any questions you may have.
Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate it. You know, I really wrestled with this because I know a lot of our citizens would like to have a pool, and we are still looking into that. I think the best route, after discussing this with our Parks and Rec chair or department chair, is that he can't even guarantee the $325,000 would even actually open clap. And if it did, would it be for a month? Would the pool actually even hold water? There were lots and lots of questions, and even he recommended that this may not be the best use of this money, and that also that it would just be, you might drop it, it may work, and you might not. I think the best route to move forward with Pools for Lubbock is to build new, if we're going to do that, and to potentially put that on a quality of life bond in the future and not waste this money not knowing whether it's going to work. FMO hasn't had new positions, sworn positions in their office in many, many, many years, and they are, as the city grows within our fire department, our FMO's office. One of the things that our business community complains of is not being able to get inspections and things timely to be able to move forward on business plans, and I just think this is a better use of this money.
I'm not seeing the names come up on my, it's not, nope. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And I say that I was the one that initially pushed that we Band-Aid Clap Park, and it seemed like the sensible thing to do, but we are not going to have guarantees. And right now, not only are we seeing the needs with businesses, but we have homeowners that are needing inspections, and it has, I think the last time that this department got someone, did you say it was 2008? It's been quite some time. And I think we need to move in a different direction because we have some other opportunities that we're looking at in the future, in the near future. So I hope that the public will be patient and give us a chance to really continue to explore. I mean, I think our community deserves new, and so hopefully that is something that we can bring into fruition the next few years with the community support.
Mr. Collins.
I want to start out by saying that I certainly appreciate and approve the ideas of adding these positions to fire. I think these positions are very important, particularly with the fire marshal's office, due to many of the reasons that Dr. Wilson had just stated. I do question, Mr. Atkinson, the decrease in overtime that you've listed here. Is that just associated with the chief position?
Yes.
And so would we see some decrease in overtime associated with the FMO office as well?
I would like to see a decrease in overtime. I'm not confident we have enough data to put that in your budget just yet.
Okay. Well, it would, if there is some decrease there, at least a percentage of it, I'm asking if maybe we could leave some money in the capital side of parks for other activities. Again, I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes, these additions to fire department staff.
Got a note.
Thank you.
Any further questions about Dr. Wilson's proposal? All right, Mr. Atkinson.
Okay, thank you. With that, a second proposal that was presented and asked for us to work our way through, submitted by Councilmember Glasheen. This is related to what we call the expanded level or those extra requests through the police department. The basis of this is to take and delete the 5 additional sworn police officers, and you see the cost there, and instead use those same dollars for the rest of this list, and I'll walk through them really quickly. Forensic investigations, this is a civilian unit, and this is requested pay steps in order to allow them to continue not only to do better at their work, but to be recognized with pay raises for doing so. Communications unit, a similar proposal there, again, all civilians. Add 4 public safety officers. Remember, we had 1 proposed in your base budget, so here's 4 more, also civilians, $219,331 there. Create also pay steps or a step ladder for the crime analysts, and then an adjustment for property and evidence pay. Those also are civilians. Taken together, that proposal is within $81,000 of balancing at this point. So again, Councilman, if you'd like, I'll turn it over.
Mr. Glasheen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a recommendation suggested by Chief Herman as an operational efficiency for his department. Right now, the department is not going to be able to hire those 5 positions given the existing vacancy rate. And we can budget that money more efficiently to add civilian positions, which will help in their evidence, and some of these other civilian positions, which in turn may free up the sworn officers to perform, the sort of patrol or other police functions. So it's just a minor operational efficiency that the chief recommends, and I think it makes sense.
Mayor Pro Tem.
David, good call, and I'm glad that the chief is willing to be more comparable. I do think that the 4 PSOs are definitely needed. I know that forensics, from what I understand, has not had a very good raise in a very long time, so it is a growing need in the police department, so I appreciate the effort that you took on.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, I just want to piggyback on that. I believe, the fire department, like I say, it's part of our public safety, and we're going to need everything possible to keep them going and keep them competitive with other cities and towns. So I am riding the back on that, so I'll go along with what you're saying as far as that goes. Thank you.
Any other comments on Mr. Glasheen's proposal? All right, thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
Okay. Move to the last that was submitted. This proposal submitted by Mayor McBrayer. And I'll kind of walk through it and again turn it over and let him visit on it. This proposal consists of a couple of different changes. So we'll start at the top. One is to increase the budget for your sales tax revenue by about $450,000. The second is to increase the use of excess reserve, so we're a little over 12.5 in the proposed budget, be an increase to that. An increase to the budgeted revenue on the oil and gas revenue account. And then we have entered an offset on property tax revenue. By the time you factor in how the over 65 levy and all of that works, that is roughly the amount of money to pull out of your maintenance and operations to get to the no new revenue rate. Okay, so that's how that one is programmed. Move over and you see the first sequence, those that are in parentheses, those are basically cuts, so that's taking an expense out of the proposed budget. The 5 additional sworn LPD officers, same amount you saw in the prior slide. A reduction, and these are all reductions in the general fund, let me be clear with that. Reduction in the public health general fund budget by $60,000. Decrease the transfer to MLI Market Lubbock by $200,000. Again, you see the CLAP pool project also coming out. Decrease the transfer to City Bus by $50,000. decrease the departmental budget for the city council by 60, reduce the non-civil service raise from the 4% that is proposed to 3.5%, and you see the savings there. An additional offset on the street light cost from LP&L to the city for $625,000. Delete or remove the Lake 6 fountain inlet. That was a capital project proposed in parks, much like the CLAP project was. That note is lowering the transfer to capital. That's an internal thing for us. Those are all decreases. And then add back, so these are new expense, add back 4 PSO, Public Safety Officer positions at LPD. These are the civilians. Add 1% to the PD raise, so this would make the PD raise 5%. Also add that second division chief and fire for suppression. So as it relates to raises, what that would do is set up a 3-tier system that would have your non-civil service employees all across the city at 3.5. It would have the sworn part of the fire department at 4, and it would have the sworn portion of the police department at 5. Carry that down to your total lines. You see that we have decreased the total revenue to $308,621,000, and the expense would be decreased to $308,700,000. So this proposal is roughly $79,000 off from balancing as it sits today. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. One thing about this is it does incorporate some of the things that have already been proposed by Dr. Wilson and Mr. Glasheen. I think we both realize that there are adjustments we needed to make for the fire department and for the police department as well. Of course, I added in there an additional factoring in for our police department. Since we've reduced the positions by 5, given our discussion, my discussion with the chief of police, feeling like it was more important to get our salaries up closer to where they might need to be, and that makes it more likely that we will fill positions. But so taking those 5 positions off that we might not be able to fill, let's get the cart and the horse organized correctly so that the salary rate gets up there so we'll actually be able to fill the positions that we need going forward. Another thing I can say about it is 2 years ago when we did, the council I was on the first time voted for a no new revenue rate budget. The first 2 items there, the increase from the sales tax and the increased use of excess reserves, were some of the ways we got to that. We've been very conservative about how we project our sales tax income, and we always come in above it. And so there's room to work with those figures. The excess reserves, of course, are offset by the 2 items that we've removed. The pool, which was on everybody's list, I think we agreed that that's probably not a good fix. It's not. There's no guarantees with it that we spend this money and then it's just lost if the pool continues to lose water. And then there's a fountain on Lake 6 that just seemed like an item that we could wait another year before we do anything on that. Some of the others are just transfers from different departments. A large one is just our city council budget, taking a whack to it because I thought, we need to suffer first before we ask anybody else to suffer. So we've removed a lot of things from our city council budget, or I've removed a lot of things from our city council budget in order to try to get down to where we need to. So I think one of the things you see from this is there are a lot of ways to try to get to where we need to get to for a no new revenue rate, and that is, of course, what I'm attempting to do with this proposal here. Are there any questions? Dr. Wilson.
So a couple questions, Jarrett, for you. Just looking at the numbers. So when it's nice to put a big negative number on there. What would we cut from public health with 60,000? Would that be a job? Would that be within their budget? What are the cuts there?
At this point, other than one proposed cut in the city council budget, we have not identified exactly what that would be.
So that could mean somebody's job.
It's possible.
Okay. So in the city council budget, what would that negative 60,000 cut?
I think And Mayor, if you want to speak to it,
Sure.
the item that you identified?
Sure. One of the items is we spend $30,000 a year for a program that we had it here just a month ago. It's a sister city program with Japan, a city in Japan. And my proposal is for this to go to, instead of every year where we switch back and forth between them and us, we send someone there one year, they send someone here the next year, we do that every other year. So that's just giving us a year. It's cutting this cost out for next year of $30,000. To me, I don't see it as a great benefit to the city or the city's taxpayers. It's a thing we've done for 38 years. It's a wonderful program. Originally started, I think, run through the school system, but now we're kind of covering it. So in a tough budget time, I just think it's something that we don't need to be doing. We also spend a lot of money buying seats and tables at various events around the city. Those are places in which we can go and find cuts as well. So that's the $30,000 comes out of that. The additional $30,000 comes out of that.
Jared, also, will you explain the LP&L street light, the negative 625 on the street lights?
Be glad to, thank you. So council, recall this year, and it's because of the switch to ERCOT, this is the year that the cost of maintaining and providing electricity to all the streetlights in Lubbock, both within the LP&L territory and the spec territory, falls to the general fund. That is the correct place for it to be. That is typically how it is done. This year, your budget, your general fund operating budget, has about $2.1 million in it to cover that cost, and that's after LP&L had done a lot of work with us to try to peel all of that down that's possible. If I understand the proposal, and I think I do, this is asking LP&L for 1 year to cover an additional $625,000 of that. I would note that that is likely an item that if the council chooses to proceed, would need to go back through your electric utility board and then come back to you. So the way that the LP&L amendment was written in 2004 puts any of these shifts other than the FF&E, the franchise fee equivalent, and the payment in lieu of taxes, that is the purview of that board.
Okay. So that would just be a one-time this year. So it would have to come right back under the general fund next year,
I believe so.
as well as when you're looking at adding positions and these raises and everything that the mayor has proposed. These are not one-time, like, we just need to buy this year, we could make a cut somewhere else and then fix it. These would be ongoing costs.
Correct.
So saying its sales tax is going to be there forever is a big what if. Using reserves, which don't replenish themselves every year, is also a big, we're just taking out a savings for something that's going to be ongoing every year.
Correct.
And then cutting out of the oil and gas revenue, that's what funds our community development project, correct, or our program that helps North and East Lubbock.
That is correct. It's the North and East Lubbock Infrastructure Fund,
Okay.
NELIF.
So then my biggest problem with this proposal is that we want to do a tiered raise system, and that our City of Lubbock staff, who are paid way less than police and fire, and I love police and fire, I'm 100% for public safety, they were always on the top of the list. Our staff we're asking them to get less this year.
Correct.
So I can't see how we rob Peter to pay Paul with our city, especially when it comes to everybody struggling, our lower end city staff who get paid less struggling, and that we're going to cut money from them to give to other city staff members. So for that, I can't support this proposal. I think we need to keep a 4% across the board. I definitely very much support the PSO positions at LPD. I really, really liked Councilmember Glasheen's plan with the forensics, and I think that was a wonderful transition to where we can actually fill civilian positions, while the police chief, we can work on slow incremental changes to get them up, to make them very competitive, where we can actually fill LPD officer positions. And of course, with the 325 from Clappool being in here, that wouldn't support both for the fire positions as well. So I think there's a lot of issues with this proposal. I think there's some good things in this proposal that I think that are kind of blended across all the proposals you've seen so far, but I can't support moving raises across between staff members where it's going to take from one and give to the other.
All right, I'll speak to those questions or issues that you raised. The cost of living raise set at 3.5% is based on, and these were in our documents that Mr. Atkinson presented to us, the core inflation rate for last year was 3.3%. The annual inflation rate was about 3%. So this is still set above that rate. So it's keeping people at or above the rate of inflation, which many of our taxpayers have not stayed above the rate of inflation. They've fallen behind. So this goes to something I've always said. I want to support our staff, but we all live in the same city. And so this is based on trying to be sensitive to what our average taxpayer is having to deal with in their own budget. They don't have another pocket to go reach into to cover their expenses. The city does. It's the taxpayer's pocket we reach into. So it's a little sharing of that difficulty, but it doesn't set them behind. One way we did this a couple of years ago, we flipped it, and the figure could be very similar to the same, where the city employees below a certain rate would get the 4%, and city employees above a certain salary would get 3%. You'd still come out at about the same amount, or something similar to that. That's the way we handled it a couple of years ago. There are many ways to skin a cat. This is just one of them. The street lights, yes, it is a one-time hit, but the $2.1 million we got hit with this year is almost the total. You look at $2.5 million, that's what we have to get to the no new revenue rate. $2.1 million of that came from that cost being shifted over to us as a general fund budget item. So what I'm asking for is not an ongoing, and we don't want to get into the situation where we have an ongoing reach into the LP&L pocket to cover that. But this year, I think it's something that is justifiable under the circumstances. Other than that, I think that covers most of your questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate everybody's effort. However, repeat one more time, the oil and gas revenue. Give us some more details so that the public can understand why this is so significant to District 1 and District 2. Do you mind? Jarrett, please.
Glad to do that. So, City of Lubbock a few years back, 2018, I believe, created a program internally that in effect it mirrors what can sometimes be done and really what used to be done more often with community development block grant dollars. Community development block grant dollars have been used quite a bit to help people really try to stay in their homes. So sometimes it was a roof, it was an air conditioner, it was an ADA ramp. It became very common that those dollars were used to provide like a handicapped accessible bathroom in a home. Those programs through community development, the dollars have gone down, and it's also difficult at times for homeowners to be eligible, to meet the criteria. So the North and East Lubbock Infrastructure Fund was set up to basically mimic those programs, to mirror them, but as they are a local program funded by, in effect, general fund dollars, we could control the eligibility and be able to provide those improvements for people. So that's what the program does.
And has that money just been sitting there waiting for, I mean, it has a purpose. And that is my concern, that we want, I mean, we have a lot of issues in District 1 and District 2 with poverty. It's a citywide problem, but especially these two neighborhoods, these two districts. My concern is that we have used that money consistently. Did we just not help with funding an apartment complex that had been abandoned and had so many different issues? But then we helped this family with a roof, and there's just so much need for that. So even though $50,000 for the average person in this room isn't that much, for that person that is dependent or is in desperate need, $50,000 would be divided into multiple families, and it's so important. I think we cannot afford to take money from this particular area, so I have a concern with that. Public health, we've seen an uptick in certain things. We have a new building, we have a lot of needs. And so it's really difficult for me to see that we want to remove that position. And I think I asked our Director of Public Health if that was a necessary position. Is it a necessary position, Catherine?
I don't, ma'am, I don't think staff.
Okay.
We worked this out
Okay.
late yesterday and early this morning. The
Well, I
the
mean, it's-
details
it's
as to how you would make those cuts have not been,
It's a little
figured
bit of
out.
a surprise, but, you know, I want to be flexible, but at the same time, I don't think that we can afford to be flexible anymore with this particular budget. As far as, you know, we talked about taxpayers and how we want them to do well, but here's the thing, is that our staff are also taxpayers. They're also citizens. And for us to give them all the rest of the staff, I mean, I am totally an advocate of public safety. Thank you, police. Thank you, fire. But I hope that you also take the time to thank the rest of our employees, because without IT or streets or lights or fleet or anything else, we're a team. So every time we take away from the other team to give more to another part of the team, that just doesn't seem right to me. And, you know, we're all hurting. A lot of our staff. I have staff members that go to the food bank every single month to get a box of food. How is this right that we want to pay these less? I asked the chief last week, do you think it's right? And he agreed, it's not. So, Mayor, I appreciate you, I appreciate this effort, but I just cannot support something that is going to take away more from certain departments that need and are filling a need, and then that we not take into account that our employees that are also dealing with the economy and all of the issues that surround it. I want to be supportive, but I just don't feel like this is the year for us. And then, Junior Ambassadors has been around for 40 years. Junior Ambassadors in 40 years, you know, we've had another mayor try to dismantle that program. It's a drop in the bucket. It's not a major thing. And for us, I mean, just a few weeks ago, when they were in your office, Mayor, and they were so excited to be taking pictures with you, and they thought you were so special. We cannot just do away with a program that is bringing goodwill to two nations. It's investing in the future of our children. And I personally can speak about this program because when my daughter was 13 years old, she went to Musashino City, Japan. She learned to speak Japanese, basic, but she learned. And she traveled. Did it open doors for her? Yes. It made my daughter that much more worldly and interested in the world. My daughter is now a success story because of experiences like that. And so to think that something like this won't benefit our youth, you know, we keep taking things away from them. Now we're going to take away a program that has worked for 40 years. Mayor, I don't think that's something in your legacy that you want to have, is that you dismantled Junior Ambassadors. I know it doesn't seem important, but it is very important. You saw how prepared these kids were. I traveled with this last delegation of our staff with the Junior Ambassadors of Lubbock, and they were so impressive. And for us now just to say, let's take this away, it's not easy to recover once you remove something. And I just don't feel like that's something that we need to cut. It is not fair to families that have already been preparing and have also dealt with it being removed during the COVID season. So I don't support that either.
Mr. Rose.
I appreciate everyone's hard work on these different proposals, and
some of the things I support and some I have questions on. You know, we're speaking about cutting these non-civil service employees. To be clear, we're not talking about cutting their pay. We're talking about cutting. This is still a raise. Is that correct? Okay. So I understand inflation. I understand cost of living, but we're only talking about cutting the amount of the raise. We're not talking about cutting further from what they are already being compensated for. And working class people in Lubbock, Texas, when inflation goes up, their employer, not everyone's employer necessarily goes, hey, inflation's gone up, I think you need a raise. That doesn't happen to most people. So I think that we're kind of belly aching over, we're still talking about giving a raise. That's kind of where I'm at on that, and that was just a statement I wanted to make and make sure the public knows that we're not cutting what they're already making. We're talking about cutting the amount of the raise. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things to point out here that this proposal would eliminate some capacity in the other two proposals. Some of the things that are being mentioned here as cuts or reductions would nullify the ability of fire to add FMO positions, would nullify some of the ability to PD in Mr. Glasheen's proposal. So I think we need to make sure that we're clear that this one would supersede some of the other proposals. I'm going to, suggest that we consider all of our employees equally. Certainly believe that the guy who's fixing a water leak is every bit as much public safety for this community as the folks who are on patrol or standing in the station ready to come out on call. So I think we need to make sure that we understand that everybody plays a vital role in the operations of this city. Being new here, I can tell you that I am stunned at the responsibility that falls under City Hall, and want to make sure that we're taking care of all of those folks on an equal basis and relative to cost of living. I think each one of those people have opportunity for advancement that's separate from this and good for them if they do, but cost of living affects maybe even disproportionately those individuals who are on the lower side of our pay scale. And so I want to make sure that we think about that. I also bring up a little bit of concern about a decrease in transfer to Market Lubbock. While that's not always a popular item to speak about, we'll recognize that Market Lubbock has already voluntarily cut $500,000 out of their budget this year. And to see another $200,000, I think, would equate to approximately, what, Mr. Atkinson, a 20% reduction in their budget?
Give me a moment and I'll do that. It'd be 700 out of 4.
Out of 4.
Yeah, give me just a
Well,
second.
I'm not going to do math in public because, just because I'm not, I can prove my inabilities in that regard. But I think that's a significant cut to an organization that helps us provide growth on the other side of the revenue stream. New projects are very, very important, and they bring new dollars to the tax rolls. One of the things that we mentioned earlier in the budget sessions was the change to downtown Lubbock in the Central Business District. I think Ms. Brock told us that we have $188 million worth of new property in our Central Business District in the last 5 years, and Market Lubbock plays a role in that. And so I think it's important that we try to maintain their budget as it has been. We started out with, I believe in 2004, they were getting about $4 million, and per the budget, they were going to get about 3.5. So in 20 plus years, Market Lubbock's budget hasn't increased very much. In fact, I think it was about 2012 when that budget started to go down. So with those things, I'll turn over the floor. Thank you.
Dr. Wilson.
Really quickly, Mr. Atkinson, just a quick question on the Lake 6 fountain that we were going to do for a capital project. Is that just for aesthetics?
It certainly has an aesthetic benefit. That is not its purpose, not its sole purpose. Just like you see in a couple of our other lakes, those fountains provide a lot of circulation. They help aerate the water. This has been a project that's been on our list for a number of years, but it really had not risen to the top. The only reason I suggested we include it this year, starting sometime very early in calendar year 25, is when you'll start to receive the stream quality flow from Loprino. Lake 6 is really the headwater of your future Lake 7. Now, Lake 7 is still a number of years out, but you're about to increase the flow to there. The fountain's been off for a number of years, so it seemed like a good opportunity to put it back.
So what purpose does it serve? Like, what does it do to help improve the lake system?
Because the way that it's pumping the water up and back and up and back, it increases the circulation, keeps that water fresher and cleaner.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you explain the transfer to city bus? What is the purpose of, why would we remove that?
The transfer to city bus is the general fund portion of the total cost of operating city bus. Without switching my presentations over, I believe the proposed number this year is just slightly over $2 million. So what this is, it'd be a reduction in the amount of the general fund money that they would receive. They'd still receive their grants and so forth. It would be a cut in the general fund, and they would have to find an expense to reduce that's paid out of that pot.
How does that benefit the citizen?
How does city bus benefit the
Right.
citizen?
I mean, I think we all know why the city bus and who it's benefiting, but a decrease like that, would it impact services or routes?
I doubt it could cost a route. It would have some slight impact on service, but I doubt it would be a route.
Thank you.
So let me try to address a couple of the questions here again. City Bus had one of the largest increases in the general fund budget this year. So it's a small decrease from the general fund transfer over to them from the 2 million by 50,000. Just they'll have to find some efficiencies there, but I felt that was a good place to go looking for some of the money we might need to look for. And that's the whole point of this process. Not that this didn't come down from heaven to me, this list didn't. It's just work I did by going and looking and finding places. And of course, anytime you point to any area, somebody can have a question about that area and say, why that area? And my point is, well, what area? Where? And if not this year, when? And if not there, where? Again, I'm thinking of the citizens and the taxpayers of Lubbock. I love our employees here at the city, but we are working, and I've heard our city manager say he wants this to be a place of first choice for people to come work. And I find our workers here for our city to be wonderful people. So this is not about them not doing their job. It's about taking a share. And of course, to your comment, Mr. Collins, I would certainly entertain thinking about the ones on the lower end of our pay scale here, flipping that around, saying 4% for them, 3% for our upper level people. Would you be supportive of something like that?
I think we need to recognize that in the past 60 days, we've lost two high-ranking members of our staff, our CFO and our head city engineer. These are two people, both of whom are going to be on the higher end of our pay scale, and both of those went to higher-paying jobs. And so it gives me some concern if we're not doing things across the board.
And I understand that concern. It's just that the effect of inflation falls much harder on those on the lower end of the pay scale, much harder on them. So, and as far as the increase I'm wanting to give to our police department, which is not much, but you talked about equality or equity across all the positions in our city, but not all people in our city go out and risk their life every day. And that's what this is about. This is about making sure that those people who take an oath to defend us and risk their life every day, and we saw that just this week, an officer shot at, could have lost his life. Fortunately, did not. We need to take care of these people. We need to make sure that people want to continue to come here and work in our police department here in Lubbock. And so that's why I don't have a problem. We talked about priorities earlier, and public safety is our priority. Everybody up here agreed that public safety was our priority. And so we can say priority all day long, but at some point you have to do something about it. And that's what this is intended to address. Market Lubbock, to your question about that, I would also propose, I mean, this is how I would deal with the reduction, the additional 200,000. You know, we transfer $1 million every year from Market Lubbock over to LEDA. That could be reduced to 800,000, and the effect on Market Lubbock would be then offset by that. So that would be my thinking on that. Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, you say when, or, you know, you have your questions of not now, when, and whatnot. I think my biggest concern will be from staff members asking why. Why not? There's several departments that also risk their lives. And, you know, we have folks in streets, and we have folks in water. We have folks in different departments that are doing the physical work. And again, everybody is necessary, and we're seeing across the board that we've got to be competitive. You know, we're trying to attract quality employees, and I know that we have them, but they're putting in double time. They're already stretched to the max, and we just have to be conscious of that, because I don't want for one group to be asking, well, why didn't you think that we were as valuable to the city system? And so, you know, I totally appreciate our police officers. I would love to figure out, but I just don't know how we can do it this year. I mean, I would love to explore it, and for next year and this year, just go across the board like as planned. And then I just want to also mention that, you know, I mean, a big portion of our budget goes to public safety. And we're seeing that. I mean, I have a great view of the new beautiful police station. We've got new stations all over the city, and I get it. We have to keep those filled, but we also have folks that are supporting those departments. We've got to work like a team this year. And, you know, one of the things that I also learned is you've got to spend a little bit of money to make money. And Market Lubbock has really, I mean, I just don't know if we can afford to keep cutting their budget so much. I get what Tim said earlier, is that, you know, the value continues to grow. But right now, we're still in the growing phase. So I really hope that we just take a step back, and maybe, you know, it's a lot of information to take on when we start with new council members and a whole new team. But let's work like a team on this, Mayor, and let's do our best to address these issues with our city manager, who I think has really gone above and beyond to make things work. But I do want to make sure that we are listening to our staff and especially our city manager.
Dr. Wilson.
So I just want to be clear that I don't think any council member up here is not in support of our Lubbock Police Department. We can say that over again. Not a single one of us thinks that our LPD officers should not be making more. I have said this previously, that I would love to see both of our public safety agencies, both police and fire, enter into a meet and confer, which allows them to negotiate without using politicians sitting in these seats, their increases in a binding contract that then makes the city slowly give them those incremental raises to where they are competitive with every city across the state. This year, That has not happened yet. They are both working in that direction, and that's where we are hoping they head, and they continue to go. So it doesn't matter who you elect to sit in these seats, public safety will be taken care of, and they can ensure their own future. But one of the things is our other staff members, if you haven't watched news stories, if you haven't been out in the middle of winter and seen our pipeline crew standing knee-deep, chest-deep in water when it's 15 degrees, and then tell them, sorry, it's just a 0.5%. You don't need that. This 1% is going to take PD to where they need to go. PD will also disagree. 1% doesn't get them to where they need to go. They want to go much higher than that, which I support, and I want to see them move that way with our city manager. But I don't want it to be sitting in our hands, because we change seats up here all the time, and that's not what's best for them. They need to have that control. They need to negotiate where it takes it out of the hand of politicians. But our other staff members who get out and work tirelessly every day for the citizens of this Lubbock, I don't think they want to have that slap in the face every year while we're sitting up here arguing over a 0.5%. And that's why I support offering that equal raise to everybody this year, and then allowing both of our public safety agencies to enter in those agreements to where they can see these incremental changes to make sure we're competitive across the city. But I have seen these guys get out and work, and if you haven't had a chance to go see that, when your water line breaks and it's freezing, and I'm sitting on my couch, and I'm so thankful that my water's still running, but when you see what they do, 0.5% means everything.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you. A couple other points to make, and we brought up the transfer to LEDA. LEDA's revenue is based upon sales tax, and they do have an escalation in their revenue stream because of sales tax increases over the years. And, you know, if Mr. Osborne were here, he could probably give us a couple hours on Type A and Type B economic development organizations, and I'm not capable of doing that, even having served on his board for 6 years. But I think it's important to point out that a couple of years ago, LEDA borrowed money to continue their operations in terms of economic development, while at the same time, Market Lubbock's budget has been reduced. So I think it's not going to be helpful to reduce the amount that they're transferring over. That's a part of their debt service and a part of their efforts to acquire new businesses. When I was on that board, we acquired Monsanto, or Bayer Crop Science, a $150 million investment in our community. They have just recently, as everyone knows, have acquired Leprino at nearly $1 billion as an increase in property values into our community, in addition to 600 plus jobs. So I think that organization has been very successful. It's doing what it's doing. And so I would hate to hinder them with a reduction in what they're able to transfer, or even the amount of funds that they might need to transfer in the event that we have. What if Leprino number 2 is around the corner and we don't have the capacity to offer the incentive programs that they need to get that project? I think that would be a real problem for us. And recognize that a bulk of what they do when we say incentives is infrastructure: roads, water lines, sewer lines, and et cetera. Another thing I want to point out, and all of this sounds like a bash on your projects and programs, sir, and I don't mean for it to be that way. I would love for us to find a way to get to a no new revenue tax rate. I just think that it's important that we support the rest of our infrastructure. So last point, early in July, I had the opportunity to go with our LP&L staff to a PUC meeting in Austin. Great fun. That was a big day to sit at the PUC meeting. But what I saw there was very interesting, and that was in wake of the hurricane that hit the southern coast, 3 electric utility providers sat in front of the PUC and took a beating. They took a beating because they had failed to maintain infrastructure. They had their cities offline, and the bulk of what we heard about was the fact that they had not been able to do the maintenance that they needed to do to support their infrastructure. A great deal of it being poles and lines that had come down, the bulk of it being brought down by trees. Now, we have maybe fewer trees than Houston, Texas does, But there are certainly trees and issues in the right-of-way that I think it's important that we continue to allow LPNL to invest in the infrastructure and maintenance of their facilities. And this is a cost item now. This isn't a profit item for LPNL. This would be a direct cost item that goes against some portion of their budget if they approved it. And so I think it's important that we let LPNL do their thing now, because their thing is so vastly different than what it once was. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. To that point again, don't want to belabor the point too much, but when we switched over to ERCOT, the cost of a lot of that switchover is passed on to our taxpayers, our ratepayers, anyway. And this $2.1 million because of that switchover that hits us in our general fund budget is, like I said, almost the equivalent of what it takes to reach the no new revenue rate. So this is a softening, this is an attempt to get a softening of that impact for this year. While things are still not that good, my anticipation is that next year the conditions on the ground in the city will be much better. I'm an eternal optimist, but this is not a continual hit against them and their budget. And again, to a lot of the discussion up here, this proposal, like I said, this didn't come down from heaven. I just had to start working at areas. But if we're going to get to a no new revenue rate, we have to be serious, and people have to be willing to put things on the table. It doesn't just happen. It's got to happen by people being willing to put stuff on the table. I hear a lot of people saying, I don't want to cut anywhere. I don't want to cut this. I don't want to cut that. I don't want to cut that. Well, where? That's my question to you. Where? If we're serious about that, then we need to be having this discussion. And I appreciate the discussion today. It's been a good discussion. And that's why we invite you all here to hear how we try to work this out. So any other discussion today on this matter? Mr. Atkinson, I see a look on your face there.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a quick comment as we close this. I do want to begin that. Mayor, thank you. Thank Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Glasheen, turning these proposals in, letting us get them put together. Excellent discussion. I've got just one more quick item. I would like to make one comment, though. And Mayor, you mentioned it, and that's the comment about being an employer of choice. And I would be remiss in my role if I did not speak to that. So starting 3 years ago, and certainly extremely hard at it for the last 2 years ago, the councils have allowed us to do many things that I never envisioned we would do in the public sector. Things like our CDL apprentice program, our education assistance program, our summer program for the youth, through which we're actually hiring into the hardest positions to fill, which really is our field workers. And I can give you the statistics on that. But again, didn't have a lot of time. We're going to continue our work, but we were able to poll 5 cities really quickly. All of whom have a higher per capita spend inside their general fund than we do. And of those 5, all but one have a higher general vacancy rate in their employee base than does the city of Lubbock. We're down to 6.49 something, so 6.5%. But of this peer set, 8.24%, 10.07, 13.08, 17, and then the one that beat us at 2.24. So we are making progress, and I know y'all all do, as do we. But being that employer of choice means that we get the right people, and we get those people that we're willing to invest in because they're willing to invest in serving the public. So I'll stop with that. The last item I have for your workshop was asked several questions about the sewer lateral program. So recall that in your budget, the proposed budget inside of wastewater is set up such that we would continue what we're doing today, which is the city repairing those private lines in the right-of-way through the end of the year. 1/2 of that $1 that's on the base rate increase would then create an assistance fund for low income. I've been asked, is there kind of another bookend to do it? So we've taken a crack at that. I do not have the final numbers, but they're going to be smaller than I think we expected. So let me run through how this would work, and then I have a question seeking your input. First, I have 1 foreman's position and 2 construction and maintenance, C&M worker positions, in the water and wastewater utilities that I propose to eliminate. No impact on the general fund, no impact on the discussions that we've just had. If I were to keep those 3 positions, we already have, we're set up to have 9 crews in the field. We've been through this before. We have 7. So I have 2 of the big trucks, the crew trucks, 2 backhoes, 2 trailers. But I need people to put into them. So if I don't cut those positions, I maintain the capital improvement project that I have, we can do one of 2 things. We can continue as you are today, which is the city carrying over all those expenses, or we could continue to do that work, so the private line inside the public right away, and council have a standardized chargeback per connection. And I say standardized because people didn't get to control if they're on the 5-foot side of the alley or the 15-foot side of the alley. So take your standardized average, it's roughly $1,100. We're still tweaking that out. And you would charge that back to that private party. If that was what you wanted to do, you could do that. We now have assurance, the crew over at Lubbock Power and Light, City of Lubbock Utilities, they think they do have the ability within the billing system to go ahead and allow that customer to pay it out over time. Time is not more than 12 months. That's actually a Texas Constitution thing. But you could spread that cost if you wanted to assess it over 12 months. I'll only give one caveat to that, and then I'll turn it over. Caveat is, if you set them on a payment plan and they ultimately don't, you will have to turn their water off until they get current on it. So, council, is that something you want us to finish? I think what you're looking at is not an increase to the $1 that I have already proposed. It may be a very slight 3-4% charge on the volume part of the rate. But I think the dollar can stay where it is. And with that, I'll turn it over, Mayor, to you for the feedback.
All right, just to be clear, you already have built into your budget a $1 increase in the base rate and a small increase in the volume charge. Is that correct?
At the moment, it is only the dollar on the base. There is nothing on the volume.
All right, but you're talking 3 or 4%.
Something very small. I need to cover the 3 positions that I'd removed. I need to cover that cost if we put them back, and then a little bit for the time and materials.
Okay, but if we charge it back to the consumer or to the customer, do we need that additional dollar? We still need the crews, right?
I still need the people, yes. We're
still need the
going to need
crews.
that dollar minimum. I
All
just
right.
think anything over the dollar would be very, very small.
Okay. Other questions? Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, so I think most of us up here really struggled with this, trying to figure out what was the best thing to do for our citizens here in the city. You know, we had a wonderful committee that put forth a lot of good recommendations, and I think one of the main things we took from that was ultimately it's some on the citizens' responsibility, some on the city, right? I've heard many different arguments, whether solid waste trucks have anything to do with it. Evidence suggests it has nothing to do with crushing of lateral sewer lines, but people still, that perception is still there. One thing that we saw that we all agreed on was we did not like the monopolized large costs to repair that what we didn't expect to happen was, you know, people saying, oh, it was $10,000, $15,000. Well, most people in this room, I'm willing to bet, don't have $15,000 laying around in a savings account to fix a sewer line. So looking at this over and over and over again, I think the best solution potentially that we've come up with is keeping the work part of it within the city crews, because we already have the equipment, and if we can maintain the crews, but then also to take with that recommendation that it's ultimately all of our responsibility, some on the homeowner and some on the city, that we do a standardized chargeback, which wouldn't be for all of it. That, you know, we had talked about, could that just be maybe cost of materials, and then the city's covering the crew? And so looking at that standard, so it didn't matter if you were on the long side of the alley or the short side of the alley, so your neighbors wouldn't be more expensive than yours, that it would just be a standard, and that money itself that came back would be to help just maintain that equipment and maintain that crew. And I really think that's probably the best of both worlds. I mean, I don't think there was a perfect solution to this where we just chunked it all onto the taxpayer or said, no, we'll just take all of it and it's all of our responsibility just to pay it in. But I really do, I appreciate your work on this because I know this has been a very highly debated, trying to figure out a good solution. That way we take care of everybody, but also financially take care of everybody. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just been hard. So I really do think that moving forward with the standardized lower chargeback so we can control the monopolized cost of this is the best way to move forward.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also struggled with this quite a bit. In fact, last time I left here, I had the thought that this should be, totally left up to the homeowner, and that it's your pipe coming out of your house. And I began speaking to several plumbing companies, and it gets expensive when you start getting into the compaction standards that are required in our alleys. So some of the recommendations from some of the plumbing companies that I spoke to was, well, if just have the city of Lubbock dig the hole for us and then refill it, and you guys can do the compaction standards and things like that. And then it's not as expensive. Well, then we still have to have a crew, and we still have to have the trucks and everything like that. So you might as well fund the entire thing. And, when I ran across this was when I was first running for this position. And my first thing that came to my mind was, when I was asked about it, was it probably needs to be a little bit of a hybrid system. And I think we've landed on that. I guess the average is, you said about 1,100 is what you're coming up with? Okay. So we're going to be around that ballpark probably for the charge to the homeowner. That way, if something, if there was a variance of depth that these pipes were at, so, some were at, below 6 feet, some were closer to 4 feet, and the more you dig, the more expensive it gets. So this can, at least the homeowner can know what they're up against if something like this unfortunately happens to you. And then we also have some assistance for low income, still correct?
Not in this one.
Okay.
Not in this one. If y'all would like us to work that out, we can try to do that as well. But no, I thought the 12-pay deal would replace that.
Okay, so
Your
you can
call.
extend it out over 12 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think we've landed on a good hybrid system here, and I appreciate the work you did, Jarrett. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. I too agree that this is probably the best solution for us to find a hybrid method to allow our city crews to maintain the standards of the alley installations. And I think that's very challenging, and so I don't mean to malign our plumbing contractors, but in the proposal, they were, I believe, leaving the compaction and the paving back and et cetera on the city staff anyway. So I think this is a good idea. I would offer some thought about how the chargeback system applies, because I think we have to recognize we have a difference between a ratepayer, which could be a tenant, and a homeowner. And so I would want to make sure that we ensure that it is a homeowner who would qualify for a monthly payment plan. And then we might take a moment to look at if there was an assistance program to go along with it. These are generally in our older neighborhoods, not all, but generally in our older neighborhoods, and we might be able to fund a portion of some assistance program, and you might be able to tell us some idea of what that looks like. But thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Jarrett, thank you for following up on the request. I appreciate it. I do feel like these positions are necessary, especially as we have been trying to work this out. I think I also agree that the standardized chargeback would be the best way to go, because it almost brings us back to where we were in the first place. But nevertheless, I think knowing that the staff will be we'll still have more than what we had. We have the equipment. I think that's going to help us. The other part is just as a reminder to the public, to the homeowner, and I don't like when y'all say older neighborhoods or older homes, aging. Nobody wants to get old, even homes. But it would be the responsibility of the property owner, and not, if you're renting, it would not be your responsibility. And the chances of this happening are 1 in a million. I mean, it's not an everyday thing, but it would cost us a little over $1 million. Is that right? To something like that.
A little, yeah. Again, I've got to put the 3 positions back that I had defunded, but I will, absolutely.
Yeah, as long as we're funding those positions, we've got the equipment back and up to par, and I think that the standardized chargeback would probably be the best approach for our aging neighborhoods.
Mr. Harris?
Yes, I just would like to add to, 1,100 is fine, but majority of homeowners are retired, and I just want us not to leave out the assistance program to help some of these people. I don't know where we would get it from, but I mean, we got other programs, but, you know, some of these people, you know, they have to decide now whether they're going to buy medicine or eat. So, and these people have probably been in their house 60 and 70 years. They don't have that money, and if it's deteriorating, then I think we need to have a program in place that will help them pay for that. That's where I'm at on that. Thank you.
And just to that comment, Mr. Harris, and also to Mr. Collins' comment, I think it's kind of coming around a little bit to what Mr. Collins and I had suggested, I think, at that last work session, except for the fact that we had also, I think, talked about having that assistance program in there as well. So I don't know whether we can get a consensus here from the council that we would want to also include that assistance program as part of Mr. Atkinson's calculations. Do I have anybody speak to that, if you would? Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, I very much think that that's a good idea. Just with that proposal that was up, talking about community development, before we try to move money out to go into people's salaries or anywhere else, I would much rather see our oil and gas royalties, if it's already in community development, to be maybe used as part of that assistance fund, because that's what we are, is helping lower income families fix things like roofs and stuff. I think this would be a good place to maybe look for some of that money.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And, just to clarify, it's not like there's a lot of money there, but that's what the purpose of the North and East Lubbock Oil Reserve area, I mean, that's what it's for. So, rather than taking the $50,000 that the mayor wanted to add as revenue, I would rather see it go into that base where we would have, if needed, that after, because it is a vetting program or project for any of that money is used, but I think it would definitely give us something, a safety net. So I would totally be for that. I think it would be a good thing.
Mr. Atkinson, can you remind us how much is in that, or how much you have budgeted from the oil and gas income this year? Do you remember?
I can't, I'm sorry.
Was it
The net new money, was it in the 400s?
400 is what I was in my
Yeah,
mind.
I apologize, Mayor, I have way too
I think it
many
was
numbers in my
400,000.
head.
That's what I was remembering, was 400,000. Is that program that it's dedicated to right at the moment, would that be available for what we're talking about here today?
It could be made available for exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, good. Answers that
Good.
question.
Again, same income qualifiers,
Yes,
but I believe that's what I've heard from everybody. So, yeah, let us work that up.
okay. Any other comments? Mr. Collins?
Well, I think what we just discussed is appropriate. We can look at that fund. If I recall, $1 on the base rate added approximately $1 million in revenue.
Correct.
And so you were, if our budget included a $1 increase, then and half of that was to be a part of an assistance fund. The other half of it, I'm assuming, to go to additional costs and overhead.
System operations.
Operations. And so if we looked at an additional 50 cents or maybe even $1, and you can show us both ways to do that, we might be able to fund about $500,000 into this assistance fund. Or maybe, you know, and of course, again, back to what I recall, we repair about 1,000 of these units a year. And so if we even had a quarter in that, that would be $250,000, and that would cover approximately 250 of these. Here I go, math in public again. But it would cover about 250 of these particular replacements, and that might be adequate in itself. So I think my consensus is that give us a couple of different scenarios to choose from, but I think in our best interest to tackle this in this fashion. Thank you.
I think I can have that back, Mayor, at your next budget work session, which is August the 27th.
And on that note of unanimity on that subject, this will conclude our work session,
Mayor,
unless anybody has anything else.
Can I make a couple unannounced?
Yes, sir.
I have covered almost all of the list.
Okay.
We still owe you a discussion about, can the airport do the Taxiway Lima project, the $5.6 million without debt? There's a way to do it, but we are waiting on some FAA clarification, and I really am not the one to explain it, but short of getting some permission from FAA, yes, you could pay cash, but all of your landing rates are going to go up. So let us work that out, and when we have that, again, the 27th, we'll lay that out for you as well.
Yes, and to remind everybody, we have another budget work session on the 27th. Anything else, Mr. Atkinson?
No, sir.
All right. Let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 5 after 3 to begin our regular city council meeting. Everyone, please take your seat. So when we begin, we're going to have a long afternoon here, I believe. We will take other breaks. All right, City Council has now concluded its work session, and we'll now move into our ceremonial items. And I now call on Reverend Tim Lyles of Second Baptist Church, who will lead us in our invocation, followed by our Mayor Pro Tem, who will lead us in our pledges to the United States and to the Texas flags. Will you please stand?
Will you pray with me? Lord, thank you for these who serve and give them wisdom in decision-making. For our leaders and all of us, in agreement and disagreement, give us strength to work together in civil and productive ways. Be with all those in education, especially our students and teachers, as a new year begins. Thank you for a school system that offers education and services to all children. In all of our roles and vocations, help us serve and lead, rooted in your love and care for all. In your name that we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
So now I will call this meeting to order. We will now take up citizen comments. I want to remind everybody before we begin, we may be here for a long time, so each one of you is limited to 3 minutes, and each one of you will have an opportunity to speak. Please be conscious of the time that you're allotted so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. I believe that you'll have a little bell rung when you have about 30 seconds left, and when the bell rings a second time, that will be the point at which you need to conclude your comments, finish up the sentence that you're in the middle of. But let's please be considerate of everyone else. Keep your comments focused. And if someone's already made a lot of the points that you're making, maybe try to make some points that haven't been made. But again, these are your comment times, and you're free to speak as you wish. So you may speak on any matter that's been posted on the City Council's agenda. And we have some forms that have been completed today, and I will be calling you up here by name as I pick up your form that you have filled out. And also, please remember to give us your address as well as your name so that we have that for a record when you come forward. So now, I'm going to begin by calling David, is this Page or Puga, maybe? David?
Hello, David Puga. You got really close.
Well, I couldn't read that A very well, thank you.
5705 2nd Street, that's where I'm from.
David, would you
I-
pull that microphone down towards you? There you go, that way we can hear you better, thank you.
Sibilance, everybody hear me? Everybody okay? Cool. Yeah, so I have three things to speak on, and I didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so I'm just going to jump right into them. Start off with the agenda item 12. I'm glad that we're back making a decision about this. It was kind of discouraging to hear why we're even making this decision today. First Friday is an event that allows local small businesses to flourish. It helps tourism, and it brings positive attention to Lubbock. To deny a grant or not re-up the grant, whatever you want to call it, would be really short-sighted in my opinion, especially in a city that prides itself as pro-business. It's not necessarily the job of the council to discriminate based on personal biases or beliefs. It's just to fund arts and public interest. And for any future decisions of this nature, especially in light of the public outcry that this made, it would do well for all of us to be mindful of the temperature of the community in which we exist.
Please hold your applause, that eats into his time, okay?
Yeah, I don't need a big ego, I'm just here, you know. Agenda item 7.5, the street bond. It's been said that there wasn't adequate representation for every district. I don't know how true that is, but it's not surprising. I've lived in this city my entire life. I've lived in North and East Lubbock at different times in my life. I live in just North Lubbock now. I'm not sure what can be done about that or where that's at, but if it goes forward as it is, it just continues the history in Lubbock government of propping up shiny new toys at the expense of places that have been here and people that have been here. We can't allow old Lubbock, as some people call it, to wither and die. Why we expand and keep pushing that off to future generations over and over and over again. And if it's possible, I think the proposal should be sent back to committee and talked about a little bit more with adequate representation. That seems fair and at least, the very least, equitable. And my final item, agenda item 11, the Godecki lease. We can and should renew the lease for Godecki with the intention of having a permanent location, I feel. That should be the aim. I understand the city budget is often used, I believe that's my time. Oh, budget's often used to justify these decisions. I heard a whole bunch of them. Austerity is not the answer for our city, but investing in our future. How we do that, that's for the council to decide. That's just my feeling on it. And I also hear talk of how crime is rising in the city, how our youth is in trouble, how we need to fund things. But libraries offer community outreach and extracurricular activities, and closing one seems once again short-sighted. We hear that we need more funding for law enforcement over and over again, and that's important, but we need to fund opportunities in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Teresa Drewell. And just so everybody can be prepared after her, I'm going to, next is Adam Hernandez, so just be prepared and you'll be making your way forward. Ms. Drewell?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Teresa Drewell, 3604 East FM 1585. And I'm here with the street bond, talk about the brick streets. Each of you probably received an email from me yesterday from our stand with AIA Lubbock, and I'm sorry, excuse me a minute. AI Lubbock has been involved, which is the local chapter for the architects here. We've been involved with the ordinance since 1984, since inception, so we're looking at 40 years. And we've had several members that were on the committee that in 2020 helped rewrite some of the policy. We'd just like to see the ordinance reinstated, and so I won't go over everything that you guys read in the email. But I'm not the only one in the community who has an opinion. I mean, there's lots of opinions about the streets, and we all love the brick streets in some form or fashion. And so I just wanted to thank you all for consideration of reinstating that ordinance and for the bond to take it into effect when they consider moving forward with Broadway's project. And I just would like folks that also are in support of the brick streets maybe to stand, because we had several folks here. We've had a couple of people that were going to speak, and unfortunately, because of the delay with the start of the council meeting, they've already had to leave. So sorry for that, but thank you all for being here. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rule. And is Adams coming forward? Next will be Christy Weir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Adam Hernandez, 7401 Avenue X, and I'm Communications Chair for Lubbock Compact. We'd like to speak against agenda items 7.5 and 7.6, which cover the street bond being considered for the November election. If this street bond passes on a ballot as is, it will be the definition of taxation without representation for tens of thousands of Lubbock citizens. District 2, which is 42,434 of our citizens, had no representation on this committee, and that alone should be disqualifying. Few citizens were aware that the committee was already meeting, but Cooper and Friendship school districts knew to have representation to lobby for what they wanted. And the outcome reflects that fact, with 75% of the funds in this proposed bond going to those areas. This shows that conversations about the committee's work were being had with certain groups and not others. This committee also voted on items when they had no quorum, which should also be disqualifying. There's the issue of the historic brick ordinance being, quote, unintentionally deleted, and the committee operating from the false notion that it's no longer in effect. If council wishes to change that ordinance, it will need to be by taking the proper steps. Anything otherwise is illegitimate, just is what it is. This isn't the way we should be doing city business. If council wishes to pursue another $100 million bond, street bond, only 2 years after passing a $200 million street bond, then we should do it the right way, openly and honestly. That has not happened throughout this process, so we are urging council to vote this proposal down and send it back through a proper committee process with proper representation for all districts and proper public engagement. Another thing to consider is that a city Lubbock size, street bonds should be done about every 5 to 6 years, not every 2 years. This allows for more of the debt to be paid down before taking on more, and it also allows those projects to be completed before we start new ones. And that's all I got, Council. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Chrissy Martin, is she here? Chrissy? Chrissy? Oh, Cindy. It's Cindy Martin. Please come forward, and after her, Luke Steinmetz, if you'll be prepared to come forward.
Well, I'm here to urge you to do the right thing and
Would you please give us your address?
Oh, I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Martin?
Cindy Martin, 3701 97th
Thank
Street.
you.
And I'm here to urge you to do the right thing and reinstate the Brick Street ordinance and to reconsider the recommendations concerning Broadway. The ordinance protecting Lubbock's historic brick streets was unintentionally deleted with the adoption of the new Uniform Development Code last fall. Then the Citizens Advisory Committee was set to work on a street bond and told that the protection for brick streets had been removed. This ordinance was removed by mistake, but it was done without due process. The city set out a process for the adoption of the UDC. It was long and with points of input from various groups. But because this ordinance was removed inadvertently, There was no public notice. It was simply gone without the opportunity for the public to comment, without discussion by planning and zoning, without comment by the council's ad hoc UDC subcommittee, and without review by council last fall. It was done in the dark and with no transparency. I'm not a conspiracy buff, but the fact that the city's now eager to take advantage of the mistake just looks a little shady. In the August 10th Lubbock Lights newsletter, Mayor McBrayer, responding to this criticism and calls for the ordinance to be reinstated, was quoted as saying, "I understand the point. Everybody should be able to have some confidence in how your city council handles things, and I think they raised at least an issue of due process or transparency. It does make me a little nervous." But then says, "I don't know how we're going to solve that." Well, I'm sorry, I think that statement is disingenuous. I think we all know how it can be solved. There's a very simple solution, and one that's required if you truly care about transparency and truly care about practicing good government. And that solution is just to reinstate the ordinance. It was removed by mistake, just put it back. And by the way, the ordinance wouldn't stop you from approving the committee's design if you put historic brick in the intersections. Not my preferred solution, but that solution works. Beginning in the 1980s, previous councils took great care to protect and improve the historic character of Lubbock and its brick streets. They had a vision of maintaining a sense of place in Lubbock, different from other places, and understood the economic value of that. I wish you all had that same vision. But frankly, how each of you feel about the use or cost of historic bricks isn't the issue here, because that's not the point. The point here is one of honesty, fairness, transparency, and can I trust my city council to do the right thing? So do the right thing, reinstate the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Mr. Steinmetz. And as you're coming forward, next will be Stephen Falk.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and fellow Lubbock citizens. I'm Luke Steinmetz. My address is 1806 78th Street. I'm here today representing the rapidly growing citizen member list of Lubbock Citizens for Change. First, I must acknowledge the clear mandate that Mark McBrayer received from our voters in the May election, who overwhelmingly supported a change in direction for our city. The citizens of Lubbock have called for fiscal responsibility and a reduction in our nearly $2 billion of debt. This is a clear call to action that we cannot ignore. After closely following the recent budget talks and reviewing the proposal myself, I'm deeply concerned that the direction the voters endorsed is not being reflected. Despite the voters' clear message, I have yet to see efforts to lower taxes, reduce spending, or limit borrowing. Instead, we're faced with a proposal to rush a $100 million bond onto the November ballot. I strongly oppose this new bond package. We're just beginning the second year of projects that voters have already approved in 2022, and this new debt does not address the urgent needs that matter most to our citizens. Items in the bond, like the Broadway Downtown project, are complex. They require careful planning, especially with the underground utility work that must be done first. Rushing this decision onto the ballot when the building materials are still in dispute, as others have mentioned, is premature at best. Many of our members are already struggling to cover the basics of life due to the rapidly increasing cost of living over the last several years. The rising costs have been significant, and they're taking a toll on our citizens. Property taxes have steadily increased, utility rates have skyrocketed, and we're seeing a steady increase across all services. These increases aren't just numbers on a page. They're impacting real people's lives in our community, making it harder for families to put groceries on the table and to keep a roof over their head. Given the uncertainty of inflation and the possibility of much lower interest rates in the future, now is not the time to take on more debt. We need to make these decisions with caution and avoid burdening our citizens with further costs they cannot afford. I urge you as City Council members to honor the clear directive from Lubbock voters. Let's focus on the projects already in progress, manage our existing debt, protect our citizens from financial calamity. The decisions you make today will shape the future of our city. I implore you to ensure that your vote benefits all citizens of Lubbock, and reflects a clear will of the voters from our last election. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz. Mr. Falk, and after you, Mr. Falk, Cindy Prattis. Cindy here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Stephen Falk. I practice architecture at 2022 Broadway, of which I'm one of the owners of that property. You heard me last time when y'all were gathered. My observations were there were two members of this council that were not happy with the way the Citizen Advisory Committee was represented. I heard two members of this council say, we're not getting our fair share. I don't live in those districts, but everyone needs to get their fair share. I also pointed out last time, I've been a practicing architect in the term old age, that's me, 54 years. I have been involved in hundreds of thousands of square feet of paving, whether it's brick, whether it's asphalt, whether it's concrete. I'm told that city staff has said you put down the existing bricks or reinstall them, it's over $700 a square foot. If it's new brick, it's over $300 a square foot. I do whole buildings for $300 a square foot, and they're complex schools. I challenge those numbers. I encourage you to challenge before you vote. The numbers that were put on the screen last time talked about 1% per year of escalation. With all due respect, that's nuts. 3 to 5% is what you need to carry. You don't have to spend it, but you have it in the number. If you do 1%, you're going to get caught short. Somebody's going to suffer. This is not the way to do something in rushing it and so forth. I did a study for a previously retired council member that looked at Broadway from Texas Tech University to MLK, and it showed how you can start balancing brick depending upon where brick is put and where it is not put. I bet you not one of y'all, except maybe one or two, have seen that. I encourage you to slow down on this bond package, delay it, put it off. You want to do it right. I believe it was, well, you're never wrong to do what is right. Mark Twain said that. I didn't. And I learned that in a movie, by the way. Don't do this. Don't move forward. You don't have good numbers in front of you. It is going to fail, and it's going to fail once it's in the ground. It's going to be a mess like 19th Street and a mess that is like Avenue Q, which is now being torn up because of what 19th Street is doing. With all due respect, don't move forward too hastily. Study it thoroughly, then make an educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Cindy Prattis? Cindy here? Okay. Well, Mary, you're next, so come on down. And after Mary, Deanne Clark.
I have a presentation. Is there staff here that could help? Thank you. And I just push down on this. Sometimes that works. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Mary Kreitz. I live at 4617 8th Street. I'm here to principally talk about one agenda item, but first I urge you to restore First Friday Art Trail funding and to renew Godeke Library lease. That said, I'm here again to urge you to carefully consider the Broadway bond project. As stated before, the entire process was much too rushed, trying to beat a deadline. While I appreciate the work that was done, the committee did not have sufficient time to look at all the issues. You've heard of several issues last week and more just even now, but I have one more example. The Broadway bond project includes streetscaping, i.e. landscaping, but Broadway already has that. Extensive landscaping was installed in the 1990s. It was to encourage revitalization, even back then. The work was principally done in bulb outs, not on private property, and it was to be maintained by the city.
It looked great for a couple of years. After that, it stopped being maintained. The city does many things right. Maintenance is not one of them. A picture is worth 1,000 words. When people come down Broadway, this is what they see. Broken curbs, planter boxes not maintained, tree grates that have not been cut back to allow for the tree growth, tree pruning not being maintained, tree placement not being maintained when trees die, planter beds that are barren, not a single plant, not maintained, drainage grates broken and not cleaned out, not maintained. So I ask, if streetscaping and landscaping is being included, who will maintain that? My understanding is that that was not even discussed by the Citizens Advisory Committee. Don't assume the Parks Department, unless the bond is going to somehow dedicate money for long-term maintenance. Parks can't hardly take care of the parks we have. And don't say the property owners because, well, that appears to be what we have now. I'm not against streetscaping at all, but the current landscaping on Broadway is much more damaging to our image of downtown than the brick paving is. The landscaping screams neglect, we don't care, abandonment. This is a maintenance issue. My point is to make you aware that decisions were made too fast without studying all of the relevant issues, such as this one example. The bond process was too rushed. Please consider that today.
Thank you, Mary.
My name is Deanne Clark. I live at 3227 64th Street. The city of Lubbock has just had an election. 4 new members of the council were elected, 3 opposed, and the mayor at a 73% margin. Did that mean Lubbock will be headed in a new direction? That's the $64,000 question. For years, Lubbock has been led by the elite. Has the common citizen been represented by the council? There are 295 city employees who make over $100,000 and a few who make over $300,000. The average wage in Lubbock is $60,000. Lubbock is maintained by property taxes and sales taxes. Lubbock is growing. Its population is approximately 250,000. It has an annual budget of a little under $1 billion. You are charged with protecting Lubbock, police, EMT, firefighters, and to provide basic services such as streets and utilities. Can Lubbock live within its income? You'll be deciding that. So far, no matter the amount of growth, it's never enough. We have not chosen to live within our income. We owe $2 million. There has never been enough margin from year to year to cover expenses. It's always easier to live on someone else's money. You will have to decide whether to give employees a raise, whether to and at what pace to repair streets, whether to include taxpayers in decisions such as this building, the police station, and so on, and we were not given a consideration at that time. Taxpayers are stretched to the limit now. Fuel, food, rent, medical care are difficult to cover right now. If you pause to see what the coming election, that's one in November, you will be wise to put things on hold. And I've heard several people who spoke before me say that very thing. A freeze, maintaining the status quo for 4 months would put the city in better stead to make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Frosty Poston here? Okay, next, I'm going to call on Betsy Bogle. And after her will be Gail Madrell. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Betsy Bleckel. I live at 5813 110th Street. And the reason that I came down here today is because I didn't block walk to not hear we were going to do something with the budget. That's all I heard from every door I knocked on. Some people didn't let me go for a half an hour. Trust me. Every person said they wanted a new direction, and I think across the board it was 73% that Mark won by, to have a no new revenue bond and to maintain what we have. So that being said, no one's going to be happy, no one gets 100%. But what we have to do is work together, and we have to find a way to not increase or to have another bond. So I agree with everyone else. Put this bond issue off until January and get more facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bogle. And after Gail will be Susan Stack.
I'm Gail Modrell. I live at 5233 16th Street. I can't even speak. And I don't usually hand out my address in public. I'm from District 6. I have 40 years of experience as a public children's librarian, a public school and middle school librarian, and a private school librarian. Lubbock desperately needs another library location in Southwest Lubbock with a public meeting room. I quit attending a craft program at Godeke because the program was so well attended people couldn't find seats. Godeke is much too small, but better than no library at all. I am puzzled by the idea of a 24-hour kiosk. If City Council wants to install a book vending machine, I would say choosing a book requires looking at the book unlike buying a snack or Coke from a vending machine. Putting the library in a community center is another terrible idea. Which community center has space to add a library? Will librarians with master's degrees be hired for the library in a community center? Do the community centers have space for a computer? I have attended Zumba classes at Maxey Community Center for 3 years. Maxey Community Center has no space for a library, especially since they now have a buckled wall and broken windows. I have considered applying for a public library job instead of a school library job, but it would be $12,000 less for a 12-month job as opposed to a 10-month job as a school librarian, and that's as a branch manager position. Since I have retired, I volunteer for the Friends of the Library, whose volunteers raise $100,000 to pay for library budget items the city budget doesn't cover. When was the last time a city council member attended a library program, checked out a print book, an e-book, a cake pan, or accessed an online resource through the library? Many people in Lubbock do not have internet access, and the libraries provide computers and assistance with those computers. I am the co-chair of the Friends of the Library Banned Bookshelf. Please feel free to visit the banned book section when you're shopping at the Friends of the Library sale.
Okay, please.
That happens 11 times a year. I believe that you can choose the books you want you and your child to read, but you cannot choose what other people read.
Okay,
My
thank you, Ms.
parents
Your
let me
time is
read
up.
anything I wanted to and told me to feel free to ask them questions and stop reading a book if I didn't like it. My mother did ask me to censor the books I took to her parents' home after my papa read my bodice ripper I was reading at 14. I think that libraries and parks are essential city services. I implore you to represent all Lubbock residents by funding First Friday, the libraries, and city pools. I pray the city council is listening to their constituents. And may the ghost of Louise Hopkins Underwood haunt you till you make the right decision.
All right, I'm going to remind everybody one more time, just one more time, that is inappropriate. That is not what the purpose of this meeting is. It is to hear from the citizens speaking on behalf of an item. Not applauding, not cheering, speaking. So, and you only speak when you're coming forward. And this is for the benefit of everybody, please. So please be respectful of our rules because they're for the benefit of everybody. We're trying to give everybody a chance to speak and to have plenty of time for everyone to speak. And we've got a very busy schedule today. So I don't want to have to remind people one more time that that's totally inappropriate. So please do not applaud, do not cheer. Again, just listen respectfully to what people have to say, just as we are listening respectfully to what people have to say. Ms. Slack, Susan Slack, is she here? Stack? Okay, so you're going to yield the floor. Okay, thank you. Eddie Kirkpatrick. I saw Eddie earlier. Here comes Eddie. And after him, Bonnie Aycock.
That's a tough act to follow, Mr. Mayor. I hope, no applause, please. I mean, and he's right. He's right. We're here to, everybody get a chance to speak. My name's Eddie Kirkpatrick. I live at 5407 88th. I worked for the citizens of Lubbock for 28 years with Lubbock Fire Rescue. I am also a member of the advisory board for the Lubbock Libraries in Lubbock. And my daughter, who is running for State Board of Education, happened to notify me last month that the city was considering either closing Godeke Library, maybe merging it with somebody, or hopefully building another location. I was somewhat surprised that this has not been mentioned at one library meeting, not one. And you folks up here are considering closing a library, I think that's wrong. You have several boards, you have several commissions talking about this street thing. You're taking their word, you're taking their information and wanting to do something with it. I don't bring a problem without a solution. The library closed in 2009 where it originally was. It flooded. And we have been kicking this can down the road since 2009. It's time to build a place permanently. Let's quit wasting our money on rent and build a location in Southwest Lubbock. People out there need these libraries. My daughter reminded me, I forgot. She said, Dad, you remember us taking us to the library when we were kids? I'm so proud of both my daughters because they were ferocious readers. I mean, read constantly. This is not going to endear my fellow firefighters, but 2 years ago, I sent letters out to all the council members. There's only 2 up here that are still here. In that letter, I reminded y'all that y'all had voted to let Lubbock Fire Rescue start running their own fire academy again at a cost of $1 million a year, when there was already a way for firefighters to come to Lubbock without us paying for that. You people paying for that. I say, let's take part of that, let's close that fire academy. We'll still have an orientation academy and take that money and build Godeke Library. We can still take some of that money and give these people raises. If you haven't worked in a shop at Lubbock Fire Rescue, most of the firefighters look down on those guys. The administrative assistants, they don't make the money. Please consider that. I've heard all of y'all talk about that today. Consider it. It's a team sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Ms. Aycock? And after Ms. Aycock, Stephanie Smith? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Bonnie Aycock. I live at 7506 Norfolk. I am a 12-year volunteer with the Friends of the Library, which is a nonprofit organization that sells donated books and we give all of the over $200,000 a year to the underfunded 4 branch libraries in Lubbock. They are not underutilized, they are underfunded. I would like very much for you to consider renewing the lease at the Lusky Place in order for us to continue to have that particular well-utilized branch, and to also consider planning ahead for a more permanent situation. This has been kicked down the road a long time, and it's time for you to realize this is a really important service of many members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aycock. Ms. Smith. And after her will be Scott Ferris.
My name is Stephanie Smith. I live at 2825 67th Street in District 2. What I'd like to say is I'd like to encourage you to renew the lease on Godecki and make sure that you're looking for some way to make it a permanent situation. The reasons that I can think of are the fact that the library is exciting. I mean, you've got pictures, you've got Japan, you have art, you have animals. It's wonderful. Why do we not have access for all the children to go there and get excited about what they want to do and learn more about that and read about it, be excited about doing that? Nothing wrong with public schools, but they don't have the quantity that they need. You have access to books and videos, and the variety is incredible. Books with different opposite views, and you need both views so you can come up with some kind of a solution. They're accessible to those who need it. Not everybody can go out and buy books and videos. They're too expensive for most of your budgets, as you already heard today. They need a quiet place to concentrate, to study. I did it. My daughter do it. They do it at Tech all the time. Tech students go to the libraries. It's for all ages, not just children, adults, seniors. I regularly go to Godecki. I have taught, and I'm also aware that 50% of Lubbock is below the median income. And that's latest data from United Way. And the median income is $54,000 for this Lubbock County. The problem with that is that the median income, let me get to my data here, if you use the ALICE, asset limited, income constrained and employed, an individual survival income is $28,000. Sustainability would be $54,000. Family of 2, $42,000 for survival, and stability is $76,000. If you go all the way to family of 4, $63,000 is survival, and $103,000 for 4. And just to put it into context, hard work and employed are only 2 portions of success. You need health, wellness, mobility, and let me clarify, mobility means not getting somewhere, but being able to have training and access to learning so that they can go, that's mine, so that they can go in another place, another job, another skill level, another income bracket. So I'm a product of libraries. I was low income, and I have never in my life, being well educated, made $54,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Ferris. And after Mr. Ferris will be Ginger Hurley.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Scott Ferris, and I live at 2613 80th Street in the fine city of Lubbock, Texas. I'm a long-term member of the arts community here in Lubbock, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon I'm grateful to live in a country where individual voices can be heard by you, our city council. And I'm encouraged that you listen to the community's outcry when Lucas First Friday Art Trail was defunded. And that after hearing the facts, you have added this agenda item to today's meeting. I'm hopeful about the decision you will make today. I believe in the mission of Luca and First Friday, and I ask you to reinstate funding fully and unconditionally. Defunding such a vital organization for something they did not program, that didn't happen on their property, and that was completely out of their control is unfair, especially when they were not given the opportunity to address the issue. My personal experience with Luca is unparalleled. When I had a young child, I found their programming was always respectful of families with children, as well as the diverse arts community as a whole. Signage was used to give patrons and parents the opportunity to choose what they viewed and what they did not. It is crucial that our city protect parents and children's rights, but it's essential that facts are gathered before a decision affecting so many people is made. Parents have the right to protect and raise their children according to their values. Our city government must respect that. But shooting the cat because the dog did something you don't agree with isn't the way the government should respond. Our city must also be respectful of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus friends and neighbors. These folks have children too. These folks pay taxes, and they have a right to self-expression and freedom of speech. And I hope that in the future, we will all choose to approach this issue with faith, love, and kindness, and that will lead to better communication and understanding. Please refund Luca and First Friday Art Trail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Ms. Hurley. And after Ms. Hurley, I'll be calling on Chad Davis.
My name is Ginger Hurley. I live at 4006 88th Street, around Guy Park, which also, that's something else I didn't mention. I did to the person out there. We don't have any poop bags. This park is huge. I've got a big dog. We walk him every day. And when Mark McBrayer, when Massengill was our council person, I called and they were there the next day. So anyway, but I've already made that request. I'm sorry. I digress. Creativity and beauty in Lubbock is the reason I chose to live here. I came here in 1974 to go to Texas Tech. From San Antonio, where I was born, and I moved to Dallas when in 6th, 7th, 8th grade high school, and came out here. The music, the art, the fine people, while being near to New Mexico, that has something to do with it, called my soul. 82nd Street at that time was a dirt road. So much change has happened. The tradition of First Friday, a trail of art and creativity, is a huge bonus to our community. The prejudice of a non-existent drag show has no place in a decision to cut dollars to funding trolleys and the art trail. Also, restoration of the historic brick road of Broadway is an appreciation and respect. As I say, I come from San Antonio, history. Respect of the city of Lubbock. Finally, the funding of the Godeke Library. There used to be one on the lake near where I lived off Quaker. It was so beautiful. I know it. Anyway, it would be great to have a freestanding, but in any case, this is a requirement to encourage and promote education for the future of our children in Lubbock and America. Please consider the quality of life to the citizens and not only your own interests. Thank you, God, peace, love.
Thank you, Ms. Hurley. Mr. Davis. And after Mr. Davis will be Heather Warrengrove.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Davis. I live at 8303 County Road 6950. I am here as the current acting president of the LUCA board. I'm a volunteer in that regard, and so I have a prepared statement I'd like to read. The First Friday Art Trail is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. With 12 First Fridays a year for 20 years, that makes roughly 240 First Friday events. These have ranged from small crowds of 100 or so in the beginning up to what can be 5,000 when Texas Tech and LCU are in session. 240 events with little to no major safety issues or issues with those attending the event. Those are great stats. Luca is proud to have been managing the Art Trail these 20 years and wants to recognize the great partnerships that have made the First Friday Art Trail possible. Our partners include large and small businesses in town, Texas Tech University, Lubbock Independent School District, the CH and Helen Jones Foundations, and Civic Lubbock, and more. We are blessed that this community values Luca and that we can meet the demand for quality of life programming in Lubbock. This is a demand that a lot of municipalities have to fund with tax dollars wholeheartedly, 100%. We defer that cost. This programming, we offset that demand for our city government. This has been a great partnership with our local community, and we want it to continue. It has been a great partnership with the city of Lubbock, and we want it to continue. In addition to providing great exposure to the arts, the First Friday Art Trail has become a small business incubator for our city as well. Vendors who sell arts and crafts along with local food trucks have become a part of the event as well. Just this last month, our sampling of our vendors reported close to $15,500 in income from the First Friday Art Trail alone. This is small business at its best, serving young and older entrepreneurs alike. The value in creating a destination has also enticed such brick and mortar investments and expansion of the downtown tax base with restaurants and breweries such as the Nicolette, West Table, and Two Docks Brewery, for example. Luca isn't just about the arts. It's about a solid economic impact in a part of our city few would ever visit otherwise. Finally, Luca is about bringing the people of our city and region together. People from all corners of Lubbock, north, south, east, and west, come together. They meet new friends, they share commonalities, they also share differences, and enjoy the benefits of a broader connection to their community. I would dare say that there is no event fully free of charge open to the region that brings as many people together as First Friday Art Trail. And this sense of community and reinforcement of the collective good is envied by cities throughout our nation who have nothing to bring their citizens together. Luca will continue this rich and beneficial tradition as we best can. We are committed to continuing with or without the approval of the Civic Lubbock Cultural Art Grant. We are enormously grateful for the funds we have received from Civic Lubbock for many years and do not take these funds for granted. But we respectfully request that those funds be approved under the current guidelines for the 2024 grant cycle that was vetted by a board of our fellow citizens with due process along with all 2024 recipients alike. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Warren Crowe.
Hello, I'm Heather Warren Crowe, and my address is 3005 32nd Street. First of all, I believe that we should not center discussions of contemporary art exclusively on the perceived interests of children, lest First Friday Art Trail feature nothing but paintings of the puppies from Paw Patrol. But since you have co-opted children into this discussion, I will respond in kind. I care about the children of Lubbock. I am a mom. I live in Tech Terrace. I rely on the First Friday Art Trail to introduce my son to a wide variety of perspectives and takes on the human condition. I need events like First Friday Art Trail to show my son a range of political points of view and to allow him to experience a politics of art alongside other members of our community at a public event. My 9-year-old son's participation in events like First Friday Art Trail helps him to see the value of participating in the public sphere, of having conversations about art and values and ethics with others who value differently. For all art is political in some manner. Only some art makes that explicit. To denounce an art with politics is to denounce art itself. Let's face it, if you ratify a resolution including words like politics and sexual, you will be holding art to a stricter standard than network television or even local billboards. More importantly, if you use politics and sexual as reasons to defund, if you use words that mean so many different things to so many different people, you would ensure that artists and institutions self-censor as broadly as possible out of fear. Artists and institutions will be afraid to show art that depicts the experiences of queer and other marginalized people. I do not want my son surrounded by an art based in fear in a city that uses threats of defunding as a scare tactic. I need him to be as brave as the drag performers who still want to perform in a city that does not support their well-being. And if you don't want that for your children, which I understand, please don't walk in the door of the venue. Please fund the First Friday Art Trail without strings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Warren Crow. Ana Hernandez next. Is Ana here? Tiffany Frias? Okay, Tiffany. And, oh, is Ana you there? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Tiffany, you'll be next. Ms. Frias.
Okay. My name is Ana Hernandez. I live in 8013 Quinton Street, 79424. I used to be, well, it's District 4, but I used to live in District 1, and I'm speaking here on the behalf of First Friday Art Trail Funds, since that provided me with an opportunity to give community service when I was a young student, and it continues to offer places for entertainment and safe spaces for a community to gather, as well as I also strongly encourage you to keep providing the funds for the Godic Library. All I can say is that people around my age really benefit from, I'm 35, but benefit from these two things, right? I know I have an accent, I know I came from District 1, but regardless, I happen to be one of the only people around my network to be talking here because of the time that you provide for these meetings to happen. And I have benefited from the trolleys when I was a tech student, and I do believe that was part of a lot of the funds that went to First Friday Art Trail that got taken out of. And when you don't have access to easy, like, cars and mobility, the trolleys were important for me to have some free entertainment. And now speaking on the behalf of all, like, 4 to 5 people that I know that personally went to Godic Library, that was their first library that they would go to as children. You know, it provides educational programming and movies and activities. I go to Godic Library when I don't find a specific movie on my streaming services, and it's easy to find, like, whether it is or not on your library. And I mean, I'm speaking to all of you, it's free. You don't even have to pay for this. You just, as long as you can get there, you can get movies, you can get books, and it provides also free space for AC for people who don't have AC. Man, sometimes they just break on you, and what a great place to go if you have nowhere else to go. And other than that, like, Godic has provided enough educational sources for my friends to start their own, like, book sales company, and I think we need more of that. You were speaking about crime, and I think crime creeps on when we don't have free entertainment, and you're technically trying to close that, and it's really saddening. Please consider it.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Ms. Frias. Afterwards, it will be Derek Williams.
Hello, Council. My name is Tiffany Frias, and I live at 6718 92nd Street. My pronouns are she and her. I am a bisexual mother of 2, and yes, I exist. I am a part of your community. I could be your neighbor, Dr. Wilson, as you are my councilwoman. Just about 2 months ago, I spoke with you about our request for a proclamation considered to be recognizing Pride Month in Lubbock. Just a proclamation from the council to say, we see you, we understand you're here, we know you're our citizen. And I was given a response by you, Councilwoman, that the city council does not make decisions based on national partisan issues. So my question is, how could the council make a decision based on those same issues? The argument that this is a city event to make it seem like a different issue, your LGBT community is Lubbock citizens. That makes this the same issue. How could you justify removing funds from Luca based on personal biases to our community? Not once have I seen anything at First Friday Art Trail that could be deemed inappropriate. I wonder when the last time any of you actually attended First Friday Art Trail to see these inappropriate activities. It's concerning that a decision of this magnitude could be made without proper research as to what is happening, where it's happening, and how funds are being used. This drag show that was cited happening wasn't even at Luca, it was at CASP, a completely different entity. But not a single one of you made the time to do the research to find that before you made decisions to take funding away from First Friday. As a citizen in the general area of Godick Library, I can't tell you how vital that institution has been to my family. Each summer, my two children, who are both dyslexic, would go to the library on a weekly basis to get access to books that would improve their reading skills and also encourage them to continuously learn even when they weren't in school. Each start of the year, when they are taking their standardized MAP test, on a normal basis, students have a small decline from when they left for summer break. My students either tested right at where they were when they left or higher, to the point where their teachers are commending them. To take the funding, or to take the lease away from Godick would be inappropriate. The librarians there who I spoke with to do research on what they needed the council to know want the lease renewed, want you to know that they issued over 1,000 new library cards this year. They don't only check out books, which often they check out more than the other 3 locations combined. And they also provide projects and activities in STEM for students to continuously learn when there is no school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frias. Mr. Williams, is it Derek? Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. And after Mr. Williams will be Dustin Baucom.
Hello, I'm Derek Williams, 2521 25th Street, District 3. I'm a PhD student at Texas Tech University. I also happen to work in research at the TTU Downtown Center at 1120 Main Street. Every month, I look forward to First Friday Art Trail. It's a time to unwind. It's a time to be a part of a larger community other than myself. But as an architectural researcher and an aspiring architect, I've always seen First Friday as the bridge to hopefully revitalizing downtown Lubbock. However, I was disappointed in the City Council's decision to deny a grant on the basis of LGBTQ plus programming. Mr. McBrayer, from your website from which you ran your campaign, you state under your values, "My parents formed my belief that all life is sacred and that everybody should be treated fairly with respect." As you and several council members last month decided to repeal the grant for First Friday Art Trail in Luca on the basis of LGBTQ plus programming, I'm wondering if you would like to revitalize this statement to determine exactly where you draw the line on treating others fair. I would like the council today to consider the reinstatement in 712 on the docket when it comes to Luca and their grant for First Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Baucom.
Mr. Baucom had a lead.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baucom had a lead.
Okay, thank you. Joshua Shankles, Mr. Shankles. And after Mr. Shankles will be Gay Heron.
Good
Good afternoon, Council. Joshua Shankles, 2604 47th Street. I'm a member of the board of Lubbock Compact and one of its managing directors, although, well, our organization deals with public policy and good governance and people's access to the public sphere, but in this instance, I'm speaking to you on my own behalf as a gay man and a member of your community, and I am here to talk about the First Friday Art Trail funding, but really this is all of a piece to me, and the common denominator is yourselves. My husband cautioned me. He said, don't you think it'd be better to go up there and give a non-confrontational appeal to these folks? And I think, yes, he's right. That would be better. However, his tactic presupposes that your interlocutors are operating in good faith. And that's not what we're dealing with here. What we're dealing with is bullies. And what bullies like to do is they like to assuage their own insecurities and the insecurities of their institutions and their religions by punching down at people with less power than themselves.
Mr. Shankles, you need to refer to the item you're here to speak on, and not speak about the individual council people's personalities.
I am speaking on the item, and what I'm speaking to is how this council has chosen to comport itself, particularly you, Mr. McBrayer, you, Mr. Glasheen, in your decision-making process for how you chose to deal with funding. Is that not consistent? So let me go on and say that let's set aside that every authority that has ever censored and hampered artistic expression in all of human history has fallen somewhere on the spectrum between foolish to like East German Stasi secret police, where it's like, yes, let's report on your neighbors for subversive activity. We just got done with the Olympics, and these athletes were scantily clad, running around, bouncing, grunting, and nobody was out there being like, oh, think of the children of this sexualized performance. Why is that? That's because it's a figment of your own imagination. It's your own perverse mind that has imposed that on what other people see no problem with. And it's targeting my community. And you know that. You know that, and so I wonder if there's not a whole lot of cynicism here, because y'all know how budgets work. You know that most of this budget went back to the police department that you're trying to fund. We just all sat and watched. So, no, what bullies need is to be stood up to. They need a swift sock in the nose so that so it costs them to punch down the way that they do. And I hope it costs all of y'all, because these types of words, this language with which you make decisions with such capriciousness, oh, cut over here, but I didn't even bother looking at this budget. The way you act with such smug imperiousness, making pronouncements to our community when most of Lubbock voted against you in the first round. Let's talk about those mandates. Most of Lubbock voted against you in the first round. There are 3 unopposed seats here. Nobody's voted for Mr. Glasheen in this community. And as Ms. Martinez-Garcia rightly pointed out, more people attend First Friday Art Trail than voted for
Mr. Shankles,
any
your
of
time
you.
is up.
I think I've made my point.
Thank you, Mr. Shankles. Wow. I was going to go. Let's go another 15 minutes, okay? Ms. Herron. Yes, Gay. And after Ms. Herron, Charles Adams.
Good afternoon. My name is Gay Herron. I live in Councilman Collins' district. My address is 4510 11th Street. Apparently, I'm odd man out here, and I am not a librarian. I did teach school that I'm just basically a concerned grandmother for children, for my own and for yours. I am personally encouraged by you, the new council, very new council. Those of us concerned with the debt and fiscal responsibility are feeling hopeful. This council will not kick the can down the road. I'm feeling that. We are hopeful you will be bringing a backbone and boldness while not being afraid to bring Lubbock back to fiscal responsibility. The majority of us are hopeful you are committed to serve the whole city. Your District 1 and 2. I'm for that. I lost my place because I don't have that written down. Not just a powerful PAC that would solely benefit the PAC, nor an ideology that wants to change the wholesome culture of our city with a very loud and proud voice. It takes courage and resolve to cut funds that should not be included in the city budget to begin with. I'm for the art trail, but they're not entitled to this grant. It is a very minuscule part of their budget. If looked into, you might be surprised what are in their coffers. This is not the city's obligation. Good job, council. Keep going. Do the hard thing. Don't be afraid. The majority is behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Mr. Adams. And after Mr. Adams will be Ken Gonzalez.
My name is Charles Adams. I live at 5, I don't know where I live, 1105 Mac Davis Lane, right in the heart of the Arts District. I come in peace. The city of Lubbock was incredibly generous, incredibly excited about Luca and Cass investing money in an area that was polluted and unsellable. And they did everything you could ask to make it possible. We had zoning changes made that we didn't even ask for, that we needed in order to be legal. We get more people on First Friday than anything besides football and the county fair. And we do it every 4 weeks. We have more people who come to First Friday than vote in elections. We feel like we are responsible gallerists in that if there is a show with adult content, we put a sign out front that says adult content. If you can't read and you go in and you're offended, you can't read. So we're not pushing any agenda at anybody. Most of our shows are curated by artists. Most of those artists are tech or post-tech. They're young, they're trying to express themselves, and CASP loves to say yes. And I want to thank the city for its help in the past, and I would like for the city to back up a little. The only people who are going to be hurt by you taking away the trolleys are not Casp and Luca. We'll get huge crowds. The people who will be hurt are the smaller venues that are off of campus, and some of those will be put out of business. So if you're trying to punish us, you're not doing a very good job of it. So thank you. I appreciate you listening to me bitch. So.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Ms. Gonzalez. And after Ms. Gonzalez will be Lindsay Maestri.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Gonzalez, and my address is 6966 26th Street. I'm the State Democratic Executive Committee woman for Congressional District 19, and I'm here to address Agenda Item 7.12. Art in all of its forms is not just a reflection of our culture, it is the lifeblood of our collective human experience. It challenges us, it inspires us, and most importantly, it speaks truths that words alone often cannot convey. When we ban or censor art, we are not just silencing a piece of work, we are silencing voices, stories, and perspectives that deserve to be heard. The act of suppression is a direct attack on our freedom of expression, a fundamental right that underpins our democracy. It is through art that marginalized communities find their voice, that social injustices are brought to light, and that we as a society are pushed to reflect and grow. Consider the countless artists throughout history who have used the craft to challenge the status quo, to fight for justice, and to advocate for change. From The Last Judgment by Michelangelo in about 1536, which covers the whole altar wall of the Sistine Chapel in Vatican City and depicts the second coming of Christ alongside nudes. A Pablo Picasso controversial piece called Guernica in 1937, which shows the tragedies of war and the suffering it inflicts upon individuals, particularly innocent civilians. To the work of Frida Kahlo, a queer disabled surrealist, who challenged the oppressive patriarchal structures that govern society by painting pieces depicting breastfeeding, miscarriage, abortion, and physical pain, which was considered taboo and indecent discuss at the time, very similar to today. Art has always been a catalyst for progress. To censor these voices is to deny our society the opportunity to evolve and to learn from our past. Censorship creates a dangerous precedent. It sends a message that it is acceptable to silence dissenting opinions and to control the narrative. It is a slippery slope that can lead to the erosion of other freedoms and rights. We must remember that a society that censors art is a society that fears its own people, a society that is unwilling to confront its own flaws. As a proud ally for LGBTQ+ rights and inclusion, I have seen firsthand how art can be a powerful tool for visibility and acceptance. It is through the stories told in films, books, paintings, and dance that we can foster empathy and understanding. Banning or censoring these works not only stifles creativity, but also hinders our progress towards a more inclusive and equitable society. We must stand firm against any attempts to ban or censor art. We must protect the thoughtful voices of our artists and ensure that their work can continue to inspire, challenge, and transform us. Council, I urge you to reject fear and embrace understanding. We can ensure that art remains a beacon of hope and force for positive change. I'm asking you to fully fund First Friday Art Trail with no strings attached. Hate is not a Lubbock value. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Ms. Maestri, and after Ms. Maestri will be Andy Wilkinson, and then we will take a break after Mr. Wilkinson.
Hello, thank you for having us today. My name is Lindsay Maestri, and I live at 2506 43rd Street. I'm the executive director of the Louise Hopkins Underwood Center for the Arts, or LUCA, as you may know it, which serves as the manager of First Friday Art Trail. In September, First Friday Art Trail will celebrate its 20th anniversary. Each month, this free, community-driven art event showcases not only the incredible talent of our West Texas artists, dancers, and musicians, but it brings international artists to Lubbock to share their talents with our West Texas audiences. In my 7 years with LUCA, I have watched First Friday grow to now serve over 5,000 people each month. For the 10+ venues on the trail that are located across downtown Lubbock, This brings vital foot traffic and visibility. A recent survey conducted by Luca of First Friday Art Trail vendors showed on average $1,277 per vendor in income. Vendors commented that, here's some direct comments, it impacts my business significantly, helps me pay my monthly bills at the beginning of the month. Another said, the art trail sale helps me pay my rent and any bills my elderly disabled mother has that pop up throughout the month. Another said, it is the most influential thing that not only provides a steady income for us, but is a great promotional opportunity for our business. Without it, we would be homeless. First Friday is clearly an economic driver for our community. In addition, I serve as a board member with Texans for the Arts and a programs committee member with the Texas Association of Museums. And through these roles, I can attest to the statewide recognition First Friday Art Trail has garnered for Lubbock as an arts destination. The programming and marketing support provided by Civic Lubbock, Inc. through cultural arts grants is directly connected to this recognition and success. Funds from Civic Lubbock, Inc. support targeted marketing efforts outside of our region, which in turn bring cultural tourism dollars and hotel occupancy tax back to our community. First Friday Art Trail is important to our identity as a community. Please consider restoring First Friday Art Trail funding as applied for by Lubbock and recommended by Civic Lubbock, Inc. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. High Street. And Mr. Wilkinson. You didn't bring your instrument with you today, did you?
Should I?
I thought you were going to sing to us.
It might take more than my 3 minutes. Andy Wilkinson, 3416 46th Street. I want to tell you that when I travel around the country and sometimes abroad, people want to know where I'm from, and I say I'm from Lubbock, Texas, which has the greatest scenery in the world. Sometimes I get a little laughter. I just remind them that we have no hills, mountains, or trees or rivers to get in the way of the view. And that is why we have this wonderful scenery. We build our scenery by the kinds of people that come here to live. One of the things I enjoyed today was listening to the deliberate, studied, measured, and careful discussion that you had on the budget. I think if you had that kind of discussion about the Arts Trail, we wouldn't be here this afternoon. We're known for our arts. When I travel those same places, I hate to say this, and I hope my boss, Lawrence Skubinik, doesn't hear it, but many of them do not know that Lubbock is the home of Texas Tech. But everybody knows it's the home of Buddy Holly. We're known for our culture. Please support that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. We will now take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to come back into session now. Please, everybody, get seated if you want to continue with this part of the session. Okay, we're back in session now. Please take your seat and cease all conversations inside the city council room. I'm now going to call on Jim Douglas to come forward, and after Jim will be Scott Cherry.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Douglas, 3020 60th Street, Lubbock 79413. And I'm here on behalf of Civic Lubbock Inc. Board, of which I am proud to be the president of the board at the current time. And it's a great board, great people, very dedicated. Our grants program that we're talking about a lot here today is, I can assure you that everything that comes before us has been carefully scrutinized and has been weighed heavily as to the merits and the value that it brings. And so that committee does a great job. And of course, our board signs off on what they do, and then we obviously bring it to you for your final approval. What we do and what we're involved in basically is quality of life issues for Lubbock. We all love Lubbock. I mean, everybody loves Lubbock. That you wouldn't be down here today doing what you do and doing what they do. We love this community. But a lot of things that are part of that love are the quality of life things that we share. And we have a lot of great things like that, you know, whether it's the things at Texas Tech with the Carol of Lights and those kind of neat things, and of course the things in Lubbock we've already been talking about. What I want to do quickly is to thank you for what you have done and encourage you to keep doing what you've been doing for the greater good, for the quality of life that we all enjoy here in Lubbock, Texas. What we've done is get involved in programs and projects and events that brings the community together, that things we can all brag about and share together and talk about over dinner. And we see all crossroads of everybody in Lubbock at the events that we have, and it's all wonderful. Yet again, it adds to the quality of life that we enjoy and that we brag about by being people here in Lubbock, Texas. So thank you for what you have done, for sure, and you've been great. The support you've given us through our grants program has been able to do so many wonderful things, and you're already aware of most of those, even those that are new to the council know about it. But also I want to encourage you to keep doing that, because this is the kind of thing that you don't just kind of rest on your laurels and say, okay, well, we did that already. We don't need to do that again. Nay, that is not the case. What we want you to do is we have to keep investing in the future and keep investing in the quality of life that we share here. The Underwood family, who is represented around the room here, did us a great favor years ago when they helped create the Underwood Center for the Arts. Talk about bragging rights. It's one of the jewels of our community. And the First Friday Art Trail that is part of that is obviously something that we feel very strongly about, and you're already getting a larger dose of that today. What I want you to do is just consider, thank you for what you've done, and consider the future of what we'll be doing down the line. And again, thank you. And again, we hope that you will strongly consider what's going on the proposals, especially 712 for the First Friday Art Trail. Thank you for your time and your attention, and God bless everything that Lubbock has to offer and what you guys do for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Cherry, and after Mr. Cherry will be Michael Ward.
Hello, my name is Scott Cherry. I live at 4208 96th Street. I would first like to commend each one of you for doing the jobs that you're doing. I can see from my observations today it's not an easy job. People don't always agree with you, and it's difficult to do what you do, sit there. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to each and every person that's here, and I appreciate that fact that you're responsible to each of the people who voted for you, and more than people that are just in this room. And I stand for a lot of those people in saying that when someone receives tax dollars in the form of a grant, you have to have accountability. There have been discussions today about, I need your money, but I don't want any strings attached. I know a lot of people that got kicked out of their house when they were youngsters because all they wanted is mom and dad's money, but they didn't want to follow mom and dad's rules. Well, with tax dollars, you have an obligation to the citizens that pay those taxes. City council people have an obligation to be responsible for those taxes. And the people who receive that grant funding have a responsibility to be accountable for how those tax dollars are spent. So I'm glad that you have made the decision that you have already made about the grant funding for the First Friday Art Trails. Just because I don't agree with some of the things that go on there doesn't mean I hate any of the people that perform there or any of their supporters. I can respect people with whom I have a difference of opinion. So please don't take my comments in opposition to First Friday Art Trails grant funding to be the fact that I hate anybody. So I just want you to know it's difficult to provide trolley services or security services or general marketing for First Friday Art Trails and separate out the parts of that I believe fall out of the bounds of our community standards. So thank you for doing what you're doing, and I say keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Ms. Ward. And after Ms. Ward will be Lee Ware.
In 3 minutes, it's hard to say much of anything, but Michael Ward, 5417 8th Street. First of all, I'll say amen to what Scott was doing, because I think you can support the arts and still have some decency involved there. So if you can separate it out, that would be great. I didn't even sign up to talk about that. There were so many other things. But Mr. Mayor, you were elected in an unprecedented 73% margin and overwhelmingly supported in all neighborhoods of Lubbock, quite frankly. Surprisingly for me, because I've been doing this for so many years. But the reason that people were supporting you is because you were promising to keep spending low and therefore taxation low, and the debt, paying off our $2 billion debt. So I appreciate your efforts that you're trying to keep your promise. That's rare for politicians. But the tax rate that's being proposed is only a little over a penny on the tax rate, which is $2.5 million. And if we can't find that amount to shave down out of almost $1 billion general fund budget, or overall budget, we need to do that. But the main reason that I wanted to speak to all of this, I do definitely support the no new revenue rate for sure. And sometimes you're not told that we have a 3/8 cent sales tax that pays down over 12 cents on our property tax rate. So when we're comparing to other cities, keep that in mind. That they did not do that. We did it over several years, but I was part of it and proud of it, so appreciate it. The other thing that I wanted to mention, though, because this may be the only time if we've got to rush this road bond, to just urge you to delay this. I've put down several reasons, and I've dumped a lot of information on all of you. But we're just in the barely into the second year of the 5-year, $200 million bond election, which to maturity is 100 million or 500 million. But the projects don't seem to be that much of an emergency, and some of them are even resurfacing. And besides all of that, it's in a single proposition, so that's a problem because funds can be moved through those. But there's also an uncertainty right now about future inflation, interest rates, and even oil prices might in fact impact what asphalt costs in another year or so. So that was too much to try to cram into 3 minutes, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
Hang in there.
Mr. Ware, and after Mr. Ware will be Joe Arredondo.
Thanks. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Lee Ware. I reside at 2215 30th Street. I'm in District 1. And if I don't throw up or die up here, I'll be calling this a win. I'm so nervous right now. I've spent the last 2 weeks ruminating, thinking, being stressed, not sleeping. I'm completely appalled and ashamed at the Lubbock City Council's actions against the Louise Hopkins Underwood Center of the Arts. In the subsequent events, this problem has grown to more than a $30,000 issue. It's not about the money right now. The start of this debacle, one of the things that really bothered me is there was no advanced notice to the affected entities. Mr. Glasheen, you voiced concerns that, to me, reverberated of a political agenda. That's what has been accused of the Louise Underwood Hopkins Center for the Arts. That concerns me. There's some talent with the council that I would like to see you guys tap into. Dr. Wilson, you specifically being trained physician and pediatrics, please share with your colleagues here on the board the risk to the LGBT community, specifically the younger ones, for self-harm, increased rates of suicide. They've been marginalized and pointed out here. This concerns me. A few days after this vote, an invited guest of the mayor opened the presentation with jokes about drag, openly and shamelessly mocking the people that are affected here. I know that you can't control what people say when they come up here, but watching him make the jokes, I could handle because, again, you can't control what he says. You can, though, control your own response. You were belted over, almost in belly laughter at the jokes, and that personally hurt my feelings, your laughter at that. I grew up in West Texas on a farm. I was mocked, threatened, bullied, made fun of as a kid over and over. I'm a gay man. Lubbock over the years has made so much progress. I left for 25 years, I came back, and I was impressed, I was happy. I think that your actions have erased much of this. One of the budgetary asks from LUCA was for funding security. That particular need is now needed more than ever due to your actions alone. LUCA, through this proposed resolution, especially in the reference to the proposed resolution, especially in reference to Texas Penal Code that involves obscenity, you've had a very strong and very serious allegation made against you. You have always done the right thing. You've always done the right thing without this type of oversight. Always. I'm sorry that this happened to the entity that is the legacy of Louise Underwood. Lubbock, this is what happens when 8% of you turn out to vote. This is what you get.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Mr. Arredondo. And next will be Melissa Holly.
Hi, I'm Joe Arredondo. I live at 2009 27th Street. I'm here on behalf of refunding First Friday Art Trail. I moved here 22 years ago for work, thinking that I might last about 3 or 5 years at the most. But I got to be in on the founding of First Friday Art Trail and have watched the quality of life improve in Lubbock as a result. It has not only improved the quality of life from the standpoint of how I enjoy it, but I've also seen downtown Lubbock revitalized in the process. And so it's now actually pleasurable to go eat downtown, do things downtown. I strongly encourage you to just fund the Civic Lubbock approved funding for First Friday Art Trail. That's what makes sense. That's what gives Lubbock its quality of life. Certainly one of the major things. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arredondo. Ms. Holly? Ms. Melissa Holly still here? And next week, Patty Johnson. And after Ms. Johnson will be Sheree Flores Villanueva? I don't see the U in there, but oh yeah, okay. Villanueva. All right, thank you.
Thank you, City Council. As you said, I'm Patty Johnson, and I live at 460 120th Street, so I'm in Mr. Glasheen's, or Councilperson Glasheen's district. And I wrote you all a letter, so hopefully you got it at some point. I know Councilperson Cowan said that he did. And I've been a board member on LUCA for almost 10 years. I'm currently not. But my children volunteered there, my family went there, we always felt safe there, we organized all kinds of activities there. It's a stellar location, it's the shining star of this city. It's, as I said in my letter, it's listed in the Vista, whatever. It's in your marketing for this city. So to knock the knees out from underneath something that you have in your own marketing it just took my breath away when I heard the radio report. And it saddened me, and that's why I got online and figured out everybody's email and wrote you a letter. And I don't have a scripted thing here, obviously, but Louise would be delighted with everybody behind saying everything that has been said. I won't repeat that. In regards to drag, my children were in theater. I was a theater mom. And if you don't remember, Shakespeare talked about politics, talked about life, talked about death. And all of the actors were men. So that's my one take on any prejudice against drag. But Louise started, Luca, that's the joy. To me, that's the one word that I can come up with to describe Luca, is joy. She started it with tea parties at the age of 70. She got fundraising by having tea parties in her house. I used to drive her back and forth to these board meetings, so I heard a few of the behind-the-scenes stories. And I'm so proud of her, and I'm so proud of her family, and I have talked about her even to another person yesterday. And I just hope that this council person will listen to the voices that have voiced their opinion here and realize your citizens can choose whether to not walk into a building, just like we choose to eat or not eat something on a menu, depending on our allergies. They have a choice. They don't have to go into these things. But if you knock the kneecap off of this organization, you will have crippled it forever, and you will have tarnished our city, and you will be remembered as the city council who took the joy out of Lubbock.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Villanueva? And after Mr. Villanueva will be Larry Simmons.
Hi, my name is Sheree Flores Villanueva, and I live at 4305 16th Street. Lubbock has been my home for the past 10 years. For the past 2 years, I've served as the events and marketing coordinator at Luca. And I oversee all of the marketing efforts for First Friday Art Trail and also all of the Luca programs in collaboration with our team. In my time at Luca, the funds from the Civic Lubbock, Inc. have been a blessing because it allows us to reach audiences outside of Lubbock and include regions across the Southwest and sometimes further through different communication channels. Our efforts promote tourism, hotel industry, and arts and humanities as required from Civic Lubbock, Inc. to receive these cultural arts grants. And we are proud to fulfill these requirements each granting session. Each First Friday Art Trail, we get the opportunity to interact with small business owners of food trucks excited to get their products out in front of big audiences, and has even allowed some of them to establish brick and mortars here in Lubbock. And that's due to their success at First Friday Art Trail. Visitors get to experience the talent of local bands and musicians on the Luca Plaza stage and the Firehouse Theater of so many genres, and so many of them are homegrown right here in Lubbock, Texas. I am also a proud alumni from Texas Tech University, and I'm extremely proud and extremely blessed that I have that. The opportunities that my education gave me could have taken me anywhere, but I chose to stay in Lubbock, Texas, because I believe in the community, the growth, and the possibilities that are present here. There are so many like me, and just far more talented artists and great minds, but they use their gifts that they were blessed with to provide support for themselves and for their families, stimulate the economy in Lubbock, and make Lubbock a place to be. This last First Friday Art Trail, I had the opportunity to talk with a family that traveled 2 hours to be here. They had heard of First Friday Art Trail, they had never been before, but they were just so blown away by the experience that they had there, and they wished that they had something like that in their community and for people to come to and visit their city. One thing about First Friday Art Trail that we've kind of adopted is it's art as you are. It doesn't matter what you believe, what you don't believe. You're welcome there. You are treated with respect and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villanueva. Mr. Simmons? And after Mr. Simmons will be Devin Henry, I believe, or David Henry. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the time. My name is Larry Simmons, 4901 11th Street, Mr. Collins' district. My business is at 1824 Buddy Holly, the corner of 19th and Buddy Holly. I've lived here 50 years now. I moved here in 1974. I went downtown in 1994 to work at the Depot Restaurant. I've been down there 30 years. And after 30 years, I'm disappointed in the amount of support that people that put programs together like Luca get. They have been supported for a long time. We have a wonderful organization, Civic Lubbock, that makes these recommendations based on state requirements. I'd like to remind people, too, that hotel motel taxes do not come out of our pocket unless you spend a night in a Lubbock hotel. This is not going to come on your property taxes. This is not anything like that. This is a different way of funding. And it's funding that other cities do. I can't think of any city in Lubbock that would not be proud and excited to have an event like First Friday Art Trail in their community. Yet only in Lubbock do I see our city digging deep to find fault with that, and to find fault and condemn a vital, vibrant segment of our society that does not deserve it. They have been the art trail is. We were on the art trail. We had a gallery at 19th and Buddy Holly for 17 years. I've seen the art trail become the preeminent event in downtown. The return on investment from hotel motel taxes that Civic Lubbock administers goes far beyond just a monetary. I would imagine that we receive 8, 9 times the amount of money that they spent coming back to the city. But it's also a business incubator, just like they've said. There are small businesses everywhere that spring up around First Friday. The amount of people, I will challenge you to find any other event other than a football game, which is not city, that's Texas Tech, that puts 5,000 plus people on the street once a month. It does not exist. I've gone to workshops on downtown redevelopment. I've gone to workshops on everything. And vibrancy, color, all lead into the future of Lubbock. Yet we do not encourage that. We are trying to defund that. It's a sad, I guess I'll end with this since I heard the ding. I heard it said that we were not going to use hot tax funds to fund an agenda. Yet as I stand here, I feel like my tax dollars out of my wallet are funding this agenda against it. It's not coming out of hotel motel. This agenda is coming out of my tax money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. David Henry, and then after David is Rob Henry.
Thank you for letting me go before my little brother. My name is David Henry, 3211 21st Street. Thank you for having the opportunity to talk to you today. I am a Luca board member and the first grandson of Louise Hopkins Underwood. Not the eldest, the first. I just wanted to, say that obviously I want to reinstate funding for Luca, but that's all I wanted to say. And then I got here and I realized that I need to thank you, because what you've done is you brought a ton of attention to Luca. And if Grandmom was here, she would be so appreciative of that, I promise you. And then I also want to invite you to come down to the First Friday Art Trail. It is fantastic, it's fun, it's exciting, and it's a neat part of Lubbock. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Henry, and now your little brother, Rob.
I just moved back, so I don't have to be as nice as he is. My name is Robert Henry. I live at 5233 20th Street, and I'm the second oldest grandson. I was going to speak a little bit on 7.6, but I just want to say what Adam Hernandez, Cindy Martin, Stephen Falk, and Mary Kreitz said. I did have one thing. Last week I had to leave because my parents were in the hospital, and there was a woman giving a report, and she was talking about all this point of agreement stuff. And I just want to say I kind of disagreed with that. Just keeping the crosswalks, that's not the same as wanting to keep the streets. I don't know what she said after that, but I wanted to clarify that. That rang untrue to me. I also support the libraries and what all of those folks have said. Now on to 712. I support CASP, Luca, and the First Friday Art Trail. And another thing I just wrote down is that comes from hotel taxes, not our wallets. This cut is nothing but an uninformed, cynical, bigoted political stunt. Even if there had been a drag show, which was canceled, as a artist who has played a woman more than once, I'm pretty sure not a single child was injured because this 6'3" straight guy put on a red polka dotted dress, blonde wig, and sang to a song to a 4'0" fictional shopkeeper. Nobody went to the emergency room. That's a reference to a real problem amongst children, gun violence, if you weren't following. Now, I'm pretty sure most of them laughed and had a good time, and those who didn't were free to leave. I also want to point out that this is short-sighted and mostly defunds yourselves. These funds mostly go to things you don't offer a discount for, such as bus rental, traffic, off-duty police officers. So all I got to say is I hope every single one of you who votes against funding the First Friday Art Trail gets summarily voted out of office. I don't want my city run by hateful, stupid people. You guys should be thanking people like Luca, CASP, the Buddy Holly Hall, and the entire Arts District for what they've done to revitalize downtown, offering to help them, offering them discounts, not treating them like this. As both of my grandmothers would say, it's just shameful.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Ms. Susan Gillette. And after Ms. Gillette, Shannon Cannings.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Gillette, 3318 27th Street. Thank you for allowing me time to speak today. I am here to ask you to reinstate the funds for First Friday Art Trail. What I want to talk about is personal liberties in for Lubbock residents and how we decide who gets to do what. One of the bedrock conservative principles of our nation is independent liberty. Isn't that one of the things we say in the Pledge of Allegiance? With liberty and justice for all. Liberty can be defined as freedom from arbitrary or unreasonable constraint upon an individual. How do we decide what is arbitrary and unreasonable and what is not? Who gets to decide? Do we leave all those decisions to the most conservative in our community so that no one is offended? When our mayor alluded to a slippery slope, he was concerned about children being exposed to sexual content. But the slope can go both ways. What if the most conservative amongst us wants to ban not only men from wearing women's clothes, but wants to ban women from wearing pants? In fact, it has only been legal for women to wear pants since 1923. What if some citizens think that women should have to cover their hair and not go out unless they are escorted by a male relative? There are people who think that that is not unreasonable. So where do we draw our lines? When you see an outrageous costume, you can't always tell if it's really a man or a woman. It's just a costume. And we put on a costume every day. This costume I wore today is just for you. Do you approve? It's just a costume. If I had worn a dress and heels and makeup, would my comments bear any more or less weight to you? I argue that drag is an art form, and not everything in art is comfortable for the viewing audience. What if one of the many First Friday venues shows a picture of a woman with bare breasts? Would there be people who would be offended if their children saw it? What about a picture of a man in women's clothing? Should that be allowed? And should we hold Luca responsible for policing every other venue on the art trail? What about art on the stage? I hear Buddy Holly Hall will be showing Hairspray next spring. Should we ask if a man or a woman will be playing in the role of Tracy Turnblad's mother, a role that was played by John Travolta in the movies? Should we condemn the former mayors who have played Mother Ginger in the Nutcracker? Mr. McBriar, will you don that costume? Before we take liberties away, maybe we should be asking more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Ms. Cannings? And next will be Charlotte Dunham.
Hello, I'm Shannon Cannings, 3214 20th Street. I'm an artist, Texas Tech faculty, and a LUCA board member. And I'm the parent of an 18 and 21-year-old girls. I wear many hats. All of these are relevant to the First Friday and inform my comments here. But today I speak for myself. I noticed as I was sitting there, I remembered all of you have one of my pieces of artwork in your house or in your office because you received lots of LUCA unicorn postcards last week, and I'm the one who drew the unicorn as part of the letter writing campaign. I have shown artwork, curated shows, taught workshops, and done live drawing events for First Friday. My students have worked, volunteered, and shown art in many venues on the art trail. As a parent, I have raised my children from birth going to First Friday. I took them in strollers before they could walk, and now they go with friends on their own. LUCA has become a beacon in Lubbock, attracting artists, patrons, and businesses seeking to support the arts and benefit from them. Civic Lubbock does a fantastic, informed job of determining the funding for the arts. Their decisions have positively impacted the health and growth of the arts in our community. Trust their educated, considered recommendations. First Friday has become a vital program patronized by a huge number of our Lubbock citizens. It also accounts for a rise in tourism in our city. It is a healthy, thriving, beloved program. It draws businesses downtown. It encourages new college graduates to stay in Lubbock. It entices people from outside communities to come and live here. It is written up regularly in statewide publications, and it is the model for a vibrant cultural program that should be fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dunham? And after Ms. Dunham will be Antonio or Antonia, can't read this, Lopez.
I'm short. I have to. Can you hear me okay? My name is Charlotte Dunham. I live at 1102 Primrose Avenue, and I'm here to speak in support of First Friday Art Trail. I had prepared a whole long piece about all the benefits to the community, but I think there are many other folks who have done that better than I could. The economic impact, the impact on our culture, and on the the unity of our communities, and our reputation as a center for the arts. Anybody who goes to First Friday Art Trails immediately sees the parking lot and knows that it's a very popular event. You have to drive around sometimes to park. And so it's misguided to take the money away based upon a controversy over art that never happened. And that's what I really want to speak to. I want to talk about that controversy about the content of some art. And I urge you to avoid the traps of the past by supporting all types of expression, and that includes LGBTQ plus art. What do I mean by mistakes of the past? Buddy Holly is loved in this city. He's beloved. Yet, we all heard the stories about his art not being accepted in his own hometown, right? The minister at his own church preached against his devil music, right? Yet, he is remembered more than 80 years later for his positive influence on music, not just here, but around the world. So we know that Buddy Holly was not singing the devil's music, As we know that LGBTQ art is a legitimate artistic expression about how we live, not a ploy for grooming children or sexualizing a particular kind of art or politicizing a particular point of view. And this generation has an obligation to honor Buddy's legacy by making sure that artistic expression is not stifled by misinformation and rumors. We all want to love and protect our children, but we also have an obligation to help them learn how to live in this world with wisdom and understanding. Art plays an important role in learning from and about each other. If we let it, exposure to art can help us to be a loving and cohesive community, not divided by prejudices. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Mr. Lopez. And after Mr. Lopez will be Jim Baxa.
Hello, Council, Mayor McBrayer, Pro Tem. I would like to start this by thanking you and the other council person who actually stood against this rushed vote, this 5-2 vote that was proposed not too long ago. So give credit where credit is due there. So that's a common trend that has been exposed by your constituents today, is that there's a lot of rushed decisions being made throughout this council. A lot of rushed decisions and a lot of biased decisions that have no place in a city like Lubbock. I choose to believe that Lubbock is a progressive place. And if you want to stand behind the pedestal and say that you're going to defend all your constituents and listen to the community, then you have to acknowledge that LGBTQIA people exist. They have always existed, and they will never cease to exist. We are here. We will always be here. And regardless, whether Luca gets the funding or not, I stand first and foremost for the local artist of Lubbock, because Luca will get their money. But the artists, the real artists who struggle, they will be affected by your decision. And what that decision is, the repercussions will be heard and felt. Because we are not going away, and we will not take anything easy. Because we are the people who bring culture to Lubbock. And y'all appreciate and thrive off of that culture. The reason y'all are in those seats is because of that culture. So I implore you to listen to all of your constituents and treat each and every one of them with the respect they deserve, because they are citizens of Lubbock. I find it absolutely deplorable that city council members such as Glasheen would use our city as a playground to echo RNC talking points that have nothing to do with anybody in this city at all. It is simply deplorable. Let's go take a walk down Avenue Q real quick. Let's go talk about how there's not been 1 month where a Christian conservative coach or youth pastor has been arrested for diddling kids, but y'all want to attack drag queens that don't even like kids half the time. Like, it's ridiculous. Let's keep it real quick. Like, look at me in my eyes. Let's keep it real. Art is the language of the oppressed. And if that makes you uncomfortable, then I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get used to being uncomfortable, because that's just what it is. I'll leave you with a quote by Kim Jong-un. "The people's demands and interests are the criteria for all undertakings. Single-hearted unity that is separated from the public sentiment is inconceivable." I implore you to never divorce yourself from your constituents and listen to them every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Is Jim Baxa still here? I don't think he is. Next would be Ben Davidson. And after Mr. Davidson will be Cecilia George. Ben? I see you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm glad someone here is paying attention, because I'm not. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ben Davidson, and like Charles Adams, I don't know where I live. This week, I'm moving into a house on 11th Street in Northwest Lubbock. I serve on the board of directors for the Lubbock Arts Alliance, and I want to thank you for your support of the arts. With the city's cultural arts grants, we are able to put on the Lubbock Arts Festival, which is one of the most diverse, best attended, and most successful art celebrations in the state of Texas. And thanks to you, kids get in free and adults pay $5. This is truly an event for all of the people of Lubbock. Many other cultural Arts grants recipients have similar stories. They can't do what they do without you. As stewards of the city's funds, you should know what Lubbock gets in return. As part of its renewal of the Cultural District designation, the Arts Alliance commissioned an economic impact study by Americans for the Arts. Lubbock's arts, entertainment, and cultural sector has created over 3,500 full-time private sector jobs. Each year, arts, entertainment, and cultural activities attract almost 1,980,000 attendees. And the economic impact of our arts, entertainment, and cultural segment is over $100 million. But I don't believe the arts mean just numbers and money. As Mr. Douglas so eloquently told us, it's part of our culture. The arts help make Lubbock a special place. It makes Lubbock a place where people want to live. And you've helped make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Ms. George, and after Ms. George will be Jim Clack.
My name is Cecilia George, and I reside at 3616 46th Street in District 3. I am a longtime West Texan. I have lived in West Texas since 1960, and I have been living in Lubbock since 1971. My husband and I educated our children here, and I am a proud resident of Lubbock. It has been said that the art trail needs to reflect West Texas values. Well, I'm a longtime West Texan, and one West Texas value that I cherish is individual freedom and as little government interference as possible. In other words, keep government off our backs. Lubbock is blessed with 2 universities and a college. We have an educated and diverse population here, and it is getting more diverse by the day. We have different cultural and ethnic groups who express themselves in different ways. We are not all white. We are not all straight. We are not all native born. We do not all speak English as our first language. We are not all Christian. But we have been able to get along in a friendly, neighborly way for a long time. We do not need the culture wars here. We do not need outside groups showing up and telling us what books we can have in our libraries, what theater performances we're allowed to see, what our school librarians are allowed to read to their children. We don't need the city council deciding for us what shows we can watch or what art we can view. We don't want you taking over our parental responsibilities and decide what our children are allowed to see. That is our right, that is our duty, not yours. Let me decide for myself what is good for me and my family without reference to any opinion that you might have. Canceling the funding for the First Friday Art Trail did not reflect West Texas values that I hold dear. This community has been built on a foundation of neighborliness, friendship, and live and let live. We want to live with as little interference from government as possible. I respectfully request that the City Council honor these values and restore the funding for the First Friday Art Trail.
Thank you, Ms. George. Mr. Clack. And after Mr. Clack will be Chad Plunkett.
Hi, all y'all. How's it going? This is weird. I haven't ever addressed a situation like this, but when I heard about the defunding for the grant money for the art trail, I had to come and take part in it. So thank y'all for the opportunity, for giving me the experience to come do something like this, because I've never really participated in this way. But I did call my councilman, Mr. Collins, and we spoke about it the day after it happened. I spoke about it with the staff, and I thank y'all for bringing it back up. My take on it is that happened was a hasty decision on the behalf of the council. And that's just my hope, that it was a hasty decision. I don't have anything prepared to say. I just hope that we can look at this and this hornet's nest that's been stirred up and see what the people really want y'all to do in this scenario. And I really appreciate y'all taking it back to another vote, because I think that the reasoning behind, I mean, we sat here for an hour at the start of the meeting while we listened to y'all bat around $50,000 here, $320,000 there, people's jobs back and forth, and yet all of these people are here for $25,000 worth of grant money. So I think this is a chance, and I judge the value of somebody's character based on if they can make a mistake and own up to that mistake and correct it. And I think you all have an opportunity here to correct a mistake that was made in a previous council meeting. I think that's it. I don't think I have to say much more than that. I do support the LGBTQ community. I'm a father with 2 kids. They both have been to the Godecki Library, by the way. So I have been multiple times for their educational events, and I hope on that as well, that y'all will decide to renew their lease, or at least make a solid plan to create another library in its stead, instead of getting rid of that library. But that being said, I hope that you can own up to the decisions that were made, that I believe were in haste and probably came across to a community in a very negative way. If you can own up to that, restore the funding that Civic Lubbock recommended with no strings attached. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Mr. Plunkett, and after Mr. Plunkett is Russell Joe Thompson.
Hello, I'm Chad Plunkett. I live at 1715 30th Street. I live in District 1. I am the director of the Charles Adams Studio Project, and so today I also represent 602 Avenue J, 1105 Mac Davis Lane, 1010 Mac Davis Lane, Studios 1, 2, 3, and 4, 408 Avenue J, Studios A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. 1106 5th Street, including the Helen DeWitt Jones Print Studio, the Texas Tech School of Art Satellite Gallery, 5 and J Gallery, and the CH Foundation Metal Studio. During First Friday, all of these venues are open to the public. We also host approximately 30 general admission vendors displaying arts and crafts, and an average of 24 food trucks. All of these addresses and all of these vendors represent small businesses in West Texas. I'm here today to encourage you to support your arts community, your small business community, by approving the allocation of hot tax funds as recommended by Civic Lubbock Inc. Board for the Cultural Arts Grant as requested by the Louise Hopkins Underwood Center for the Arts. CAS continues to be dedicated to creating a safe and healthy space for our community to engage the arts. Thank you for your support and helping us serve the city of Lubbock.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Mr. Thompson? There you go. And after Mr. Thompson will be Kelsey. Well, this is a group, Kelsey and Andy Seeger, coming together, or one right after the other, whatever.
My name is Russell Joe Thompson. I live at 1200 Broadway. I am a musician in town, and I have played at First Friday a few times. Yes. I actually put written down, so thanks for calling me up, but I was not really ready to talk. Everything that's needed to be said, I think, today is said, and I think all the people who showed up. So, of course, I'm recommending that y'all reconsider your decision, and my kids love the art trail, and they love seeing me play at the art trail. They volunteer at the art trail, and it's really important to us. And thank you for reopening this and considering. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Kelsey and Andy?
Unfortunately, my wife had to attend to her kids on the last day of summer.
All right, Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today just as a civilian to speak on behalf of Councilmember Christy Martinez Garcia's compromise position, of which little today has been spoken. First, I'd like to point out a lot of people have talked about a slippery slope and the use of city funds. Well, when was the last time any of you guys have been to a knife and gun show that's held at our Civic Center? Probably been a while, but I'll tell you, I go on the regular. They're once a quarter. I bring my kids. And if you go to a knife and gun show, I can buy a swastika armband. I can buy a Confederate flag. I can sign up for the Sons of the Confederate Veterans. And I can buy a book called The Turner Diaries, which was a book that inspired Timothy McVeigh to blow up the World Trade, or the Oklahoma Trade Center back in the early 90s. And my point is that's a city-sponsored venue. And it operates the same way that Luca does, is they merely provide a venue, whereas individual vendors come in. They don't control over the venue. They just have the space available for people there. And if we're going to talk about regulating the content of individual exhibitors for a planned event with city dollars, we're going to have to ban the Civic Center too, because there's a whole lot of controversial stuff that happens there. But that's not my point. I know many of you personally, and I know there's been a lot of strong feelings today. None of you council people members are bigots. You do not hate. You are trying to see things as best as you can, and maybe sometimes we get excitable with events in the national political dialogue. But I hope you also heard today the members of the LGBT community. And yes, they were angry and sometimes very passionate about what they spoke. But that's because if you listen to the national dialogue, they're being threatened at every level. They're being threatened by the federal government, by political discourse there, and especially in the state government, and they just don't want to see that fall back down on you, even if it happens to be a passing momentary political hot button. But I would say this. I think Councilman Martinez Garcia has offered a very appealing solution, and that's simply this, is let's just attach the funding specifically, not for marketing, but for transportation and for security. And then let's leave the rest beyond that. That way you're not in a position where you even have to speak on the content of any speech. But that's all I really have to say, other than, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the council, welcome. You've all won a pie eating contest where the prize is more pie. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. Tricia Earle, and after Tricia will be Jordan Reimer.
Well, I almost said good day, but it might be good evening shortly. Good day, Mayor Mark McBrayer, and members of the City Council and fellow community members. My name is Tricia Earle. My pronouns are she, her. I live at 5108 70th Street, District 4. I stand before you today to address a concerning resolution, Agenda Item 712, regarding Civic Lubbock, Inc. Cultural Arts Grant Program specific to the First Friday Art Trail Award. Reading further, this resolution appears to make the motion to grant the initial award from Civic Lubbock to First Friday, but with restrictions specifically in Sections 3C and 3D. Section 3C includes the Texas Penal Code, which was mentioned earlier. I remind you, this is the same code used to define the now unconstitutional Senate Bill 12, also known as the Drag Bill, at the 88th session of the Texas Legislature last year. As an artist, a curator, and exhibitor for more than 20 years in Lubbock, I have firsthand curator experience of themed shows related to LGBTQ community and women only. They are very gendered specific. 20 years of that. Using coded anti-LGBT rhetoric as a basis for placing these additional restrictions is not only misguided, but also deeply harmful. It perpetuates the division atmosphere of intolerance, which runs counter to the values we cherish in our art community. Let us remember that art has the power to unite, to inspire, and to heal. Healing is what the art performance was at the exhibit at 5 & J Gallery at CASP, called Mujeres Radical. True to form, it was not a sexually oriented performance, but instead a performance that honored the over 50-year history of performance art. What is performance art, you may ask? Artworks that are created through actions performed by the artists of other participants, which may be live or recorded, spontaneous or scripted. This comes from the Tate Modern. I was there. I was in the show. And I witnessed 3 performance artists out of 27 total artists in the show who transformed and morphed out of the adversity to give the audience more than they would have ever experienced if they had been able to perform as they were invited by the curators. Art is a reflection of our shared humanity and a testament to our community's strength and diversity. I urge you to stand against any measures that would strip down any art gallery or venue's ability to support queer art and artists. I urge you to reject the divisive rhetoric that seeks to undermine our community's spirit. Together, let us champion inclusivity, creativity, and the celebration of all voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earl. Mr. Reimer, or Jordan, I'm sorry, and after Jordan will be Reed Hooks.
Hello, my name is Jordan Reimer, and my address is 1916 33rd Street. I'm primarily here to speak on one issue, but I will urge you to renew the lease on Godeke Library and preserve the historic Broadway roads as well. I've been a teacher in Lubbock ISD for 6 years now and grew up as a student in LISD as well. I've been an entrepreneur as long as I was a teenager. Growing up here, I always dreamed of moving away to some city where artists are celebrated and appreciated and things are happening. When I attended my first art trail at 17 years old, a seed was planted for me. For the first time, I saw what Lubbock could be. The art trail provided an opportunity to learn, create, and share in community with a huge network of Lubbockites like I had never seen before. I can say confidently that the art trail is a huge factor in what led me to put down roots here and start a family in Lubbock. I'm now a mother to a wonderful little boy, and I'm proud to bring him up in my hometown, thanks to the ever-blossoming art and culture of our city. As a small business owner, I, and many others, depend on the income generated at the art trail to keep our lights on. We cannot say that we want to revitalize downtown Lubbock if we are cutting off the very businesses that have set up shop there. We cannot open our arms to tourism and growth and economic development if we do not offer anything worth doing and seeing here. You say that you support public safety. Well, I would say, if you want to reduce crime and danger in our city, you must increase funding for the arts and libraries. The life-changing programming of the Luca and in our libraries gives the people of Lubbock opportunity to express themselves, make a living, learn, and thrive within our cities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reimer. Mr. Hooks, and after Mr. Hooks will be Mary Hogan.
Hi, my name is Reed Hooks, reside at 3012 20th Street. Here today as a citizen of Lubbock, as well as a member of the board of directors of Luca. So as we had a little view into y'all's session earlier, the majority of it was balancing a budget, finding ways to move 200K here, 500K there. Just please keep in mind this is an amount of money of $25,000. Money that comes at no cost to another. When you take it from here, it doesn't come from another spot. Additionally, this is originating from taxes on hotels that are then turned into a grant given to First Friday Art Trail, which are then paid back to the city for services such as transportation and security. So what is the real cost, the real dollar used there? Earlier, Councilmember Collins attributed an increase of $188 million in downtown property values to Market Lubbock, and utilize this as a reason to not cut Market Lubbock's budget. There is no doubt First Friday Art Trail was also significant. as well as the Arts District and creation of that growth. Small businesses and property owners around downtown can attest to the value First Friday Art Trail has brought them. Outside of Texas Tech, I can't think of a larger driver of tourism to this community. An investment of $25K has generated a significant positive return for this community. It's very easy to see it would be accretive. The formal downtown revitalization project began in 2010. There have certainly been local business owners who have done part to improve downtown. Western Bank, West Table, Dirks, just to name a few, have all been a great part of that. You cannot tell me there's been a more dynamic driver of downtown growth than the Arts District as a whole across that 14-year period. Removing this funding seems to be directly opposed to a lot of what this council is about in terms of balancing the budget. And my question is to what end? Is it conformity, homogeny, or as the gentleman previously stated, maintaining it, it's outside of our community standard? Is that standard to be upheld by this council? Secondly, I'd like to talk to the safety of First Friday Art Trail. Been attending personally for 14 years, 13 of which I've been taking my kids. It's been very family friendly. It's accessible to people and families of all socioeconomic backgrounds. And that's one of the beauties and joys of it. So if this is really hidden behind safety of the public, once again, I would like to talk to the track record of how many events have been put on over the 20 years without safety infractions. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hooks. Ms. Hogan? And after Ms. Hogan will be Taylor. Art?
Ernst.
Oh, Ernst. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mary Hogan. I live at 3201 46th Street. I am delivering these comments as the programs manager at Luca and the coordinator for the First Friday Art Trail in regards to 7.12. The First Friday Art Trail helps artists to be working artists. We have supported 45 singer-songwriters and bands over the last 18 months who performed for upwards of 5,000 attendees on Lucas campus. This is one of the only opportunities that these musicians get on a recurring basis to be featured instead of shoved in a corner at a restaurant. Over the last 18 months, Luca has directly hosted approximately 36 instances of community dance, theater, and music groups on our campus during the First Friday Art Trail. These groups are nonprofits, owners of small businesses, or community members who wanted to give back to the most beloved event in Lubbock. One of the things I hear most often at the Art Trail is that people feel free to come as they are. Art is for everybody. Art can be created by anyone. Art looks like your partner who gigs 5 nights a week at local restaurants and bars. Art looks like your friend who donates their time to paint sets for a local production of Rent. Art looks like your sister who creates free, immersive art experiences for the community to enjoy. Art looks like an artist in residence who has worked tirelessly to create community art markets. Art looks like a group of degreed actors taking pennies on the dollar to bring some of the most beautiful experiences to the Lubbock community. Art looks straight. Art looks queer. There's something in the water here that grows great artists, and if they're not nurtured here, they will go somewhere else. Speaking as a community member now, I was born and raised in Lubbock. I went to all the free community programming at the library, at the Lubbock Lake Landmarks, at Luca, the Garden Arts Center. My mom enrolled us all in everything. I'm one of 4 siblings, 3 of which identify as queer, including myself. I am a queer visual and performing artist who has been a working artist since I was 16. I am not obscene. I have shown artwork at multiple galleries in Lubbock. I have given my time and talents to community theater productions and painted beautiful sets for the community actors to enjoy. I created Lubbock's Hub City Renaissance Fair, which reached over 3,000 people across multiple counties last year. I have booked, directed, and written free programming for families to enjoy. I am a queer artist, and I'm not obscene. I attended South Plains College and Lubbock Christian University, where I studied art, music, and social work. I am a queer community member, and I am not obscene. I grew up in the Lubbock community, and it embraced my queerness, encouraged my artistry, and hired me knowing that I'm a queer individual to create art and programming. The Lubbock community has queer people without conditions. Just because we are queer, it doesn't mean that we're obscene. Council, I beg you to retake the temperature on the community and to remember your queer neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Ms. Ernst, and then Melodia Gutierrez.
My name is Taylor Ernst. I live at 5420 95th Street. To the mayor and city council members, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to talk. My name is Taylor Ernst, and I am the curator at the Louise Hopkins Underwood Center for the Arts. I have lived in West Texas all my life. I'm a graduate of Lubbock High, and I hold both my bachelor's and master's degrees from Texas Tech University. Last year in March, I accepted the curator position at Luca, and since then have worked with over 100 artists to bring their work to Lubbock. Both national and international artists have exhibited their artwork for the past 20 years at our institution. Several of the artists that Luca has exhibited over the past year have never experienced anything like First Friday before. Established artists have told me that this is the best opening that they have ever been to. Many of these artists are from much larger cities than Lubbock. They in turn encourage their colleagues to apply for exhibitions at Luca, thus furthering our reach nationally and internationally. Luca and Lubbock are also regularly recognized by established visual art publications. One is Glasstire, which is a Texas-based digital publication. The other is Southwest Contemporary, which covers the southwestern states, including Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado, and Utah. Artists that we have in our galleries are regularly featured in their top 5 publications of places to go visit and galleries to go see. An example of an artist's success who exhibited in our galleries last year is Paul Avesito Gomez. From his exposure in Luca and his write-ups through the previously said publications, he has been offered several solo exhibitions of well-known art galleries across the United States. With the funding from the city Civic Lubbock Inc., Luca is able to provide a stipend for 4 artists to help bring them their artwork to Lubbock, and the stipend for the rest of the artists does come from other grant funding. For our citizens and the visitors of out of town who come to visit First Friday, without these funds, it will be more difficult to bring these artists' works. And just so you know, we do 25 exhibitions per year. This art and culture is available to Lubbock residents and our out-of-town guests at no admission charge. Not everyone is able to travel to see art, but we're able to bring this art to Lubbock along with local and regional artists that we feature. That's the vision of our namesake founder that she had, to make this available to as many people as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ernst. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have something written you wanted to propose to us?
It's being handed out right now. Thank you for
Thank you.
asking, Mayor. My name is Melodia Gutierrez. I was born over when it at UMC when it was Lubbock General. Now I reside in District 1. I am the Texas State Director for the Human Rights Campaign, which is the largest LGBTQ+ civil rights organization here in America. I come here before you in a personal and a professional position. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here before you and to provide remarks. First, professionally, it was brought to our attention that the City Council voted to deny funding for the First Friday Art Trail at the regular City Council meeting on July 23rd, 2024, because of associated events that are LGBTQ inclusive. In addition, it has been brought to our attention that a resolution to restore funding to the impacted parties is in consideration with particular conditions attached. Despite misinformed remarks during the prior meeting, it is imperative that the City Council be mindful that drag performances and other art forms are constitutionally protected speech. Likewise, restrictions based on specific acts or messages of the speaker, a performer in this instance, is a more blatant violation of freedom of speech protections. To be clear, the vote to deny funding using the reasoning that drag performances may be part of a publicly funded event targets such performances based solely on their content. This is problematic. This means the vote to deny funding is placing conditions on art forms is sort of arbitrary and capricious and in our figurative public square. Please make note that bold highlight, as applied here, the First Amendment forbids governments from making decisions about which events they are comfortable funding based on the content of speech or expression. Personally, as a resident of Lubbock, from Lubbock, it is bizarre and strange to me to begin otherizing your neighbors out of the blue for an art form that has always been present in our communities. It is also quite odd that the vote was based on misleading remarks that, again, marginalize your neighbors. Essentially, this effort appears to be the first attempt by the Lubbock City Council to advance Project 2025 in our city and in our state. HRC's website, dismantleproject2025.com, outlines how policymakers are eager to dismantle our rights and protections and undo many of the protections for the LGBTQ plus community. In addition, in 2023, the Human Rights Campaign had to issue an LGBTQ plus state of emergency for Americans due to the spike in anti-LGBTQ plus policies, starting in all across the U.S., with Texas being a leader in that effort. In conclusion, we respectfully ask that the First Friday Art Trail be treated like any other group seeking public funds, with full recognition restored in full order to host community events with whole recognition of constitutional protections on speech and expression, and that the Lubbock City Council reconsider its vote to deny such funding and to restore funding in its entirety without condition. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Benjamin Terry next, and then after him, our final speaker is Natalie Haggart.
Hi, my name is Ben Terry. I reside at 4813 40th Street. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a native of this community. I attended Nat Williams Elementary, O.L. Slayton Middle School, and graduated Lubbock High School class of 2009. I am an alumni of Texas Tech. I received a Bachelor of Arts in Music in 2014. I am currently pursuing my certification to practice music therapy in the greater West Texas area. I am a product of more than 5 generations of Lubbock area cotton farming families. Growing up, I attended St. John's United Methodist Church. Under the spiritual guidance and passionate leadership of Ted and Betty Dotz, Bobby and Marilyn McMillan, Archie and Daniel Eccles, Ann Aiken, and so many more, the St. John's congregation showed me by example that following Christ's example is not always the easiest path to navigate and often calls us to stand firmly for justice and truth. It is my firm Christian belief that communities should hold space and draw the circle wide for all of God's children. Everyone should have a seat at the table, not just the majority, not just the wealthy. Strong communities are built on the foundation of diversity, inclusion, equity, and opportunity. I come before the council today urging you to reconsider your stance on public funding policy regarding lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer representation in our community. According to the 2022 National Survey on LGBT mental health in Texas, conducted by the Trevor Project, 47% of LGBT youth in Texas have seriously considered suicide, including 56% of transgender and non-binary youth. 68% of LGBT youth in Texas who wanted mental health care were not able to get it. 88% of LGBT youth in Texas felt that recent politics negatively impacted their well-being. 82% of LGBT youth in Texas experienced low to moderate support from their own families. I was one of the lucky ones. My family and my church held space for me as a queer person. Many queer youth in this town do not have that opportunity. The City Council has voted to defund a valuable public arts festival, citing queer culture and drag as sexualized and against our community values. While none of these performances in question were remotely sexualized to begin with, this still sends a loud message to the queer community of Lubbock. It also sends a pretty clear message to the youth of this town, particularly those who are struggling to discover themselves and their place in this world. As far as the community values that I was raised with by my family, my church, and my God, a spot at the table is earned by a person's work ethic, integrity, transparency, and dedication. If we continue this trend of non-inclusive rhetoric and policymaking, Lubbock will not be able to sustain the growth that it hopes to achieve. And to any queer youth that may hear what I am saying, I want you to know, as long as any queer youth in our community ever has to consider taking their own life, I will not rest. As long as another queer person does not feel welcome in a position of leadership in this community, I will not rest. For those, and many of these people who showed up here today will not rest either. Hate is not a Lubbock value and has no place in our community or our policy making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Terry, and Natalie Haggart. Natalie, not here? All right. That concludes our citizens' comment at this time, and it's almost 6 o'clock. We're going to take another 10-minute break, and we will come back. And just to remind everybody, we have a consent agenda to get through, which may or may not take us very much time, and then we have these items in seriatim, they'll follow one another, and the First Friday Art Trail is the last item on our agenda today. But you're welcome to stay, but you'll probably have to sit through the library discussion and the road bond discussion and some other things. But you're certainly welcome all to stay here for that. But thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break at this time. All right. We will now continue with our agenda, and we will take up agenda item 5.1, the minutes from our July 2nd regular meeting, and the minutes for the July 9th special meeting, and the July 18th special meeting. And I will entertain a motion to approve item 5.1. First, a motion made by Dr. Wilson. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion or changes to the minutes? Then all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion carries by a unanimous vote. All right. Now we are going to skip our consent agenda for the time being and move on to item 7.4 on our regular agenda. We have some people here from out of town who are going to be making some presentations, and we're going to try to do this so that they can perhaps catch their plane. This is a report of the City of Lubbock on the 2022 street bond progress report, and I'm going to call on the city manager now to present the City of Lubbock's progress report.
Thank you, Mayor. As you prepare to look at item 7.5, the potential 2024 street bond, Mr. Mike Keenum, our city engineer, is prepared to give you a status report on where we are on the 2022 street bond. And if I could take just a brief personal privilege, Council, this is the last time that Mike will be at that podium in his role as city engineer for the City of Lubbock. So Mike's got 18 years with us and been intimately involved in many of the projects that have already come to fruition. He's been the driving force behind keeping your 2022 bond on schedule and on budget. So certainly want to thank Mike for everything he's done for us. So Mike, thanks.
And since it's my last one, I only got 120 slides to go through tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and it's my privilege to be here to give you an update on the 2022 roadway bond. I'll try to go through this briefly. Stop me if you've got any questions along the way. If you recall, this is the map. You guys have seen this. These are the projects that had been approved by the voters for the current bond package that is out on the street, under construction, under design, all those pieces, parts. I'm going to break down each of the little pieces so you have a better understanding of where we are with those. Again, here's the list of all these projects, all the segments that the voters did approve back in November of 2022, and we have been working steadily on all of these since then. Kind of breaking this down as we look, design and right-of-way, we've got 16 design segments within that package. 15 of those are currently under design and or construction and or right-of-way acquisition. We had our first contract under contract through council in December of 2022. So just a month after the voters approved that, we had somebody under contract moving. So we moved really quickly, and we've been getting those contracts going all the way through April of 24 was the last one that we had under design. The one final one that will go to design is scheduled to be in year 3. So that's just one segment that's left to design that we have not started that one quite yet. Construction in the first year, 2023, we had 3 projects that we got under construction that very first year. And again, we tried to move really quickly to show the citizens of Lubbock that we take this seriously. They entrusted us to spend this money, and we're trying to do that quickly and show that we've got work going on the ground. This current year, we've projected and scheduled for 4 projects to go into construction. Only 1 has been awarded for construction at this point. We've got 3 more that we're still hoping to go to construction this year. I'll talk more about those as we get into kind of the detailed breakdown. Really, the critical path for all of these is land acquisition, without exception. The design is going to come to fruition like scheduled. Land acquisition has been one of those things that has taken significantly more time than we anticipated, and we're working through that. But as you can see, we've got 4 for this year, again, 4 for 25, 4 for 26, and then 1 final project to go under construction in 2027. Currently, what we've seen, the ones that we've bid, we're seeing about $3 million a lane mile for our bids. I know for budget purposes, the city manager had used the $4 million, and we've seen that for like our Upland project that we bid with TxDOT. That one was $4 million a lane mile. What we've bid out so far has been $3 million a lane mile, so it's still high. We're expecting those prices to keep going up as we move through this. So a $4 million, as the city manager said, for the potential 2024 bond is probably a pretty good estimate to plan for having enough money. Here's the segments from the 2022. This is year one. All of these began design and right-of-way acquisition in year one. This is 10 different segments, 8 projects. So we grouped a couple of them together. 2 of the 34th Street from Avenue Q to I-27 and Slide to Quaker. We did those as one package. And then 82nd from I-27 to MLK and MLK from 74th to 82nd. Those are a package. So when I say there's 8 packages, 10 segments, we combined a couple of those together because it made sense the way that it was all broken out. Kind of the way that the process is going to go, I'm going to show design and then construction and the different projects that are in there. In year one, again, the 234th Street, we awarded that back in July of 23 for a little over $7 million. That one is under construction. That one we're hoping should be done by the end of this year. The contract date runs through October of this year, so it's getting close to being done. 98th Street, that one we awarded in December of 23 for $8.6 million. That one is scheduled to be completed by the middle of 2025. And then Dunbar, Manhattan Heights, this is the residential rebuild. We've kind of broken this into 3 phases. This has been a combination between engineering department and Public Works. Public Works did the flat work, kind of valley gutters, sidewalk, those kind of things that they've done. They did that in year one. That is completed. We awarded a water line relocation in this neighborhood back in June of this year. That is under construction. And then the roadway rebuilds will come in after we complete the water line projects in year 3 to do that. And that'll be a Public Works piece that's doing the roadway rebuild there. Just some pictures to give you guys a feel for what's been done. 34th Street back of curb. You can see both segments here. The one on the top is from Slide to Quaker. The one on the bottom right is from Avenue Q to the interstate. And again, you can see kind of the decorative sidewalk, the brick pavers that are on the sidewalk, just the overall beautification, consolidating driveways throughout there to make it safer for the public, and that one has been moving along very well. 98th Street, Upland to Alcove. This one is, again, just started back in December, and they've been making good progress here, doing a lot of drainage channel work, a lot of dirt work going on. This was a dirt road, and it'll be a 3-lane paved with full concrete channel when that's all said and done. Dunbar, Manhattan Heights, again, you see some of the work that was going on there. This work has been completed as far as the flat work piece of that at this time, but there'll be the waterline project going on now. I haven't talked about this one yet, but this one we just started, 146 Quaker, Indiana. This one is under construction. They've started work there on the north side of the road from Indiana to Memphis and starting to grade that out, getting that ready to put some concrete down for that one. So we look at the timelines. In year 2, we began these 4 different segments. The last one there, 66th Street, we moved that one forward a year. That 66th Street from Alcove to Upland, in conjunction with the transfer station that is going on. We wanted to have this roadway built prior to the transfer station becoming up and active. And so we moved that design up a year in anticipation of that. Now we get to some fun slides that show a little bit more of the status of the ongoing ones. I mentioned 146th Street. That one we just awarded back in May of this year for a little over $8.2 million. This one's going to be 3 lanes concrete. So 98th Street and 146th are both 3 lanes, and you see the prices for that. As we start looking at these other 3 projects are ones that we are hoping to go to construction this year. They're scheduled to go to construction this year. But as you can see, the designs are complete on 2 of them and 90% complete on 1 of them. 34th Street, we had to redesign once we were at 60% because of an AT&T line that was in the way, and we had to redesign the whole thing. We backed up on the design and redid this. So we've got 6 total parcels. 2 of the 6 have been acquired. The 4 remaining parcels are 2 landowners and 1 family that we're working with. And that one, again, we are where we are with those, and we're working through those. The Upland 34th to 50th, 22 total parcels. We've acquired 20 of 22 of those. However, the remaining two are going to condemnation. Those condemnation papers were filed in July, so just last month, on those. So those are the only two hold up on that. We don't have a date set for when that condemnation hearing will be, but that one's in the works. And we're working with Ryan Bigby and his team to do those. Milwaukee is in a similar vein. We've got 7 total parcels. 4 of the 7 have been acquired. 2 of those are in the process of closing, and 1 remainder of those is going to go to condemnation. That one was also filed in July, so just last month. Here's our final one that will go to design in year 3. That's just 114th Street from Indiana to University. So that one we haven't even begun yet. Year 3, construction. There's 4 projects that are anticipated, and you see the design here is anywhere from 60% to 90%. We haven't acquired any of these parcels yet, but we're working steadily towards that. Some of these areas, we're even having trouble getting right of entry. We're having a hard time contacting people. And again, there might be some measures that we have to put in place to see if we can just simply get right of entry to survey property corners. That's been a challenge in some of the areas. This one also adds that residential unpaved section. That design is intended to be submitted in October of this year. We have all the right-of-way, and then that work will start for those residential unpaved roads to get those into paved. If you recall, we had $5 million that was in the bond package to do unpaved roads in districts 1 and 2, and that's part of where that falls. Year 2026, more construction projects. Again, these are all under design in various phases. You see we're 30%, 90% on some. You see the 82nd and MLK, that those are both at 90% design. We've sent out, or we're in the process of sending out, initial offer letters on all those parcels. And again, this is scheduled for construction in 2026. We're ahead on the design and probably on track, maybe a little behind on the right-of-way acquisition for that. And then 66th Street, we've just kicked that one off. Our 30% design submittal will be next month, and we don't know how many parcels we need yet. They're still kind of figuring out the alignment for that one. So all of these are moving. They're all in progress in some various stages and moving along well. And again, the construction for the 2027, the last year would be that last segment there on 114th Street. And again, that design has not begun yet. Wanted to bring your attention to this. Some of y'all are new, a lot of y'all are new, and we have a website dedicated to this 2022 street bond. If you went to Lubbock2022streetbond.com, you can see updates on all the projects. There's some construction photos. They tell you what's been awarded. Freese and Nichols is helping us do the bond management, and they are keeping this website updated. It's not real time, but they're doing a pretty good job of trying to update it every couple of weeks. When new milestones happen, they're out there getting pictures, a lot of drone footage that they're doing, which is fantastic. The drones really help with construction progress. We get a different perspective than we can see just on the ground, and so that's really a great attribute and thing that we're happy to have. So with that is a really brief wrap-up of the 22 bond that we've been working on since November. I've got my name on here, and also have Bailey Ratcliffe's name on here. She had to step out to do a child school event tonight, since this is my last council meeting and my last day is Friday. You can call me between now and then at this number, but after that, you probably need to call Bailey. I'm still going to be around, so you'll still see me, hopefully. But with that, I'll open up for any questions.
And so, Mike, just before we have any questions, just to echo, I think, for Jarrett's comments, and I think I speak for all of our council people, we really have felt like all our engineering is something none of us ever want to think about. You know, it involves a lot of the math that Mr. Collins never wants to get involved in, and a lot of those other things that are just way beyond our pay grade. So it's always been great to know that we were in such good hands with you, and we wish you well, and we thank you for your service to us. So thank you very much. Anybody have any questions?
I will say the engineering team is still in good hands, and they've got a great...
Well, you've prepared them well, I'm sure. Thank you. All right. Mr. Collins.
Quickly, Mike, thank you for your service to the city. Thank you. We appreciate it. 146th Street, we have a couple of segments on the new bond proposal, and I think I saw that you were doing Quaker to Indiana.
Yes, sir.
in the 22 bond. What about the segment Indiana to University? Is that?
That is not in this bond. The only one of 146 that we're doing in the 2022 is Quaker to Indiana.
Okay, so Indiana to University is not in either component, but we're going to possibly jump over to University.
And that one, part of that is in the county, and I think that's one of the complications.
That explains
as
it.
the Citizens Advisory Committee looked at for the 2024, part of that segment, the north half of that road in that mile is in the county. So it's not fully in the city.
That explains it.
And
Thanks,
a
sir.
portion of it is paved today. A portion is not, but a portion is. So, yeah, it does have a challenge in the middle of it.
And that's why you see kind of that gap. Ideally, we want to keep them in sequence, but because that's not all in the city limits, that made it challenging.
Any other questions for Mr. Keenum? Mayor Pro Tem.
It's just a comment. Thank you again. I learned more about water towers than I ever wanted to know, and I thank you for that because they're almost paid for. That's the other part. So thank you for that, and thank you for all your service and dedication.
You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to move on to item 7.5 on our regular agenda. And it's an ordinance that only has a single reading. And I'm going to call on our city manager, Mr. Atkinson, to provide a staff briefing on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. To begin, if I could get Marketing and Communications to switch our input, we will put the exhibit for the bond up. As the mayor noted, per state law, calling an election for a bond is a single read item. We have with us today, and they're over in this corner, I believe, toward the front, you have Mr. Jerry Kyle. Jerry is your bond counsel. He is with Oric, the preeminent firm for doing that. Next to him, you have Matt Bowles, and of course, Matt is the city's financial advisor through RBC. Mayor, I know there have been some questions related, potentially to what ultimately would the election be called for if you choose to do that. So on the wall, we have the committee's recommendation. I've also distributed the same in paper if anybody wants to have a discussion or maybe to make any notes. But I would suggest to begin, we can bring Mr. Bowles up. He can quickly go through what would be the presumed impact, the financial impact, as the recommendation came in. And then we can work through any changes if the council desires. If need be, update exhibits, update ordinances, as well as financial impacts. So with that, Matt, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jarrett. Mayor McBrayer, members of the council, good evening. I'm Matt Bowles. Some of you I have seen before. Some of you I haven't. I look forward to working with you. I'm with RBC Capital Markets out of Dallas, and I've had the luxury and pleasure of working for the city of Lubbock for almost 15 years as your financial advisor. So as Jarrett was saying, we obviously work hand in hand with his staff, and in particular with him here of late in preparing financial projections around bond elections, bond transactions, refinancings, that sort of thing. With this particular initiative that you're considering, we had to first consider the information that was just presented before me. So you had a successful bond election in 2022 that called for a 5-year installment. You've installed 2 pieces of that, one in 2023 and one this year, 2024, and you've got 3 more yet to do through 2027. And so we consider that as we consider the existing debt that you have and the proposition of doing this. And so in doing that, we always like to start off with a couple of assumptions. And I was saying earlier to your city manager that we're always going to be on the conservative side of things with respect to interest rates. We're going to have higher than market interest rates right now because we got 5 years yet to pass before this next bond election, if you should hold it, would be sold. And we have to be careful with what we grow your taxable assessed values at because we don't have a crystal ball, and we want to make sure that we are growing it at an appropriate but not aggressive rate. So we've grown that on a lower than historical pace. And so that should leave us plenty of blue sky as we work forward. The last thing I ever want to do is put you all or myself in the position of saying that we can do something for such and such tax increase or tax rate and then not being able to deliver. So what I give you today would be high numbers in that regard. The tax rate, as we understand it, for interest and sinking for 2025 will be set at just over 11 cents. Let's call it 11.3 cents. With the installment of the 2022 remaining sales in 25, 6, and 7, and then a 5-year plan to do these projects that total $110 million, the maximum tax increase would be 1.75 cents. That's, again, with some buffer in there with respect to interest rates and tax growth. I hope that it's less than that. We've always been able to deliver bond elections to you something less than what we've told the public, but that is a good number to work from. I will say that you work your way up to that 1.7 cents in 2028, and from there, your tax rate actually tails down. So it's a very, very brief tax increase that lasts a couple of years from 2028 to 2030, and then begins to tail down. So it's a pretty straightforward conversation to have with you all. The metrics behind that are on this model, and I wouldn't bore you with that today. There's all sorts of stuff going on here, but I'm happy to elaborate more, go deeper into any of these topics, or answer questions at this point.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Matt, we've sold the first 2 tranches out of the 2022 bond. I think you and I talked a little earlier today. Can you remind us real quickly how those came out versus the model, what we presumed would be the impact?
Good point. The first sale that we did in 2023 came in about 15 basis points, so 0.15% below what we had estimated. The second one came in closer to 0.60 basis points lower. So you've already bought yourself some running room with the 2022 bond election as it relates to what you told the voters the tax impact would be. I'll say you, a previous council, told the voters what the tax impact would be. And so, yes, you're well ahead of the game there. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
All right. Do any of you have questions for Matt while he's here for us? So my understanding is, though, you say that it will peak, the tax rate to fund our interest and sinking fund on this will peak in 28. There'll be a slight increase through 28 or
That's
28
correct.
to 30 period, and then it'll fall off. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll ramp up to that point of being a tax increase of 1.75 cents in 2028, and from there it'll go back down to the point where actually it goes negative. So it's a tax decrease on your total, on your total debt portfolio because of the way we structure your debt.
All right, that's an important part of it. Thank you.
You're paying a lot of principal up front versus in the future. So your principal value paid tails off as you go into the future years.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay,
No other
thank you.
questions.
And I'll
Appreciate
be
it.
here, so if
All right.
something comes up.
Anything else from you, Mr. Atkinson, before I move ahead? All right.
Please move.
All right, move ahead. Now, what I believe we're going to do here is I need a motion on our proposal here, and a second. This is a first and only reading on this item, and then we'll get into a discussion, and I believe in that discussion, if I understood how we discussed it before the meeting, if there are changes to this, we need to give you time to work those changes into your model. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. If you get a motion and a second discussion, if anything is to change in the exhibit, and it's entirely the purview of the council to change it, would ask then that we kind of get everybody back together and agree to the new exhibit, if there's to be one, and then we'll stop, let Matt and let Jerry run through and bring you back the exact correct items for you to ultimately consider.
And we would just move ahead with other items at that point. Is
Absolutely.
that permissible? Okay, Mr. Wade, I just want to make sure. Okay. So they can go do their math while we move ahead with everything else. Okay, so at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance on its first and only reading. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Wilson. All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I would like to see the right-of-way on P and 146, the area that is not part of the city of Lubbock, not to be considered in this particular bond.
Okay, there's 200, wait, there's a 146th Street from University Avenue to P, or P from 130th to 146. Which are you talking about?
Any of the streets that are not part of the city of Lubbock, but rather are actually located in the county, I would like those to be removed from this particular bond election.
And I believe that's Avenue P, is that correct?
So, thank you. Let's get Mr. Franklin to speak to that. It's unusual, but we'll let him go through it.
Thank you.
I'll give it a try, but all the ones that are proposed on here are within the city limits. There were some that the committee looked at that were in and out, partial in and out, and those were not recommended. So the ones that are on here are fully within the city limits.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, I would be interested in the way I guess I look at this issue is we need to be funding things that are truly bondable issues. And I really want this, so I would like it to pass. I think it's important to bring it to our voters in a form that I think they will find palatable. Tax increases are never really palatable, but we have needs. And so I'm looking at three particular items on the committee recommendations that I really don't think are quite appropriate for this project, and that would be the University Avenue 50th to South Loop 289 segment, the $7.1 million, and the Quaker Avenue 4th Street to 19th Street, $3,100,000 segment, and the I'm trying to find it here. Where is the yes, the 50th Street intersection on Alcove Avenue for $1.5 million. The total of those would bring the total of this project down below $100 million. I think that's a more palatable figure for most of our taxpayers. I think it also keeps most of the money spent on what are truly bondable issues of road construction, which is what I think we really need to be doing with this. And so that would be the proposal that I have, is to amend this recommendation to remove those three items. Mr. Glasheen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also agree that the bond should be limited to major construction or renovation projects rather than maintenance projects. For the same reason you could have put a 30-year mortgage on your house, the house is going to retain its value over the whole lifetime of that mortgage. And my concern is if we use debt financing for maintenance, it would be like taking out a 30-year mortgage on a car that may be junk by the time you're still paying on it. You know, the cost of the bond is the lifetime of the bond is going to exceed the lifetime of the maintenance. So I'd share your concerns with the section of Quaker from 4th to 19th, the intersection on Alcove. I don't know if you mentioned it, but the South Overton maintenance would also fall in that category. I would actually recommend including the University Avenue from 50th to the Loop, located in District 2. That's an area with the unusual medians. It's going to be a more significant price tag at $7 million, more appropriate for the sort of total rework or large-scale projects that the bonds are an appropriate financing method for.
Thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Mayor Pro Tem.
You know, David, I actually agree with you on some parts. The issue with the South Overton is that we have a lot of intersections that could probably be better if we could assure that we could get maintenance dollars, but unfortunately, it's been, as the mayor says, a slippery slope, and that has not been so easy. I will agree that we do need to keep the 50th Street in District 2 to the South Loop 289. We also I would agree that we can remove 50th and Elko, but I do not want to have South Overton removed. We need that. There's a lot of areas, and as the traffic increases with the high school renovations that are, or I'm sorry, not renovations, rebuilding on 19th, I think it is necessary to make sure that we make those streets ready for anything.
Dr. Wilson.
I think we have a lot of needs in the city, and, you know, we did ask of our citizens to fund a $200 million road bond a couple of years ago. I think one of our citizens made a comment of, you know, road bonds should be, and I can't remember exactly how many years, so if it was you and you were here, you can remind me, but, you know, every 4 or 5 years, you should probably have a road bond. We were how many years behind, Mr. Atkinson? 13, 14?
Yeah, 15 or so.
So we are trying to gain some ground, and so that's why we brought one more quickly than the kind of 3 to 5 year mark, because we were so far behind. And I definitely think moving forward some of these projects, that will get us back on hopefully that schedule to where we then can space them out every 4 to 6 years, just to keep up with growth. I agree with several council members up here on some of the projects. I think bonds should be used for very large projects. It's not meant for maintenance. And so I can agree. I think the Quaker project would be one that would be good to pull out. I know our Public Works Department had some concerns with there being traffic coming out of Greek Circle, and I think that is a concern. And at one point, we can probably look into putting that street light there, the traffic light, Mr. Atkinson, not a street light. We debated on what they're actually called, but traffic light there, right out coming out of Greek Circle. And then work in the kind of maintenance on that top of that road into our maintenance schedule. I also agree. I think, you know, even though Alcove, the intersection at 50th, is a very important intersection, I think potentially that could be pulled out, and I think there's a lot of road work that's going to have to be done out on Alcove, and that could be potentially placed on a future bond. And so I would be okay pulling that one out to try to save our taxpayers some money. I do agree with Councilman Glasheen that the university project is going to be a huge undertaking. I would have loved to know who designed that with all the goofy medians that are there, because it is a challenge to navigate, and I do think it's going to be a massive undertaking to refix that area. And so I actually would like to see that one left on so we can make sure our neighbors over there in District 2 can have a good workable project, because I just don't see how that one would ever be funded in a maintenance budget. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. On University, I don't know if University 50th to South Loop, was that pulling out the medians, or I can't remember where we ended on that.
Mike, would that be you or Wood?
Hey, Luke?
Or was that keeping what we have?
We also have Heather Keister, who's the chair of the committee, with their recommendations here to speak as well, if we want to call her up. But really, the medians were not being reconfigured or anything. A lot of them need work. They're fractured, they're breaking, they're causing some hazards for the roadway. So those medians were recommended to be rebuilt, but no reconfiguration. That would require some drainage improvements on a much larger project.
They were going to be reconstructed, maybe.
Yeah, some of them would be reconstructed and redone, but the configuration of the street is not being recommended to change.
I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to look at Google Earth while we have this discussion. I should have done my homework a little bit earlier. And just a question, Upland Avenue, 98th to 114th Street, what does the residential development look like there currently? Are we a little ahead of ourselves on this particular project?
There's a school that fronts it. And that school partnered with us several years back to put basically a a turn lane to try to get the school traffic out of the through traffic. You've got a little bit of residential on the west side of the road to the south of the school. Of course, we're doing the 98th east and west that's coming through, and there is much more residential programmed in the area. It's not fully built out by any means.
Okay, thank you. Quaker Avenue, 4th to 19th Street. My constituents are going to squeal when I say this, I'm afraid, but I do feel like that this needs to be in the maintenance budget, and I think that we need to press real hard to ensure that it gets in the maintenance budget. One of the things that I would like for us to consider as we go forward, though, is the Broadway Avenue component. I don't know what or how, and it really doesn't make any difference to me at this point how the historical Brick Street ordinance changed. But I do think that what I understood from Ms. Keister is that we're talking about a $3 million delta between the proposed pavers and reutilizing our historic brick streets. And it would be my opinion that we as a council could buy a great deal of goodwill by honoring that intent in this segment of the roadway. We can go back and look at the ordinance. We can talk about that. But I think in this instance, I would be willing to make that trade to put those historic brick streets back in place in the intersections as being described in her presentation last week. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
South Overton the project, the maintenance project, what is the possibility of putting that on the maintenance of our roads as a priority and pulling it out of this bond proposal?
We've got the program set within the money we proposed for 2025. So for the new year's budget, I guess at council's direction, that can go on top of either the 2026, so a full year out, or we could attempt to redesign what we have. Just remember that doing that, if we take out of the 2025 proposal, you're pushing a project off to do that, or several actually.
I just feel concerned that we'll pay more for South Overton, and we could keep it at, something that a little bit easier to swallow versus paying so much more for
Would commit to the council that if you did want to pull that off of the bond, and I think excellent points have been made on that, both sides, we will put that on top of the 2026 when we bring it to you in the budget. So this time next year, you would have that.
Then I would say to go ahead and let's pull South Overton from this bond project so that we can prioritize it in 2026. Under maintenance, that is.
Okay, I want to just go back to the University Avenue one, because again, I understand what people are saying. It is a large amount. It would be very difficult to do that under a maintenance budget, or impossible where we are at the moment. It's currently, though, I mean, I drive it quite often. It's a serviceable street. It's got many lanes, available for the traffic. It is a strangely designed street, but it's built to handle all the traffic it carries. And even though the medians may not be in the greatest shape, it's not difficult to find your turn lanes and to turn. So I still think it is not, when I look at everything that we really need to do, it does not come to the top of a real need in this budget. It's something that would be nice to do. It may be something that we could do just certain intersections that are more important later on, but it's a lot of money for a street that is very serviceable and is able to handle all the traffic, even with the schools. It's got an asterisk here because it's near a school, but it handles all the traffic for those schools very well. So I still think it is not necessary in this bond. Also, as to the Broadway issue, and that's probably the most, not too many people want to talk about Broadway here. It's probably the touchiest part of it here. So let's go ahead and touch that third rail, but thank you for touching it for us, Tim, there a little bit. But, you know, it's something that we have talked about, and I think our planning committee talked about how long we have talked about Broadway, trying to do something about it, and how this project, even though we don't have an agreement on it, it has been vetted, it has been discussed. There's been so many opportunities for our citizens to have input, and I believe the time has come for us to finally begin to take steps to improve what is really, and people have called it an iconic road. It's not iconic simply because it has bricks. It's iconic because it connects downtown to Texas Tech. Just, you know, we want to talk about the scenery in Lubbock. It's one of the most beautiful views to look down that street with the churches on either side, the university at the end of it, the downtown at the other, that really kind of draws together all the parts of this city that make it a wonderful place to live. So, you know, we're not going to be working on all of it. We're going to be just working on part of it. But I believe it's time for us to at least take a mile of this and begin to work on it. I believe the way they've put this into this project, I wouldn't want it to be a poison pill on the project, but I believe that the work that they put into it and the number they've come up with makes it totally appropriate, totally doable at this time. I understand your concerns, Mr. Collins, but again, we have to be very cost conscious about this. I wouldn't be in favor of the $3 million extra cost for using the historic bricks. There will still be a lot of streets in Lubbock with historic bricks, but Broadway's too big of a project, I believe, to try to work those back into the project. So that's where I'm on this. Any other comments? Mr. Harris, thank you. I just need to keep working this down.
Mr. Mayor, I guess it's for Jared. Just like Ms. Martinez suggested, I mean, we're trying to cut things here. Is there any way we can put that as far as on top of or one of the items as far as maintenance go for the following year? I mean, you know, because, you know, like I say, if it doesn't have to be in this budget, I mean, that's okay, like I say.
And I apologize. Which segment are we talking about?
We're talking about the University Avenue and 50th and South Loop 289.
I do not think you're going to get, we will continue to maintain it, absolutely, but to be able to go in and fix it, fix the medians, entirely new road surface, that's practically half of your street maintenance budget. I don't see us doing substantial improvements to that piece of university with your maintenance money.
Okay. All right, that answered my question. We can leave it. Thanks.
Mr. Glasheen.
Staying on the University 50th, the Loop section, could we get some more detail about what that project is going to entail? As my understanding is that it's could also be an issue of redoing the surface in order to preserve the integrity of the lower layers.
Yes. Would just walk us through the full components of that proposal.
And that's the proposal on Quaker that you were talking about?
University.
University? Yeah, so, you know, we mentioned a lot of these are, and the bond committee looked at that maintenance project shouldn't be funded with bond like you're talking about. And they agree with that. A lot of these projects are beyond street maintenance. They go down, we mill down deep, go down and mill and get a new road surface out of this. So the university project that we proposed, staff proposed one of those, a couple of those for the street bond committee to look at. University was one of them just because the roadway is starting to fail. We're starting to see surface cracking, alligator cracking, and if it continues to fail, that maintenance becomes a rebuild, which is what's being proposed here of the street. And so the road surface along with the medians, it's not just a median project. Medians were kind of an ancillary and secondary to the roadway rebuild of this university. And in the same scenario with the Quaker project, everybody's aware of all the utility cuts and everything that's been going on in that project, and so it's very patched, and that opens it up to intrusion of water into the base, and we can have failure of that street, which becomes a big problem. And so it was really recommended as a rebuild, a mill and relay of that entire street going through there. So both of those become a new street when the projects are done.
Thank you,
Make
sir.
sense? Does
Yes,
that answer
sir.
your question?
Thank you.
Would you just, as to that, could you, and you may not know this number, how much of that $7.1 million is for the median
I
rebuild?
knew you were going to have answer that question. I don't have it on the top of my head, but I can get it to you very quickly.
Heather, do you have any idea about that, if you don't mind, while we're
Ironic, I'm the
answering
one
that
that gave it to her.
question?
I think I'm the one that gave you those numbers, so.
It's about $2 million for
About $2 million of the 7.1 is for the median, so the 5.1 could get you the roadway, but not the median.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And then, if you don't mind, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor, I
Oops,
have
sorry.
a comment on Broadway. I think that there's been a long period of discussion about what we should do with Broadway, and the previous council repealed the Brick Street ordinance. I think that the repeal was probably legally effective, right? I think it is legally effective. I wanted to see if we could get our city attorney's comment on that.
Yeah, so when the UDC was passed, specifically within, and this is pretty common whenever you do pass an ordinance, that you end up repealing anything that was previously in that chapter unless you specifically reserve it. And the zoning for the airport was reserved, but there was nothing that was otherwise kept in Chapter 40 that was reserved, which is where the brick ordinance was before, was Chapter 40 of the Code of Ordinances. So yes, it was removed.
I think with the public engagement that we've had on Broadway as part of this bond discussion and the council vote that we'll take on it, I think that this is going to provide an effective opportunity for public input and for council decision on Broadway specifically. So I'm comfortable making a decision on Broadway. I think that the proposed design does a good job of honoring the legacy of the historic bricks and balancing the practical considerations like the cost and the availability of the number of bricks that could be used in construction.
Ms. Martinez Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. The issue with the bricks, according to one of my representatives, Mr. Scarborough, who has done quite a few intersections, is that they are, I mean, it is very difficult to sustain them. Upon them taking them out and preparing them, they have pretty much crumbled. And so they had he personally knew, and he gave the committee a lot of insight. And that is part of the reason that some of these bricks, I think what they said, and you could probably tell us more, Ms. Keister, about, I think it was only 40% of the bricks that they dug out were actually salvageable. And that will put us in, I mean, that'll give us an impediment. So, you know, I think that's the reason that also that we are moving forward, or that they suggested that we move with this new brick. And then I just want to point out, because there's been some criticism that District 2 did not have fair representation. They did. They actually had Jaime de la Cruz came to a meeting and didn't, and come to the others. And then Mr. Harris actually appointed 3 other people. All of them, I think the last one finally said yes, and then she ended up declining. So it wasn't because there was not any effort. But on that note, I think it would not do us good to remove the only project in District 2. Because I think if we keep a balance, I realize District 3 is not on this list, but I think it would be something to consider.
Dr. Wilson.
So in regards to Broadway, you know, we had, before I was on council, before any of us here were on council, a failed road bond in 2021. And the majority of Lubbock citizens at that time were unhappy and caused a bond to fail because of the cost of bricks on Broadway. I do not want to see a repeat mistake made when a smaller minority of our citizens have a good, strong historical, emotional attachment to the bricks. they are almost 100 years old. And if we choose to put something down that's 100 years old, they could fail, as they already are, in the next year. And then we're looking at having to rip up a brand-new segment of road to redo it again where those bricks fail. And so at this time, I cannot want to spend $3 million for something almost that is completely unguaranteeable to last for any certain amount of time when spending $16 million to redo a segment of a road. And for that, I'm not in favor of putting down the historic brick where the brick pavers are going to go.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Dr. Wilson. Were you talking about them replacing them with the old bricks or with the new bricks?
Sorry.
Yes,
So
Dr.
the
Wilson.
plan as provided is to put brick pavers down now, new brick pavers. I am not in favor of putting down the old ones, like pulling them up out of the road and then putting them back down.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So clarified, there were a few town halls that were held, and we had a ton of public input. And I think the majority, I know we have an emotional connection to the bricks, but it's not that we don't want them. It's that they are not salvageable once you pull them out of the street. It's not that easy to maintain and take care and get them to have another 100 years. But there was a lot of public input during the town halls, and I think the majority was that they didn't want the bricks. Isn't that correct? Ms. Keister, sorry to keep putting you on the spot, but, I mean, you've been around now twice, so.
Sure. If you'll recall, there was a slide where I presented a summary of the input, and the majority, every stakeholder, with the exception of the UDHPC, preferred concrete or brick pavers to historic brick.
And just because you're already up here, can you just expand just a little bit on once we pull those bricks, the potential of them not being sustainable?
That's it. So every time we pick a construction material, they're subject to certain standards, and they have to meet minimum specifications. The difficulty with a building material that's 100 years old is that there's a lot of unknowns as compared to other building materials. And so what we said in our meetings was that we don't have a way to know how the historic brick will perform. We have a few test cases, including the intersection that Mr. Scarborough rebuilt. And in that situation, there was, about half of that, not quite half of that, broke when they were taking it up and trying to replace it. And so, it's kind of like a puzzle. You pull it out, you clean it, you try to find the pieces to put it back together, and that could be done up to a certain point. There was acknowledgement from the entire CAC that it is a finite resource. Our committee feels like there is a place for the historic brick. The consensus was that it just wasn't in this particular project, but that there may be a future application that would be better suited for the brick.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Because I have like a, future site as far as the brick. Like I say, we're planning on putting new brick back in the places of the old brick, right? So that should last us another 100 years. Are there any plans for making Broadway the entire Broadway from downtown to MLK? Because, McKenzie is kind of a tourist spot as well, so I was just wondering, are there any plans to do that?
So in the 2022 CAC, as well as this round, there were originally 3 segments of Broadway, so University to Avenue Q to Avenue E, and then Avenue A all the way to the Canyon. Those were the 3 segments.
Okay.
When we looked at the public input summary, the consensus was that nobody wanted to put historic brick where it had not been used formerly. So the area to the east of the interstate does not have historic brick. And so there was full agreement from everyone that we don't need to put historic brick there if it wasn't there.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
this committee opted to prioritize one segment with the goal of doing it well, hoping to build support over a controversial topic.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Heather,
Sorry.
sorry, you got to turn the mic on as fast as possible. Can you explain one more time, Alcove 50th to 66th Street?
Absolutely. So that is very different from everything else on the list. It's not a maintenance project. Alcove was a corridor that the committee looked at. Our view, when you think about connectivity, the question y'all asked, kind of radiate outwards. Upland is in the 2022 bond, so Alcove would be the next potential corridor to look at. So in our initial run at prioritizing streets, we had a list of streets. And then when we started talking about the dollar values that the committee felt comfortable recommending, there were streets we could not get to that were just going to fall outside of that. And the way that we could touch this Alcove corridor uses the understanding that even when you can't build a 5-lane street, if you build a 3-lane, a 2 or 3 lane can work 80%, it can pass 80% of the traffic of a full 5-lane road if the intersections are built to their ultimate capacity. So this project would be building the intersection to the ultimate capacity to help get that area through until a future opportunity to build the Alcove corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So just to comment on, and I don't have any more questions, but just to comment on, where I'm at right here. Broadway, we've got in the 16 million is for the new pavers in the intersections, correct? Right. I would be okay with University, 50th Street to South Loop. I kind of agree with the mayor. It does its job. It's a big street. It handles the traffic. With Quaker and 4th to 19th, I would like to strike that one, making sure that a traffic light is included that takes care of Greek Circle. And then I think we talked about our South Overton asphalt that is basically a maintenance project. And I think what I'm trying to get here is I would like the bond to be under 100 million. And I think those things would get us close there. So, thank you.
Okay, in order to try to figure out where we're going with this and get something for the folks to go work on while we move ahead, I'm going to go down this list and try to check off the ones nobody talked about and make sure everybody, so if as I mentioned these, if anybody has any issues with the Upland Avenue, 98th to 114th, the 34th Street, the 146th Street, the 146th Street from Slide to Quaker, and the Avenue P from 130th to 146th. Anybody have any issues with any of those, or can we agree that those need to be on this bond? Anyone disagree with that? Okay. If you don't mind numbering them, it'd be, I don't think we had any disagreement over number 3, number 4, number 5, number 7, and number 8. Well, we had a little discussion, so I'm going to wait on that one. These are things nobody mentioned at all, so if we can clear those off, and then we'll come back and I'll take them in order, and we'll try to figure out where we are on those. So. Of course, the inflation is, yeah, I'd like to say there's not going to be any inflation, but I don't believe I've got that option here.
Please leave that one, please.
All right. So let's go back up then. Let's check these off here. All right. to pick what I think the easier ones are next. Number 6, the Quaker Avenue from 4th Street to 19th Street. Anybody object to that one being struck from this proposal? All right. The Alcove Avenue from 50th Street to 66th Street, the $1.5 million one. Anyone have any objections to that one being struck from this proposal? The South Overton, University Broadway Avenue Q 19th. Anyone have any objections to that one being struck simply from this proposal for a bond issue? All right, let's start back up here. Let's go to University Avenue, number 2. So there's, I think what we had out here was, a couple of us saying strike the whole thing, some suggesting we keep it, and then a little discussion about the difference between the resurfacing and the median, which would be $2 million less. So let's discuss that and see what we can kind of come to as a consensus on that. Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir. Since there's no maintenance, I would suggest that it stays on here.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak up for having it stay on at the full $7.1 million? Is that correct, Mr. Harris? Full $7.1 million? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Be with Mr. Harris that we need to keep it, even though some folks may not be driving that. It is a very popular street, and as Mr. Franklin said and recommended, we do need to start working. I think it's very high traffic, so I say we keep it.
Mr. Glasheen.
I believe it's appropriate for inclusion in the road bond because of the scale of the rework, and by reworking the surface, we're going to be able to avoid a more costly repair of the lower base layer as well in the future. So this would be the time to intervene before the problem gets worse.
Mr. Wade.
I was just going to suggest, Mayor, I mean, you certainly can continue to do what you're doing, and I don't want it to stop your discussion, have as much discussion as you'd like to do it, but as far as just taking a vote as to what the exhibit's going to be, you can just do a straight vote
You think,
on
okay.
on these ones that you still have left.
All
Just
right.
go straight up and down and just.
Well, that'll save us
ask
some
for a vote.
time. I was glad you weren't calling me down for doing something wrong.
Nope, doing
Okay,
good.
all right, thank you very much. All right, so let's just call for a vote on how many of you, can we do this as a recorded vote? Jimmy, so I can make sure that I see everybody. It's sometimes hard for me to look both directions and see how everybody, we want to be sure where we are on this. And I guess what I'm going to ask is how many, if you are in favor of keeping the full amount, the $7.1 million on the University Avenue project on this bond issue, please vote yes. If not, vote no. All right, that's 5 in favor and 2 opposed for that. So that will stay on. And that leaves Broadway. I guess there were 2 proposals, actually. Keep Broadway, or Broadway plus the $3 million are the 2 that are out there. So I'm going to ask for a vote on Broadway as it is proposed at $16 million. No add up for the $3 million for the bricks. If you are in favor of keeping Broadway on as it exists at the moment at $16 million, vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. All right. And I think we've accomplished all that. So we're going to let you guys go back and work up some stuff right now. You still need time?
Real quick.
Okay.
Okay. with the removal of Quaker Avenue 4th to 19th, number 6. Number 9, Alcove, 50th to 66th, the intersection project at $1.5 million. And number 10, the South Overton asphalt, with the understanding that we're going to roll that on top of the it'd be the first project in the 2026 proposals. That is a removal of $2 million. Leaving the inflation leaves us at $103,400,000. 103,400. And if that's still agreeable, Mayor, I'm going to hand this off to the gentleman, and I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We don't need to table anything on this at the moment to come back, or what do we need to do, Mr. Wade?
You can just simply move to the next agenda item with the understanding you're going to be coming back to this agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Unless anybody has an objection to that, we'll move to the next one, and when they come back with their figures, we'll take it back up again for a vote on the bond issue as we have amended it at this point. All right, we're going to move back to the consent agenda now and take that up because our city manager is out, and I want him to be here for any further discussions of the regular agenda items. So get over here to our consent agenda. All right, we had some pulls from the consent agenda, items number 6.16 through 6.24. And so at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, except for items 6.16 through 6.24. Yes, Mr. Collins.
Sir, in June of 2022, City Council adopted their rules and a resolution in an amendment in that time. Our City Council rules under conduct in item 5.B specifies that removing an item from consent agenda requires both 24 hours notice and in addition that reasons be provided for the removal. I don't know whose task it is to inform council members that these items have been removed or reported the reasons for removal, but that has not happened in this instance nor in any other instance since we've been on council. And so I would ask that we determine how to make that happen and give me some insight, attorneys or city secretary.
First of all, can you bring my little picture back here to normal so I know who's asking to be? Oh, never mind. Got it. All right. Like I said, I have all these people around here to tell me how to work this thing. Thank you for that point of order, Mr. Collins. Am I incorrect? Were those pulls not made within the appropriate time limit?
I think that they were made, but I think part of the question also that the council member has is after they're pulled, they're supposed to be pulled and noticed to the city manager, and the city manager then has notice at least 24 hours beforehand, plus the reasons why they're pulled. And then at that point in time, the city manager is completely free to sit there and tell the rest of the city council why they're pulled and which items were pulled for whatever information that he's gotten for the items to be pulled. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. You know, it would seem to me that it would be appropriate for all the council to receive those pulls ahead of the meeting. I think it might have helped our situation a great deal a couple of weeks ago if we've had some indication. I've seen other pulls that have, again, caught us somewhat flat-footed. And so I'd like to see that we, at least going forward, create a pathway that we can ensure that all council members are aware and prepared for the activities of the day.
That's a good point. Again, they were pulled in the appropriate period of time. And usually we get, I've seen emails before telling us what the consent pulls. Was that not sent out this time? It was? Okay, just not the reasons for it, is that correct?
And my apologies, I missed the first part of the discussion. So is the question on the polls for tonight?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Glasheen pulled these items. He notified me more than 24 hours in advance of the meeting, and his stated reason was he wanted these to be for separate consideration. Now, Mayor, I think the email you're referring to, I do send an email at the end of the day, the Monday prior. I do send one at the end of the day to the city attorney's office, city secretary's office, my crew, and you. And if I heard Mr. Collins, it sounds like the preference would be that I send that to the entire council. Okay?
I think that's totally appropriate, too. So, as to your point of order, do you have an objection to us handling it that way today, or do you want us to go through each individual item?
No, I have no objection to today. I would just like for us to, again, this goes back to being able to be prepared.
Certainly.
And I want to be as prepared as possible. I don't think, and I don't know the extent of what those reasons have to be, how clear they need to be. I would hope that we would see a reason that went a little bit beyond because I want to. But I don't know what our rules say or what would be common in that instance.
So as far as your rules go, all it says in your rules is to state the reason for such removal and whether they wish to hold a discussion. So just enough information to satisfy those two things, and that's very broad. So it could be just as much as I don't want to vote for them. It could be that I simply want to discuss them. There's nothing that actually requires how much of a reason that there needs to be.
Okay, and so I guess we would need to consider that in a future work session. I don't deny anybody the right and the need to pull things from the consent agenda. I think it's a very important aspect of what we do. I think all of our members look at different things in this process and want to see in certain things stand out to others more so than maybe some of the other members. But I do think that it's very important that we ensure that when each council member arrives at this dais, they have at least had an understanding of what was going to be discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, and I certainly want to give you enough time to do your math before you get here, too. So
that's we're going to have to. Well, we're up to 6:30 already tonight. But thank you.
Again, to his point, Mr. Wade, is there a problem with a council person giving too much information about their pool and sending that out to everybody? That I don't see that really causes a problem, but just want to be sure.
Yeah, no, still, you do need to be concerned about the Open Meetings Act, as always. But there's nothing wrong with continuing the process of informing the city manager if you have something that you want pulled from the consent agenda, the reason for it being pulled from the consent agenda, and as long as the city manager shares it and there's not a discussion then among the council, there's nothing wrong with y'all receiving that information.
All right, that's what I wanted to be sure of. Okay, we'll try to follow that process going forward. But without objection, can we move forward with the consent agenda and the polls? And Mr. Glasheen, did you still want to speak to it? I mean, just to the general point of order, or? Okay, all right. So I believe we had a motion in a second.
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we vote on 6-1 through 6-15, 6-25 to 6-32, and then we can follow with the pulled items.
Is there a second? All right. Any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Carries unanimously. All right. Now let's take up 6.16 through 24.
Yeah.
And these are very similar issues resolutions brought before us. So, Mr. Glasheen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I jump into it, though, I will echo Mr. Collins' sentiment that these consent polls should be shared with the entire council, and I apologize. I did not know that you were unaware that they had been removed from the consent agenda. So these agenda items 6.16 through 6.24 are a program that I've spoken against in the past, and I'll keep my comments relatively short. This is a government grant of property tax dollars to private businesses, or a gift of property tax dollars to private businesses. This program takes money from homeowners and competing small businesses to give it to the government's favorite businesses, and it's part of a $1 million transfer of wealth that was budgeted in the last year's budget cycle, where we're taking property tax dollars from low to moderate income families, giving it to businesses and investors without the evidence-based results of the effective economic development programs that we know how to do here at the City of Lubbock. And I'll give you an example. 6.17 is an investment property owned by a commercial landlord. It's already leased to a commercial tenant. And in these situations, it would be very common for a tenant to pay for ordinary repairs, or maybe even the landlord would do that ahead of time. But in this case, you have the property tax dollars of homeowners and competing small businesses that are going to pay for the repairs and help achieve a higher rate of return for the investor. Last time we talked about, well, these programs are so important for downtown redevelopment, but we're not getting sophisticated hotels, and it's not going to look like Dallas or New York at the end of the day. We're getting a new parking lot for a tattoo parlor. And if that's not enough to bring you into the urban core, you can come see the second tattoo parlor that's getting new signage. Now, I'm not here to pick on the grant recipients or tattoo parlors in particular, but it's logical for them to apply for these types of programs. The problem, though, that's especially relevant as we discuss the budget this year is that this is part of a $1 million reallocation of property tax dollars, and this year's budget has the same $1 million proposed for this program. And we are struggling to find money to support mission-critical needs of our police and fire and other public safety functions. We're trying to find money to maintain roads in South Overton, but we are taking tax money out of homeowners and competing businesses to give it to the government's favorites. Now, I'm pro-business. I always want to support our business, but the proven formula for supporting business, both new and established, is to provide public safety, good infrastructure, and low taxes. And when we provide our core services with low taxes, prosperity will follow. So my last, most important part of this point in voting against these items is that later today, we're also going to vote to establish the maximum tax rate. Every dollar that we take is money that our citizens need. And if we vote to raise taxes, you were saying that the city needs every dollar that we took from your family, from your business. And as long as you choose to transfer $1 million in property taxes from low to moderate income families, from small businesses, from competing businesses, you have no authority to raise taxes on us. Every dollar that stays in the pocket of a family or small business is economic development, and it's better than any government-sponsored parking lot. So I would encourage everyone to vote against 6.16 through 6.24.
Thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Brianna if she will come up. I'd like to ask some questions, and then we'll do this first, and then I'll follow with the second. Brianna, will you explain to everyone, thank you for being here, will you explain where the money comes from to fund these projects?
Yes, I will do my best. I'm going to rely on the city manager and also John Osborne and the audience to help me if I get off track. But Councilman Glasheen is correct. This is a property tax funded program that is run through Market Lubbock. Originally, the program was focused on downtown, and then we expanded into East Lubbock, and then in 2021, I believe, we added 34th Street and North University. 2023, we added 34th and University. But those funds are in the Market Lubbock budget.
And these monies are already approved, is that correct?
Correct. They are in the current fiscal year Market Lubbock budget that was approved by council this time last year.
And also, these areas are economically challenged, and that's part of like the 34th Street, the North University, and East Lubbock. So even though they may seem as if we're hurting an area, we're actually stimulating the economy to these areas by doing facades, and they don't fully fund. I mean, part of the grant, the actual person applying for the grant has to pay part of it.
That is correct. All of the grants are reimbursable and are reimbursement only, so the property owner has to invest the money up front, and then Market Lubbock will reimburse up to a certain percent based on the property owner. Our applicant has to submit all of their receipts. Those have to be verified before the money will be reimbursed. Market Lubbock also does a great job of ensuring that each of these applicants go through the city's development services processes. So on their permittable grants, they don't allow any grants that don't get appropriate permits, are able to prove a certificate of occupancy or a green tag on those permits. And so they've been great partners to ensure that we're getting quality projects that run alongside with these grants.
And I just want to add that I know that it seems like we're just handing dollars out, but it is a very thorough process. Once again, we're not just handing money out for anything. They have to go to classes. They have to be vetted. They have to fill out certain paperwork, provide certain forms and taxes and all sorts of stuff. So it's not just handing money over. And while we may see a parking lot as not necessary, it does improve the image of the building as well as the neighborhood. So,
yes, and if Jorge were here with Market Lubbock, he would speak to, development driving other developments. So in the situation of a parking lot, if I'm a neighbor and the businesses on either side of me just spent money to invest in their property, regardless of where that was, hopefully I'm more encouraged to do the same thing, whether I utilize the grant program or not. So it is intended to improve these neighborhood empowerment zones.
and not to mention, these are small business owners, so it's not like we're giving it to corporate America, but are we?
If, John, jump in if I'm wrong here, but I don't think we exclude business type from the grant program, but everybody does have the same amount of reimbursement available. So the maximum that a company can receive is $125,000, regardless of whether that's a small or a large business. So for example, Metro Tower, the very large housing project that's recently taken place on Broadway, they were eligible to apply. They did max out the grant, but a small business owner would have access to those same funds.
I guess for me, not only are we trying to beautify the area and we're trying to restore so that the neighbors around can enjoy these businesses, and it just makes it a little bit more marketable. But also for me, I think that it's important that, one of the things that when we were working on another project, I talked to David about, and he said he was pro-growth. Well, this is also pro-growth, and it's pro-sustainability. So I don't have any other questions if anybody else does.
Mr. Rose.
I just have statements. So, David, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but considering that we are trying to, the amount of money we're talking about on the bond just for Broadway downtown, I believe downtown is so important. Without a downtown, we don't have Lubbock. And starting to get someone to decide to move downtown versus finding an empty lot is a lot cheaper to build an empty, just a brand new building straight up from the top. So you have to incentivize. You've got to incentivize people to come down here. And I think, it's not going to look like New York City, but I think we're chipping away at it. And I think the facade grants, and you've even got interior grants for inside the buildings. I'm for it, and thank you guys for what you do.
I've got a question for you, Brianna, or Jamie, either one. What are the percentages? There's different percentages and different maximums on the exterior and the, can you describe those?
Yes, sir. So on the facade grant, which is anything on the exterior of the building, could require a permit, doesn't have to require a permit, is up to 50% reimbursement, not to exceed $25,000. So a $50,000 facade project would maximize the return on that grant. Permittable grants are up to 10% reimbursement, not to exceed $100,000. So it would take $1 million investment on the permittable grant to max out that grant amount.
So there's expectations from, this is just not a pure gift of money. There are expectations and limitations on all of it.
That is correct. You have to invest a certain amount to get a certain amount. And so the maximum between the two is $125,000, regardless of the size of the project.
Okay, Mr. Osborne, I had a question for you, because one of my questions about this in the past, and I remember a discussion, at least a former council person, Latrell Joy, and I had about a grant that was for, I think, stained glass windows for a church. And it wasn't about the fact that it was a church. It just seemed like that wasn't really an exterior or a facade type of a grant. It really was something to benefit the interior or the inside of the business rather than the outside. And I think we talked with y'all about tightening up some of the rules a little bit. Has any work been done on that to kind of tighten up the rules to make sure that truly is a facade, the facade is truly a facade type of grant?
Yeah, I know that the board took that question up, especially at the last couple of board meetings that we've had in an executive session, where a lot of that discussion was related to, we want to have a good working relationship with this program, with what the council wants. We've adjusted it over the years from where it was in the very, very beginning. And we've tried to incorporate those things that the council has said that they would like to see take place. I think where it relates to church, technically that window is on the exterior, and it is a beautification of the exterior. It does benefit the interior, but all windows benefit also the interior. So I think that the board was still good with the direction that it was taken at that time. But we're happy to have a conversation about where we need to lead and adjust these things. We want this program to encourage development to take place. That's the whole point of being an incentive, is to encourage that development to take place where it otherwise wouldn't. We don't believe that this will be necessary in the super long term, but it is necessary now in order to try to still encourage people to go into these areas that are economically challenged.
And do you have any idea, either of you, how much of that fund has been drawn down in this year?
Yes, I think we're decently close to maxing out the commercial revitalization area budget, but not the downtown one. Last year, it was the reverse.
Okay. All right.
One more note on the permittable grant that I should have specified. So on the facade, it could need a permit, doesn't have to need a permit. Permittable grants do have to have a permit. So we're not incentivizing painting walls. We're not incentivizing any FF&E. So it is strictly for improvements on the interior that require a permit. So that is kind of an added layer on the interior of the buildings.
It's meant to be for those items that would stay with the building. So if the business does go out of business, that those improvements stay with the building. And that's one reason why we don't want to do desks and computers. Those will leave the building as a company moves about.
All right. Any other questions for Brianna or John while they are up here? Ms. Martinez-Garcia.
In lieu of the sentiment, I would like to call for the vote for items 616 through 624.
All right. We have a call for the vote.
And Gordon said second.
All in favor of closing the... This is just a vote to close the discussion and move forward to a vote. So all in favor of calling the question, so to speak, please let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right. All right. Now, do I have a motion on, and can we gather? No. Yes, Mr. Atkinson.
No, I
Mr.
think
Wade.
you're headed in the right direction. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, thank you. So can we combine all these together, 616 through 624, and take them as a unit? Okay. So now I would entertain a motion to approve items 616 to 6-24.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying nay? Okay, so that is 6-1 vote. Thank you. Are we ready, Mr. Atkinson, to jump back?
Mayor, they're on their way down with the documents. If you wanted a quick break, we
Okay,
can have
it's
those
a good
teed
time
back
for a
up
break.
for you.
I think I see some thumbs up for a quick break, and we'll be ready to take that back up. Thank you. Okay, let's get back on track here. We are now going to move back to item 7.5, now that our bond counsel has come back in, and so now I'm going to introduce this agenda item. Turn over here a little bit. And is there any new briefing we need from you, Mr. Atkinson?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, we are back on item 7.5. And again, this is the single read of an ordinance to call the bond election. We have placed at your seats two items. One is your new, so this is now your updated and correct exhibit. Council, if that meets your satisfaction, you also have at your place the language we would need for the motion. So under item 7.5, if you had somebody to make the motion that is written there, that will bring this exhibit in and make your bond ordinance correct.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson, because this is fairly technical. I just want to make sure that we dot all the i's and cross all the t's. So I'm going to introduce this agenda item and call for a discussion on considering the possibly taking action to adopt an ordinance calling a bond election to be held within the city of Lubbock, Texas, making provision for the conduct and giving of notice of the election and containing other provisions related thereto. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we've just caught one thing. If we could, when the motion is made as written, please also note that the bond election will be in the amount of $103,400,000. $103,400,000.
So noted for the record.
Thank
And
you.
that's an exhibit to the ordinance itself, is it not?
It will
So
be.
that will
It will
be
be
included as
exhibit-
replacing the exhibit that was in that ordinance with the exhibit that you now have before you.
Correct.
Is that correct? All right. Thank you. Nod your head, Mr. Wade, if I can proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So at the end of the motion that's before you, at the end of that first long sentence, where it says, in the agenda item backup, in the amount of $103,400,000 is how that would read.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council adopt an ordinance calling a bond election to be held within the City of Lubbock, Texas, making provisions for the conduct and the giving of notice of the election and containing other provisions related thereto, which is before the council, with the revision version of the list of projects to be funded inserted in Exhibit C to replace the version of the list currently in the agenda item backup in the total amount of $103,400,000. For the avoidance of doubt, the revision version of the list of projects to be funded removes line item 6, which is Quaker Avenue, line items 9, which is Alcove Avenue, and line item 10, which is the South Overton project.
Is there a second? Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, is there any discussion of this item? Mayor Pro Tem?
On item 7.6, the mayor will introduce the following agenda item and call for discussion thereon. Consider, not yet? Oh, we didn't vote. Sorry, y'all. I'm ready to go home. I'm just kidding.
So we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Was there any discussion? I didn't see any. All right. All right. All in favor of approving a resolution 7.5 on your agenda, please let it be known. Do we need to take this as a recorded vote? Okay, let's take this as a recorded vote. All right. All right. Item 7.5 passes 7-0. Now, I will move on to item 7.6 and introducing this item, and I will call for, and this is consider and possibly take action to adopt a resolution declaring its intent and commitment to create a contract with the voters stipulating the proceeds from the bond shall be used for the projects identified in the ordinance and calling November 5, 2024 bond election. Is there a motion for item 7.6?
So move.
Would you read that?
The mayor will introduce the following, I move that the city council adopt a resolution declaring its intent and commitment to create a contract with the voters, stipulating the proceeds from the bond shall be used for the projects identified in the ordinance calling the November 5th, 2024 bond election, with a revised version of the list of projects to be funded inserted in Exhibit A to replace the version of the list currently in the agenda item backup. For the avoidance of doubt, the revised version of the list of projects to be funded removes line item 6, Quaker Avenue, line item 9, Alcove Avenue, and line item 10, South Overton.
And second. All right. Is there any discussion on this item? I see none. Okay, let's call for the vote. And again, if you'll put the screen up for us. And the vote on this is 7-0, so that passes. All right. Now we're going to move back to item 7.1, board appointments. Is that right? I want to thank our bond counsel for sticking around too and getting all that done. They haven't already left. I think they had a plane to catch. I don't know if they probably didn't catch it, did they? All right, we tried. So I want to take up item 7.1, 2, and 3 together with the consent of the council. These are board appointments. And find my list here. Is there any objection to taking those board appointments up together?
You can.
All right. Thank you. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments on this? I don't think you do you? Okay. All right. I will now entertain a motion to approve appointing individuals who receive the most votes as members of the board, and I'm going to read that list to you. Appointments for and these are all the PIDs, Property Improvement District Advisory Boards, and those nominations were received from those boards, and we then approved them. So for item 7.1, the Quincy Park Public Improvement District Advisory Board, the appointments names are Ray Lynn Hamby and Dana Hens. For 7.2, the appointment to the Upland Crossing Public Improvement District Advisory Board is Austin Lear and Darwin Trey Benton and Jordan Rogers. And for item 7.3, appointments to the Valencia Public Improvement Advisory Board, Corey Lusk, Jenna Massey, and John Jackson. Do I have a motion to that effect? Was that you, Mr. Collins? Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Rose. All in favor? Oh, let's have a discussion. Is there any discussion? I hear none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, thank you. That passes 7-0. All right. Now we're going to move to item I'm just trying to figure out, I know we have people still waiting here, and just out of kindness to them, I think let's go ahead and move on to item 7.11. And there are a lot of people here having interest in items 7.11, 7.12, so let's go ahead and take those items up. And Mr. Atkinson, do you have a briefing for us on 7.11?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.11 is the consideration of a resolution that would authorize you, the mayor, to execute a lease agreement with the Lesky Brothers Investments for the Godeke Branch Library. Mayor, the proposal that is in front of the council today is a 3-year lease term. In the first year, the lease would cost you $14 per square foot, or $176,820 a year. In the second of the 3 years, it is $14.70 per square foot, or an annual total of $185,661. Finally, in the third year, it is in the amount of $15.44 per square foot, for an annual total of $195,007. Lease would begin on September 1st, and just as in the prior 2 series of leases on this building, it would be a triple net lease. Mayor, the amount, should you choose to approve this, is fully accounted for in your proposed 2025 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson, for the benefit of people who are watching or here and don't understand triple net leasing. Could you, or rents, can you please explain what the triple net means?
Carries over basically the insurance and taxes.
Added on top of the base
Correct.
square foot rental.
Mm-hmm.
So it would actually be more than this, but you don't know what that is because it's a proration based on.
It's a proration that will change each year. And again, it's the way it was also done in your prior leases, standard commercial leasing terms.
Right. Not everybody is entered into a commercial lease here. So for the benefit of everybody, that explains that. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve item 7.11. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now let's move on to our discussion. I'll entertain discussion on it at this time. Dr. Wilson.
So we heard a lot of people come up this evening to speak about the libraries in Lubbock. And it was very hard to sit back and listen to everybody speak, knowing what I would love to see in Southwest Lubbock is a new library. So nobody, including myself, thinks that we want to get rid of libraries. Information about us looking at a lease, I think, was prematurely, I don't want to use the word leaked, because everything is public, but released to people and citizens, which made everybody panic, thinking we wanted to close libraries in Lubbock. Now, what we don't want, what I really don't want, is for us to continue to sink public tax dollars into a leased building. That is just a waste, I think, of taxpayers' dollars. And so what we have been discussing, what we would like to see, is eventually finding a new home for Godeke on a permanent city property with a new building. And so for now, I am very much in favor of renewing the lease, because I think somebody said it brilliantly, that this has been the can has been kicked down the road many times. And so this came up very suddenly without a good plan. And so I'm very much in support of renewing the lease temporarily. I would not like to see it go more than the 3 years that it's listed here, but I think that 3 years will give us time to figure out some methods to put money into a good capital project so we can look at building a new community center / library out in Southwest Lubbock.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. I received countless emails, and I tried to respond to most of them about the library. I don't know how it happened that we were going to start closing libraries down, and that rumor started that we were going to close down libraries. I don't think anyone up here wants to close libraries. I think they are extremely important for a community, especially the activity that happens, not just renting or checking out the books, but the activities that go on there. is what we were discussing, like Dr. Wilson had said, is this has been pushed on down the road, and we have wasted money on a building we do not own, and I believe we spent a considerable amount of money moving into that building, making improvements on it that we won't recoup back because it's not ours. The owners are unwilling to sell right now, so the discussion was we need a new library with a new community center in it, and we were trying to figure out how to save for that, or how to raise the funds regardless. And so we're all here in support of that. I am not in support of renewing the lease, but it seems like it has to be done because we don't have a plan right now. We're kind of presented that, hey, the lease is coming due, and you know, if we don't have a plan for it, then we've got to renew the lease. And I think a plan, getting a new library that the city owns from here, is a good start for us.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, there's no question that the city of Lubbock is growing. And not only are we growing in size and population, but in the needs that we have. And no matter what area of town you live, it is evident that we have to fill those needs. Our libraries are highly used. And one of the things that you know, this particular department is so good about measuring attendance, the number of books, everything. So unfortunately, I would ask the public to be very conscious about rumors. And, you know, we place all this information on our website, and we encourage the public to use it. Some folks may misuse it and piece together messages that are not quite true. And as evident, you have full support for the libraries in this community. I go to the library. I use all of our public venues, and I make it a point to promote these facilities. But these folks have done a wonderful job, and I hope that, you know, we can work collectively with folks in the community, because we heard a lot of passion today, and we want input on what we can do. But no doubt, we need to be forward-thinking, so a library/community center is a great opportunity, a meeting room for Southwest Lubbock. But it doesn't mean that it's just for Southwest Lubbock neighbors. This is for the entire city. And that's what is so great about our libraries and our parks, is that they're made to be utilized by everybody. And I hope that the folks will support us in the future as we continue to plan. And I appreciate that our Councilwoman, Dr. Wilson, has been a big proponent of getting us to the next step.
I think it's also, I think, important to note here on this issue that when we're talking about a lot of needs that the city has, we talked about roads, and oftentimes people say, well, you know, none of those roads go in my district. No, none of those roads go in my area. And not every area. I represented District 3 for 2 years. That's where I've lived almost all my life. Our roads are built. It's maintenance for my streets. It's not building new roads. I don't need new roads in that district. South Lubbock needs roads. South Lubbock doesn't have, there is no library or community center south of 50th Street. Godeke's basically on about 51st Street, I think, maybe, or 50th Street. So South Lubbock doesn't have some of the amenities that North Lubbock has. Splash pads, community centers, and libraries. So I think what we're trying to do here is address this issue, not with closing a library, but finding an appropriate location, because the Godeke Library is, as we've already been said, we're leasing it and spending a lot of money on it, but it's obvious it's not that far from the Groves Library either on 19th Street. Godeke is not really close. I think it's 3/4 of a mile from the nearest house, if I understand correctly. It's not that accessible even to neighborhoods. So what we're trying to find is a solution that will put a library and a community center together, because oftentimes these uses are overlap very much between those two. It's not putting a community center in a library, as I heard it discussed. It's a single building that would have both community center functions and library functions in it, which is much more efficient than separating them out. So we're trying to find a solution to that. I, however, realize that building a new library of that size in a community center is about an $8 million project, and we have to begin to save money for that project and find ways to pay for that. And so I'm not in favor of continuing the lease. Not continuing that lease doesn't mean we don't have libraries. We still have 3 functioning libraries. People have to drive to their libraries anyway. Very few people actually just live close to their libraries. So we'll have libraries that are open, but in the meantime, we can save that money, put it into a reserve fund, and begin to prepare for the library that we need to build as soon as we can possibly do so. But that's what I would favor. Is there any further discussion? All right. Then let's call for the vote. So this is to authorize me to execute a lease agreement, the lease agreement for 3 years with Lusky Brothers Investments for the Godeke Branch Library located at 5034 Frankfurt Avenue. Well, let's put this up as a recorded vote as well. All in favor of having me sign that lease, please let it be known by marking yes. All right. That passes 6-1. All right. To item 7.12. This is to consider a resolution to fund the security trolley and general marketing of the First Friday Art Trail for the Louise Hopkins Underwood Center for the Arts as part of the Cultural Arts Grant Program as recommended by Civic Lubbock Incorporated. We're now going to take this up, and I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem as the sponsor of this resolution.
Are we jumping over the others? Are we saving those for last? Okay, just making sure. In lieu of the situation, I feel that we have held this particular group, Luca, to a different set of standards than we have everyone else. And so the resolution that has been presented to you, I'd like to amend it, and I would like to pull the language that was added, and I want to go ahead and continue and ask for support of this issue. As you can see, we have misinformation, and it's been a little bit misguided, and we've heard some amazing point of views today, and for me, I am just at this point that as this community grows, we also have to grow in our thinking. And we have to be inclusive of everybody in this community. The first word that comes to mind in thinking about all of this is that we need to learn to coexist. And that is the bottom line. We cannot continue to compromise our dais with politics that are, I mean, it is a political world, but we have to be apolitical. This is a nonpartisan seat. And I would just encourage my colleagues to give this full consideration. I appreciate everyone that came out today, whether you were for or against. I'm a Christian, but I also am a citizen of Lubbock that wants to see progress and growth. We have so many different ages, denominations, ages, youth, everything today, and that's what it's all about. And if you've never experienced First Friday Art Trail, it's hard to really speak on it because you haven't seen it in action. It is a beautiful thing. It is something that I think really demonstrates the possibilities of what Lubbock can be. So I really hope that you will support this vote and support our community, all the community. And again, that we restore the amount of $25,600. It was never $30,000. That was the other part of the misinformation. It was $25,600, and that we restore that. And so I call for the vote. Can I do that?
we'll need to have a motion, but I just want to make sure that the discussion on the resolution is fully explained.
Yeah, so let me make sure I understand what the Mayor Pro Tem wants to do. You want to remove, you just want to move for a substitute resolution than the one that you sponsor, a substitute resolution that would have no restrictions regarding the funding to Luca.
Yes,
Okay.
and just
So
to-
that would be the motion is moved to substitute the resolution with your new one, and then you take a vote on the substitute resolution, whether to allow that, and then you'd vote on the actual, assuming that passes, then you'd vote on that resolution as substituted. Does that make sense, Mayor?
I believe so, but if I go off track, you'll get me back on, won't you?
Try.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you. All right.
Second.
So we have a motion from Mr. Harris. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, discussion. Mr. Glasheen.
I'll say that to award this grant without any restrictions is actually worse than the first time that it was proposed to us, because this is really not even just an LGBT issue. It's about a broader question of what are some common sense restrictions on the types of expression that should be supported or promoted by tax dollars. And there are broad categories of sexual, political, violent, other controversial expression that doesn't need to be supported or amplified by tax dollars. And everyone has a constitutional right, Luca, to express themselves. Luca has the right to continue this programming without public tax dollars, and it may give them the freedom that they would prefer to have a full range of what they consider to be appropriate expression. And so without a comprehensive policy that addresses these concerns, I would suggest that the lack of any guidance on the uses of the grant is less appropriate.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The issue that we are dealing with is that we have driven this issue, this entire existence of this issue with hearsay. We based our information off of social media, and that is not fair to this organization that followed the process of applying for a grant, that followed everything that was required of them, that submitted everything that was required. It is not fair that we hold them to a different set of standards. And that is the issue for me. So right now, you're right, it is not about LGBTQ or anything else. It is about the fact that we made a mistake and we need to correct it. And how we're going to correct it is by granting these folks their money. And if we can't do that, then I think it sends a wrong message. We need to correct this. Bottom line is that this was all based off of misinformation. And we need to do everything that we do on facts, not on what we think we see or perceive to see. This is not fair to one organization. And I just think that we need to correct this, David.
Mr. Glasheen.
I think it's unfair to characterize the council's decision as based on misinformation. There are photos and videos of the drag performances that were referenced. There's well-documented indications of the other types of programming. And while that's what attracted the most media attention, there are other examples of problems with the lack of oversight in the way that venues are taking advantage of public tax dollars. So, for example, we saw one of the First Friday Art Trail venues, which is Rock, Paper, Shears, and in April, they were featured as a venue, the First Friday Art Trail, and in their advertising, they promoted a mayoral campaign, Adam Hernandez for mayor, and one of the vendors at the First Friday Art Trail venue also advertised that 40% of the proceeds from their sales would go to support the marijuana legalization movement. That's a significant problem because now you're in a situation where public tax dollars are marketing to an event, the transportation is being used to bring people to the event, and you've got public tax dollars supporting a type of political fundraiser or candidate advocacy. That's why I say It's broader than an LGBT issue. It's about the appropriate role of public tax dollars.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that we've had several comments. We've been stifled by misinformation. That's one thing. We heard someone comment about Buddy Holly. You know, one of the things that also prevented Buddy Holly from getting the support and attention was that he also married a Latina. So how about them cookies? And then thirdly, remind me your name. I'm so sorry. Mr. Seeger made an amazing comment that I really hadn't thought about, because I too go to the gun show. And I have seen stuff that to me was inappropriate, but I'm not going to censor when people are expressing what they believe, or, you know, those are things are being sold. But the ultimate thing here is that Luca uses these opportunities to raise funds to sustain their doors. It is a way of creating revenue. I even took a picture just recently of one of the little signs on the wall that makes it very clear that they are not in support of the views of those art exhibits and whatnot, but they're trying to make a living and keep those doors open. So I get it, but they have also had very conservative folks hold events there. They've had political events, yes. They've had a variety of things, because at the end of the day, they're trying to keep those doors open. And this is how they generate revenue. So we need to go back to the fact that they applied, they followed the process, and they deserve that money. Not only that, but we're now creating terms for them that they applied for way before you were in council. I've been here, but before you were in council, and they followed that grant process. And I just don't think it's fair to now hold them to something completely different than everybody else. So we just need to give them their money.
Well, a few things I want to say, and I don't want to, this is not to close off the conversation, anybody else wants to say anything, but to correct a few things that were said here tonight. Yes, it is hotel occupancy tax money. That's taxes paid by people on their hotel bill who usually come here from out of town. It is still taxpayer money. And however you want to look at it, we are the entity responsible for that taxpayer money. No other entity is responsible for it. It falls on our shoulders as to how that money is to be spent. So the fact that it's hotel money or out of town doesn't relieve us of our responsibility. We have to take responsibility for that. Second thing is, I don't believe anybody on this council is anti-art. We are funding over $500,000 worth of cultural and art events in this city. So it's not that we don't want to do that. It's not that we don't think it's something important for our city. We can have a discussion about whether or not we should be doing that at all, but we are doing it, and we're doing it out of hotel tax money, which is one of the ways in which that money can be spent. That money cannot be spent just any way we want. There are limitations on it, and this is one of the ways it can be spent. We want to make sure that it is spent in appropriate ways, but we spend over $500,000 already on various art events. Over 30 different ones applied, and 29 were approved, I believe, this year. Third thing is, we are not censoring artists. This is not a censorship issue. Artists are free to express themselves wherever they want to. They don't have a right to expect taxpayer money to support everything and anything they do. We have to make decisions about that. We are the ones, and we may not like having to make that decision. It certainly has been uncomfortable for many of us up here. Nonetheless, we are responsible for making those decisions. Speaking of Buddy Holly, yes, I'm sure he didn't get all the support he wanted. Didn't keep him from becoming one of the greatest musicians ever. It doesn't keep any artists from finding those people who appreciate that art and finding a way to market that art and be successful. What we give to this program is just a small amount of their total budget and the money they have available to do this. Speaking about political, non-political, and partisanship, this isn't really a partisan issue. It's not a political issue. We have to make policy. This is about policy. That doesn't mean it's political. It means we have to make policy decisions. That's what our job is, and we're having to do that, as difficult as that may be. I have been to the First Friday Art Trail many times. I've enjoyed it. But one of the issues with the First Friday Art Trail that makes it different from many others is because of all of its venues. And admittedly, that's a difficult thing for them to police, whatever word you want to use, all the venues that they have there and to know what's truly going on. Most of the other things that we fund are unique single events. This one is over many venues, over many months, and so it is unique in many ways and more difficult to do so. And just bringing up issues in which political things have been done, and I don't mind political things being done at Luca, that's fine, just not on that schedule of events that we as taxpayers pay for. People who want to do things of a sexual nature, if they appropriately card people at the door or tell people this is for this age or not, fine if they want to do that, but not during the First Friday Art Trail. We talk a lot about inclusivity. This is taxpayer money, and so what we want this taxpayer money to be used for is something that is inclusive of as many people in our community as possible, something that is available to them and that they can enjoy, and that families and children in all ages can enjoy. That's what I mean when I talk about taxpayer-funded money. Now, I will say I appreciate the people working for Luca, and we've had opportunities to talk to them. So, yes, whatever you think about the decision we made, in the meantime, I believe all of us here have spoken with those people. I honestly think, in my mind, the best situation for Luca to be free to do what they want to do and how they want to do it is to be free of the strings that go along with taxpayer-funded money. I think that allows them to pursue what they want to pursue and do their project the way they want to do it with the total with the most amount of freedom that they can do so. So I cannot support this at this time, and I'm also going to be in favor of new regulations and new resolutions going forward on these commitments of money, but that's where I am. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. And to be clear, we are still on amending the resolution. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, this amended resolution is to return the funding without any conditions to
right.
Or to First Friday Art Trail.
So I have heard a lot tonight. I'm trying to go back through my notes here about no strings attached, individual freedom, freedom to do whatever, and that is our country. We have the freedom to do that. However, when you attach tax dollars to things, things are different. When we talk about inclusivity and everyone, you have to understand there's people on the other side of this that are upset that their tax dollars are being used for this. We've talked about misinformation. We know the facts of the things that happened. I will tell you that. There's no misinformation on my end. I don't know about anyone else here, but on my end, there is no misinformation. I will agree that it's a difficult spot. This is a difficult vote. A lot of people have called me bigoted, racist over emails, and that you hate art and Lubbock and downtown altogether. Like the mayor said, we approved $500,000, around $500,000 for art through this Civic Lubbock grant. Two of those which were also Luca. And Luca, I appreciate what they do. They have set up something that is, that you can't, you can't recreate. It's a great organization. They do great things. Unfortunately, the First Friday Art Trail is so all-encompassing. There is so many vendors that we've moved down to a place where I can't follow with tax funds. I will be supporting some changes to the grant program, and if they so choose, Luca and First Friday can come back next year and reapply under those. But talking about individual freedom and things like that without strings attached. I mean, we just removed part of the resolution that I was kind of okay with. Or we're talking about it, but no strings attached. You get involved in public money, and you're in politics, unfortunately. That's just the way it is. Public money is politics. It's public policy. We are moving money around. And I'm sorry for any feelings I hurt. I'm not here to hurt anyone or be a detriment to the First Friday Art Trail. I believe it's going to, we've brought more attention to it than it's gotten ever, I think, with this whole thing. So I believe it will continue to move on, and I hope we can work something out when we bring back grant, different rules for the grants in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, the question I have, I was talking about a gun show. Does Civic Lubbock do the gun show? Do they get a grant? The Civic Center.
They use our tax dollars to have their gun show where they have Confederate flags.
Right.
Nazi flags.
Right.
They have any Manners version of literature. And it's Project Destiny can allow you to provide the same treatment to the knife and gun show as you're now putting on the Lucas Center. That's what I want to know, Councilman. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Atkinson. Or Mr. Wade.
Remember that we're past the citizen comment period. So.
Yes, we are. Sorry about that. So let's keep the conversation between us up here. And but I think you got the answer to your question. That's not funded by the hot tax. It's a civic center that's available for anybody to rent. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, thank you for your input. And I just have to say that policy is already in place. That's the thing. And they followed the policy. They did what they were supposed to do in order to meet the deadline that Civic Lubbock required of them. All of that happened. Now, all of a sudden, we're posing this whole new set of rules because it doesn't work for us. Bottom line, they applied for money. They used the money as they said, which was for the trolley, paying officers, paying for permits, paying for advertising that was done on a statewide scope. That is what they're asking for. That is what the grant was written for. And now all of a sudden we've created a hole because of these photos. I get it. Moving forward, I can see us probably being more aware of that just because it's evident that, people's attitudes are changing. But I don't feel like, I appreciate everybody's opinion. I appreciate everybody's, personal experience. I hope that everyone has everyone participated in First Friday Art Trail? If you haven't, then you won't understand because it is a community thing. We put unity in community. We actually experience different folks, different interests, just everything. And I think that's what makes it awesome. As I've spoken before, to each his own when it comes to choices, but it's just not fair that we are going backwards and we're creating this whole new set of rules for this particular group just because we didn't like something. It's just not fair. And You know, when I say no conditions, moving forward, we can create conditions, but right now, these folks were evaluated on all of certain requirements that they had to meet and fill, and now all of a sudden, we're creating, like I said, a whole new set of standards for them, and it's just not fair. We need to be fair. That's the bottom line. We need to be fair. And with that, I'm just going to say, let's call for the vote, because we're just beating on a dead horse.
I have a speaker request ahead of that, so I'm going to call on Mr. Rose.
I'm sorry, I wrote this down, and, you know, we talked about, a lot of people commented that you don't have to take your child in or your family into certain vendors on the art trail. And then some even said, you know, they've got signs up that, you know, this is inappropriate content. And I have to ask the taxpayers, we have to have a sign that says for mature audiences, or, you know, be careful because this is, then how can tax dollars be connected?
All right, we have a call for the question. So, we ready to take a vote? Can we put this up for a vote? Oh, excuse me, and this is just on, let's be clear what we're voting on here.
So we could have a couple of things. We have, one is the motion to call the question, so
Oh,
first
yes.
vote on that.
Okay, first vote on calling the question, all right. Do we have to take a vote on that, or can we say is there any opposition to that?
Take a vote on it.
Take a vote on, I always say to
Let's
take a
make
vote.
this, let's just.
We're
make
not
it-
going to take this as a vote on the machine, but all in favor of calling the question, please let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? None. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so now the motion that's on the floor is the motion to the substituted resolution, which would be to restore the funding as recommended by Civic Lubbock without any other restrictions other than what was in the application to begin with.
All right. So if everyone will choose their, so this, it'd be very clear, you're voting for the resolution supported by Mayor Pro Tem, okay? That's a yes vote. Otherwise, it's a no vote, correct? For the amended okay. All right, so that amendment fails 4-3. All right. So now, we are back.
So now that substituted motion didn't pass, but you still have the original resolutions on the agenda.
All right. All right. But we already have the motion and the second on that one, so we're good. We're just a discussion on that. Or we didn't know we went straight to the amendment?
We went straight to the substitution. We don't have yet a motion on the resolution as originally presented in the backup.
Okay.
So we'll need a motion on
Do we
that.
need to have some clarity for our audience about what that resolution is?
Okay, so it's the motion that was originally sponsored by the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Harris that does restrict the funding to security, to the trolley, and to just general marketing for First Friday Art Trail. That was with the other restrictions that were also listed out in the motion. That's what's currently now. If there's a motion and a second, that is what will be on the floor and what will be debated.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Harris. All right. Now we'll have discussion on that resolution as Mr. Wade just presented it here. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. We've heard a lot of discussion this evening and very compelling. I think one of the things that we haven't really addressed is the citizens who attend First Friday Art Trail. And public safety. We've spoken often about public safety in these chambers over the last few weeks and few months, and I think that's very important for us as we recognize the gathering that occurs in downtown Lubbock and we recognize the movement of these crowds as they try to move from one venue to another. The request from Luca for security totaled $11,000. $3,000 of that was in kind, and the trolley advertising was $12,000. And so my question would be to see if we look at the cash expenditure for security of $8,000 and the trolleys at $12,000, would the Mayor Pro Tem accept a friendly amendment to amend our motion to $20,000 for the purpose of trolleys and security? This is the public safety aspect of what happens at First Friday Art Trail. And so there's my question for you.
Mr. Wade, I'm going to ask for a little direction here. A friendly amendment, that's an interesting term, but would we not be really just amending the resolution as it stands?
Yeah, I think what you would do is move to amend to restrict the funding to just those two things and the amount of funding to $20,000 total. Is that what I'm hearing, what you want to do, Councilmember? You can make that as a motion and second, and then y'all could just vote on that alone. That would amend it just to that amount.
And let me be clear about your amendment, Mr. Collins. That is just to amend the amount, but none of the rest of the resolution as it.
I'm asking to specifically place those monies into those public safety items.
Do you have your mic on? Please turn it back. Yes. Okay. Please repeat that then.
Thank you. I'm asking that these funds be placed for security and trolleys, which represent the public safety aspects of these events. This is much like what we would do at a football game. Our city buses run around our athletic events. Our police force is there en masse for activities, and I think this very much begs for the same things.
But without any of the conditions on that grant of money, is that what?
So these are exactly the conditions, that we award $8,000 for security, $12,000 for trolleys, which mirrors the Luca original request.
All right.
I would like to ask a question if I could.
Yes, sir.
So under the resolution that is currently on the floor, it's divided up in two parts.
Yes, two parts.
Section 2 says the money shall be used for these three things. And then Section 3 says you can't use the money for, I think there's 5 things. So is your request, council member, to move to allow the money for those 2 things and eliminate the rest of the resolution so that would be a full substitution and there'd be no other restrictions other than just restrict it to trolleys and security and then leave the rest of it out? Or is it just to amend Section 2 of the resolution and leave the rest of the resolution alone? Am I making sense to you?
Not a lot, but that's okay. It's late, and so, I mean, and I guess if this needs to come up for discussion. My point is to eliminate every other part of the resolution, but to say we will fund these items with these dollars in this amount.
Okay.
So and allow Luca to go about their business of promoting First Friday Art Trail.
Okay. So the motion, it sounds like to me, that you would need to make, council member, is you move to sit there and amend it that the only restrictions would be that they spend it on the trolleys and security for this year alone, and that would be it.
And the amount, the total amount would be?
The total amount of $20,000.
Of $20,000, or was it 20?
Luca's original request in these two categories was $20,000.
Okay. What? Why?
You had to what?
That's all of his, that's his amendment.
All right.
No, now we're back to just the regular. Yours has been defeated, so we're back to the regular resolution now.
So is that in the form of a motion?
That is a motion on my behalf, on my
So
part.
there would need to be a
It
second.
needs to be a second on that. Just need a second first.
So what it would be, it's a motion to fund $20,000 to Luca designated solely for trolleys and security, and there'll be nothing else, no other restrictions, no other anything, just designated funds for those two amounts.
All right. Now, we can have discussion on that amendment to the original resolution. All right? Mr. Harris?
Yes, the question I have is, you saying for security and trolley for the 20,000, but what about advertising? It's not in there. So, okay. Thank you.
Just to be clear, this would basically be the form of a substitute resolution. It would end up having that effect.
It's not an amendment so much as a substitute.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Goshin?
I think this still doesn't quite solve the underlying problem of providing tax dollars to support an event where there's no oversight of the content being presented at the various venues. So I appreciate creative thinking, but I can't support the resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We are doing everything to compromise. And I'm not saying, we've already compromised our dais by providing this, a whole set. We're trying to work here for the greater good of this community, the art community, the public, to engage everyone. I think that this is, I'm willing to accept this. I think it's a good thing. And I think that, once again, we need to call the question, if we can. I'd like to just vote on this. It's getting late.
Have a call for the question. All in favor of closing the discussion on this substitute resolution? You called for the question? Yes. Okay, you want the, okay. Well, just on calling the question. I'm just going to do that by voice vote. So all in favor of ceasing the discussion on this issue, please let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Known by saying nay. Nay. All right, so let's now take the vote. Just to be clear, everybody, we are voting on the substitute motion made by Mr. Collins, to which we will be funding the First Friday Art Trail for two items alone, the security and the trolley, to the amount of $20,000, no other conditions to be applied. All in favor of that, please let it be known by saying yes or no. That fails 4-3. All right. Yeah. Are there any other substitute motions or amendments that anybody wants to propose at this point? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to throw one out there. All right? I understand where you're trying to go, Mr. Collins. I'm a little concerned about how this issue has taken a life of its own. And I know where I stand on this, but I think the security aspect of this may be something that we need to think somewhat carefully about. I'm thinking just of this year, right now, for what we are proposing to do right now. Yes, it's just something to consider later on, too. I'm just, because of the the temperature that has been increased, I'm concerned about how things might play out at the First Friday Art Trail going forward, and I'm a little concerned about our responsibility to them for that. So I'm going to propose a substitute resolution that will just provide, what is the amount for the security? 11,000? What's that? Is that what it was? 11, what was it? What did they request for?
So the original request was for $5,000 from Civic Lubbock, $3,000 of their own cash, and $3,000 in kind. I'm assuming that that security force is a part of our PD department?
Yes.
On duty and off duty. Some of them are on duty, and I guess that's what we would provide as a city in kind. Those on-duty officers would man particularly the crosswalks and help with traffic control, I would think, and the other officers would provide security. And so if we had $11,000 for security, then that would cover that particular item.
So it was 5,000 from them, 3,000 from us, and 3,000 in kind. Is that how it was originally? Okay,
5,000 from Civic Lubbock grant, 3,000 of their own revenue.
Okay.
Outside revenue, and 3,000 in kind.
So that would be 8,000 from us and in kind.
And that
So
was what my previous
that would
motion
be,
and covered.
my proposal. All right. So I guess can I make the motion on that? Okay, I make that as a motion. Is there a second? All right. Is there any discussion on that? Dr. Wilson.
Mr. Atkinson, how does it work when the City of Lubbock Police Department provides security to any event, parades, anything? How does that work?
Generally, that is done through what is referred to as in-kind services. So events make application, it's limited to nonprofits, and we provide a certain amount of that coverage then, and we absorb that inside our own budgets. The additional dollars allow an event to secure security above that just general stuff that we are going to do anyway for them.
So Luca would qualify for just in-kind police support to be there for an event this large?
Yes, and we do provide, I believe it is the 3,000 worth of in-kind for that.
And would that stop if we voted on a resolution tonight? If it would change this resolution 14 times? Would they still be entitled to that in-kind police protection to be there during the event?
Absent a directive from the council, they are still qualified for the 3,000 in the in-kind services.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me just add that the trolley services, we could also apply, if I'm not mistaken, with City Bus for in-kind services, for trolley services for the designated time.
I don't believe we are allowed to do in-kind through City Bus anymore.
City Bus can't do that anymore? Well, I mean,
There's been changes in the federal side of that, and I do not believe we can do that for a city bus asset. For city, yes, but not City Bus.
I think the thing for me with the trolley service is that they're technically not really visiting the Luca facility. It's stopping at the Civic Center. Is that right? so it's not even touching the property of Luca. So it's stopping at the Civic Center. Isn't that something that we should be providing? And I mean, right now the roads are so bad that I think it would even simplify getting folks from point A to point B and C and D. But
Yeah, the trolley is generally a shuttle service moving back and forth.
right, right.
Mr. Collins.
Well, the trolley service, and this issue may have already been covered, but the trolley service runs from the Civic Center throughout downtown, ending up either at Cavell's Pharmacy or at our museum, the Buddy Holly Center. And so these are between connected spaces within, some of our city properties. Just want to point that out. I think it's important, in to the earlier discussion, that having these 5,000 plus people trying to walk from 4th to 19th Street is a part of that problem, and it's why I bring it up as public safety. If we put these folks back in their cars at the Civic Center parking lot and have them drive through these crowds to the Buddy Holly Center, I think we add to our public safety issues. That's the reason I suggested the trolleys. Thank you.
Mr. Glasheen.
Mr. Mayor, my comments are directed to your amendment. I think it doesn't resolve the underlying question or the issue that we've talked about before, and I would point out that other comparable events, whether they're political or sexual or some other event that doesn't qualify for tax dollars, would have to pay for their own security under similar arrangements.
Mr. Rose.
I'm sorry, I just had a question. We're not talking about restricting the First Friday Arts Trail from the police department or the trolleys, as long as they use their own funds. Is that correct? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What you're asking, David, is that we take all the grants back, all 30 of them? Is that what you're saying? I misunderstood what you just said.
Mr. Glasheen.
I did not make that motion. I made my remarks based off of the mayor's motion.
Well, I mean, we're not resolving anything, and I feel like we have done everything. The thing is with the trolley, it's a convenience for our citizens. We have a lot of issues with, we have a lot of work happening. Jennifer, didn't you, Dr. Wilson, that is, it's hard to pass from one point to the other right now because we have so much construction happening. This simplifies that process, plus it keeps the safety, plus we're dealing with, I mean, this is chaotic. There's no question. I don't know what else to offer. Do we table this? I don't think
Is that a motion?
No, because we've already tabled it once to address the concerns which we put into play in the resolution, which still were not agreeable.
Okay.
Jarrett, city manager, what can we do? What would you offer that we can do to help resolve this?
So,
The
do you want to
mayor,
speak to that, Mr. Atkinson?
the mayor has a motion. I don't believe we have a second to that motion.
I
thought
forgot.
we did.
I
do?
forgot what the
Okay.
motion is.
Then Mayor, you could move to.
Okay, just to remind you, my motion was simply to provide $8,000, $5,000 as a grant, $3,000 in kind for security for this event. That's it. That's all it's a substitute motion. No conditions. And I realize, the problem Mr. Glasheen has raised. It doesn't solve some of the underlying issues, but I believe a separate issue has been created by this whole process. So that's why I think it is now standalone as something different that does concern me. So
I second the motion.
I think we've got the second. I think it's, we're in the discussion process. Mr. Collins.
To clarify what I thought the motion was, the $3,000 in kind is already approved. And so I'm looking, and what I thought I heard you say was we would provide the $5,000 out of the grant and the $3,000 in security that they would have paid out of their own revenue sources. And so we would provide $8,000, and then the in-kind contribution would come. And maybe that was not your intention, but I think that's what I heard.
What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Collins, is an amount for security that would, my understanding was that the original proposal did provide an in-kind. Is that not right? I'm asking this of whoever can remember.
Vicki.
No, I have the.
You have the figure. You seem to have the figures there.
I have the grant request here. So it was a total of 11,000 for security. That was their entirety. The entirety of their budget was 11,000.
But the 3,000 in kind. Oh, that's their budget. But was that part of their request for the grant?
Yes.
So the 3,000 in kind was part of their request for the grant.
No.
Well, okay, we've got a disagreement here, and that's what I want to be clear about. If anybody can give us clarity.
So it sounds like, and the city manager can correct me, on events like this, whenever you have security that needs to be out there because of the size of the event, because there's going to be people crossing, there's going to be extra security that's given there, and the dollar value for that extra security is $3,000. That's done in kind.
But it's part of the request, is that, am I not?
I don't know whether they included additional security. They would be getting that security regardless because of just a general public safety thing. So I think Councilmember Collins' clarification is well made, right? But it's still your motion.
It is, but I understand that the clarification is important to my motion. So I will amend my own motion to be the $5,000 for the security, all right? Because we will already be providing the in-kind. All right, so that is my motion, and with agreement from the people who did the first and the second, that is my motion. If not, then
Repeat the motion one more time.
the motion is to provide $5,000 grant from Civic Lubbock to Luca and First Friday for security. That's my motion.
I accept that motion.
That's your second?
That's my second.
All right, all right. I don't know that we need any more discussion on this. Anybody interested in any more discussion on this? I don't think so. So let's go to the vote. Let's bring that up. Would you? All right, that motion passes 4-3. So that's a substitute motion, so we don't go back to the original resolution at all. All right, all right. Now, we're not done here. I want to take up 7.8 and 7.9 now. I'm going to go ahead and go with the others, though, just to move forward on 7.8 and 7.9. I think we can get these out of the way pretty quick, all right? 7.8, Resolution Finance. Well, I'll take up this item, and I'll call on the city manager to provide us with a short briefing on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.8 is a relatively standard item. West Texas Gas Utility filed a statement of intent to increase their base rates by approximately $6.78 million. That would be an equivalent increase in their annual revenue of about 35.75% if you include gas and 51.4% if you exclude the gas cost. This is their first request to increase the base rate since 2020. Reminder, council, you have original jurisdiction over rate cases such as this. If it's natural gas, it ultimately goes to the Texas Railroad Commission. If it were to be electric, and there's really only one small piece of that left through SPS, it goes to the Public Utility Commission. It is standard, and it is requested in this case by your applicant, by West Texas Gas, that you suspend that rate increase for a 90-day period. So you did this in July on a different one, and you now have the base case in front of you today.
I will entertain a motion. A second? Mr. Collins? All right. Any discussion on that? I see none. All in favor of approval of 7.8, please let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Is that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to 7.9. Mr. Atkinson?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, item 7.9 is considering a resolution to adopt what has come to be known as the alternative notice method. Recall that this is the same process that was adopted that has set up the series of the potential UDC amendments that are on your next item tonight. We come to you today to ask that you do the same, and this is specifically to set us up to where you can then hear the requested UDC amendments on the landscape and buffer yard requirements. These were presented to you during your public hearing, your joint public hearing. However, those were not covered by that notice. This sets this up, I believe, Kristen, the next joint meeting is in September?
September 26th.
26th.
So this is the proposed schedule on the screen. If council approves the resolution tonight, we will hold the alternative notification period September 3rd through September 26th, with the joint hearing on September 26th. The alternative notice will consist of all of these items. The one item that was not in the previous one that we did add here is the utilities bill onsert that will go in the September bills. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
What is an onsert?
It's an ad.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I see none. All in favor of this, please let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. Passes 7-0. So now let's move on to 7.10. Mr. Atkinson?
Mr. Mayor, we have our expert at the podium. We could turn it over to Ms. Sager.
Good evening again. This is to consider the report from the Planning and Zoning Commission on the proposed amendments that were discussed at the joint hearing on July 25th. I do want to recognize we do have 3 of our Planning and Zoning Commission members here with us tonight. Mr. Chairman James Bell, Mr. Vice Chairman Brandon Hardaway, and Ms. Terry Morris. Of the 76 amendments that were discussed at the joint hearing, item number 76 was the parallel construction, where a new commercial business would be allowed to construct their water and sewer and paving while the building is under construction. That item was removed from the amendment list and voted on by council earlier tonight in your consent agenda, and it was approved. 5 other items I want to point out that were amended from your prior list. Item number 1, that deals with housing types in residential districts. The language was amended to further clarify that when single-family housing, only when either the proposed duplex, multiplex, or apartment or the existing single-family homes do not face the street, will be allowed. We wanted to make sure we did not get into a situation where you have a block of single-family homes that ends, and then the side street, you may have an apartment complex facing those homes. That would be allowed. We don't have an issue with that. So we wanted to clarify that language in here. This just prohibits single-family homes from facing apartments on the same street. Item number 23, in regards to the Planning and Zoning Commission, this item was amended. It removed the language that's already in state law that discusses the requirement for a supermajority when 20% opposition within the 200-foot notification boundary is received. It's already there. It doesn't go away. Still applies in state law. And the language was amended to state, in addition to what is permitted by state law, if the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends against a proposed amendment, supplement, change, or modification, the proposal must receive, in order to take effect, the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of all members of City Council. Item number 26 is the only item that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of. This was to allow a pool on the side of a garden home to be within 5 feet of the neighboring property wall. Item 52 amended the language. The original language was that to increase the height of a building, the setbacks from all property lines had to also be increased. This changed that language to state from all property lines with the exception of the front property line. The front really shouldn't be penalized, and only those which abut residentially zoned property, which is appropriate. Lastly, item 69. This added clarifying language of how a setback for a garage facing a street or alley is determined and how it is measured. So didn't change the intent, just added further clarification. And with that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Or if you have any specific amendments you'd like to discuss, I have the entire list as well.
Mr. Collins.
Mayor, I would ask that in our list as previously provided, item number 4 and number 5 address signage, particularly around canopies and what is or isn't allowed. Item number 33 addresses monument signs, and item number 47 addresses a mural. I would ask that these, let me back up and see what 19 is. I apologize. Item number 19 as well. I would ask that these 5 items be postponed until the next UDC hearing as they pertain to signage.
Mr. Collins, would you mind giving me the numbers again off of this list as we have them enumerated here?
Well, I'm on the old list.
You're on the old. Can you work off the new list?
No.
Or can you compare
The
the new
numbers
to-
did not change.
I know.
We
they
only
didn't?
removed number 76.
Okay.
So does that work for you, Kristen?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can go back and
Please.
give you these table numbers. So, table number 39.03.023-2.
Okay.
39.03.023, that says -2 again. Both of those addressing canopy signs. Number 19, 39.02.004, A7, B7, C7, D7, and E7. Again, signs in residential districts. And then item number 47. (39.03.023-2), and this pertains to murals. I would just like to have opportunity for further discussion on these items.
Mr. Collins?
Okay, I think I can help you out.
You're reading off an old list, and it doesn't match up with what we're considering here, so I'm trying to, and I think most of us were hunting for the 39.0s while you were doing that and not finding them, so.
So I think that can help clarify. So
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
in the agenda itself, where it has those things listed out, numbered, that's how it appeared in the notice, right?
Mm-hmm.
The amendments are something different that appears in the backup. So those numbers, 4, 5, 19, those aren't going to correspond to what was put on the agenda.
Yes.
But it should correspond to what's in the backup to that agenda item, okay? So, and if you want to do that, then the way you can do that is you don't have to follow this up on the agenda. You can do exactly like Mr. Collins did. It'd be a motion to table those consideration until after the Planning and Zoning Commission has reviewed those again. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking?
For. Yes.
Well, it's you could do it to the first council meeting following a motion to postpone to the first council meeting after Planning and Zoning Commission addresses these at their next scheduled meeting, because that'd be more of a date certain.
And assuming that that would occur in conjunction with the landscape?
No, I mean, don't mess
confuse
those up
the issue.
together, right?
I agree to council's position. We would table these items until our first council meeting after after P and Z has met.
And so that's in the form of a motion, so we need a second on that one.
Items that we're referring to, either by section or by agenda number.
So perhaps Kristen can help us.
Mm-hmm.
They've already gone through that. They was tabling it.
If you give the table number, maybe we can match them up here, but give them slow enough that we can find them.
So I'm going off of this document that's within the backup, and it's item number 4. It's more difficult to do it on a PowerPoint. So item number 4, which deals with canopy signs in your base public and non-residential districts, where the recommendation was to change the number of signs from 1 to no maximum. Item number 5, again, in your base public and non-residential districts for canopy signs, allowing EMD signs. Item number 19. This one is your signs in your residential districts for non-residential uses. This would allow non-residential use in a residential district, like a church, medical clinic, office, to follow the commercial sign code.
I'm sorry, this is different than what we have on the agenda. Could you leave it up there for one more minute?
Yeah, and I believe that is number 12 on our agenda.
So the list on your agenda, that's items number 1 through 35, that was an attempt to not list 76 sections when there are multiple items that come from the same section. So that was just a consolidation.
I understand, but all my notes are based off of the agenda.
Okay.
And so I think to efficiently present the information, if you could just leave it up there for a second, I can tie that to my notes. And
Sure.
that'd be helpful.
Might also note, if you have your full agenda packet available to you, you will be able to match the numbers that were represented. They begin on page 729. It'll be the same that she can put on the screen as you go by.
So far, I have on our agenda item 4, 12, and 23. I mean, is there another one?
No, sir. My intention was in the backup, page 729, item number 4, number 5, number 19, 33, and 47. And I believe this was, and I apologize for the confusion, but I believe this was the original information that was provided during our joint hearing with P&Z.
Mr. Collins, I'll second your motion so we can move on to some discussion of it and you tell us about what's going on.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Collins.
Well, most of these involve signage. Well, they all involve signage. Item number 4 and 5 particularly address canopy. And I think the items came up due to, some canopy structures where some of our local convenience stores were wanting to put signs and electronic signs on their fuel canopies. But what we don't have is a very clear definition of what else a canopy might be. And that would allow the possibility of us understanding that any canopy, any covered walkway suddenly became a canopy. and would allow unlimited signage, unlimited electronic signage on that canopy. And so this was the discussion that we had. I just want to work our way through that before we possibly create an opening that does not comply with our other signage ordinances. Number 19, again, much the same in regard to pole signs in front of buildings. 33, monument signs. 19 is signage in residential areas. And the idea of having a sign in front of a church is probably very appropriate, but I think it needs to be examined. 33, 2 monument signs in front of one place of business. 47 deals with murals and the potential expansion of the size of murals. And so, again, I think these are items for discussion.
All right. And just so long as we're all clear as to which, if we're not talking about agenda items now, we're talking about table numbers. And just so long as we're clear about which ones we are talking about, they all relate to signs in one way or another, correct?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
And your motion is to table that?
Items 4, 5, 19, 33, and 47 be tabled, date specific until our next regular council meeting following planning and zoning.
Okay, and we have a second on that. Any discussion on that? Mr. Glasheen.
I'd like the input of staff on this, Christian, both your comments and legal, if you have any inputs on this issue.
Sure. Items 4 and 5, dealing with canopy signs, did stem from an issue we've seen with gas stations specifically. You have the freestanding canopy over the pumps, and they want the ability to have the electronic message display for their pricing, as well as an additional sign for their logo. Currently, they are limited to one sign, no EMD, so they wouldn't be able to do either of those things. I do have a suggestion of how we could solve that issue by adding a definition for a freestanding canopy and defining a sign on a freestanding canopy and leaving the current language alone for any other type of canopy on a building that's currently in the UDC, if council wanted to discuss it. Item 19, I believe that was the next one. That one is related to the signs in residential districts for non-residential uses. Again, we've had 2 churches come before our zoning board of adjustment because they couldn't build a sign that they needed to properly advertise their church. And so it is appropriate for a non-residential use to follow the commercial sign code, even if they're in a residential district. Item 33, in regards to monument signs, that's just a clarification. If you read the language, it states the total area of both signs shall not exceed the maximum sign area. It's just not abundantly clear that we are saying you are allowed to have 2 signs. So that just adds clarification that 2 monument signs or pole signs are allowed. And then item 47 for murals. We've heard a lot from our, museum committee, arts committee. They would like the ability to paint an entire wall of a building with a mural and not be limited to the 50%. And murals, the definition in the UDC, it has to be painted on a wall. You can't put up a typical wall sign and call it a mural. It has to be physically painted on the wall of the building to be a mural. And
I want to respect Mr. Collins' concerns directly too on the definition of canopy signage. Do y'all have any comment on that? Or is there an amount of ambiguity that is subject to being exploited to exceed the intent of the UDC? Or
I think it's important to note that Ms. Sager already has the idea of a definition of how to try to clarify that. And so to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to see that definition yet. And so I can't really comment on that actual definition. So it would take, I would ask some ability or some time to actually review what that definition is, see if there are any issues with it.
Okay, the table.
I think I would concur with that. I think being passed around today would likely be best that these items do get tabled. You can bring them back on the 10th. That would be after P and Z. Yeah, I would suggest that you give us time, give yourselves time to go through that both and bring these back, and you'll be able to look at them on their own.
So your motion is to table, right, Mr. Collins? Those,
correct.
Those 4, 5, 19, 33, and 47.
Also make note that some of these issues are being handled by variance, particularly the gas station signs, and so there is a pathway to accommodate already in place some of these requests. And that in the law, the ordinances or regulations need to be defined, but there is a pathway for some of our local businesses to accomplish what they're asking to accomplish.
Okay. And we had the second, Mr. Goshen, you had the second on that, right?
I did, and while we're on discussion, I'll say I think that I'm comfortable with these proposed changes, but I want to respect Mr. Collins' concerns, and so I would be inclined to allow additional time to study these issues.
Any further discussion? If not, then all in favor of tabling items 4, 5, 19, 33, and 47, should this be done as a separate and apart from voting on the rest of them, correct? Or should we? Okay, all right. So
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All in favor, please let me know by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. I hear none, so that those items are tabled. Now we will consider the rest, and we're looking at Section A right at the moment, all right? Mr. Rose.
I move to approve Part A of item 7.10 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, save and accept item 15 relating to the proposed amendment, section 39.06.002.
And that would also have to be subject to those items that were tabled.
Excluding
Right.
those items that were tabled.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on approving all the items in Section A, except for the tabled items and number 15,
Yes, number 15 as it shows on the agenda.
as it shows on the agenda.
It'd be number 23 in your backup.
I need 23 in your backup. And this is the one relating to the number of persons necessary to override a P&Z decision. Is that correct? To go to a simple majority from a supermajority?
That's correct. If the motion passes, then it would simply just be a simple majority of the council to be able to overturn a decision, a negative decision of the P&Z.
Okay. So what we have now is a motion and a second to approve A, 1 through 35, except for the tabled items, which were number 4, 5, 19, 33, and 47 on our backup materials, and number 15, but not part of that as well.
Which is also number 23 in the backup.
Number 23 in the backup.
That's
to be
correct.
clear. All right. It's pulled, and we would have a separate discussion on it. That is what you, is that what you wish, Mr. Rose? You wish to have it? But that. Okay. But are you asking to have a separate discussion on that one, or just to pull it off of it altogether? All right. All right. All right, and do we have a second? Did I have a second? I have a second. All right, any discussion about that?
Just real quickly, I'm a little bit confused on 15. What is it that we're attempting to do here again?
So, I can explain this and however y'all want to do it. So current statute allows, it doesn't require, but it allows for the council to pass an ordinance that would require a 3/4 vote of the city council to, an affirmative vote, a 3/4 vote of the city council, if the planning and zoning recommends against a proposed amendment or supplement to the zoning ordinance. So but if you don't do that, then it just requires a simple majority, is where it is. And so that was not, it's not in your current UDC as it stands right now. It just takes a simple majority. So you would actually have to approve this in order to require a supermajority of the council to overturn the Planning and Zoning Commission on a negative vote.
Yeah, it's a little bit like double negatives
Right.
here. All right. But I hope it's clear to everybody.
So the motion before you would be to approve everything that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended except for that one item.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that, or is there any further
And
questions?
those tabled. And
Those tabled items, yes. Don't forget the tabled items. Mayor Pro Tem?
Bit confused on 15. Can we table that one as well?
We've got a motion and a second. If
You
you
got a
ask me to
motion.
table, I mean, a motion to
You would have
table always.
You would have to amend the current motion that's on the table and then vote on that.
Yes.
So-
No,
That's-
I don't know.
Please, thank you. Thank you.
We're-
I just want everybody to be clear what we're voting on. That's, I see some looks, and is there some clarification we need to add for your purposes?
Clarify 15 for me again. I just want to make sure, because we obviously have an interest from our committee, and I just want to make sure that we're following the process and understanding their concerns with it.
So number 15 on the agenda, number 23 here on the screen. P&Z recommended approval of this amendment, which would require the council to have a supermajority vote of 6 out of 7 votes for any zone change or amendment, anything that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of. So if council approves this amendment, it will require the supermajority vote of council every time the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends denial of an item.
And so by not having it taken out, then it's actually, this does not become part of what we approve, and it's simple majority.
Correct.
Then, all right?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody understand that? This is removing the super majority that the P&Z was wanting as a part of the UCC amendments,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Everybody understand now? All right. So, all in favor? Or do we still have some? Okay, Mr. Gushin.
I'd like to speak in support of Mr. Rose's amendment to this. It's most appropriate for the city council as the elected representatives of the people to have the final say on these zone changes, and, or whatever action comes out of P&Z. P&Z is not ultimately accountable to the people in the same way that we are, and if there is a close vote at P&Z, like a 3-4 vote at P&Z, for example, we should not have our hands tied on a decision that's close and requires thoughtful deliberation.
Mr. Collins.
What I think I understand that's coming from our Planning and Zoning Commission is they're requesting that we take a deep dive into whatever the issue may be and actually ensuring that a majority of the council, a supermajority of the council wants to overrule planning and zoning. One of the things that I think that we're into and we need to be extremely cautious of, we have a group of professionals who sit on our planning and zoning board. And those folks put a great deal of time and effort into the process by which they go through. And so what they're asking of the council is to ensure the integrity of their voice by creating a supermajority to overturn their voice. And I think that's what they're asking for, is to back up the integrity of their decision-making process.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with you, Mr. Collins, and I think what's happening is that they do a lot of vetting on this particular subject. So I think that is the concern that I'm seeing. And so it's a little bit confusing, but they put a lot of time into it. I feel like we're in a planning and zoning meeting right now because they put so much time. It's definitely comparable. So I thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Rose.
I guess since this is my amendment, I should speak on it. So my only thing is, yes, they do a great job. They dive deep into these things, but at the end of the day, they are unelected, and the buck stops with this council right here. So I think a supermajority is unnecessary, and to the fact that if it's something that to have, just like South Overton, where it's going to require a supermajority most of the time, if it's a huge controversial issue. Am I correct on that? What do you have to have for, like we had on South
Only
Overton?
if there's objection from 20% of the property
That's right.
owners.
There still is the ability for the landowners to petition.
Right.
And once you get, that's required in the statute, you can't change that.
Right.
That's not
So
up to
that's
us.
still there.
So that's still there to, cover a situation like this.
Mr. Gushein.
Yeah, I respect the expertise and the service of the folks who support us, and I would say, though, their ideas and recommendations stand on their own at the end of the day, and we can't export the functions of our duty as representatives of the people to people just because they are experts. We ultimately have to be the decision makers.
Mr. Collins.
I'll point out again that what we're seeking is, if planning and zoning denies a request, if they say no, and this body chooses to overturn the denial, that's what we're talking about. Is that right, Kristen? And so this isn't, we're going to overturn what they've approved. That comes back to us with a different set of eyes and a different set of regulations. The supermajority in response to particularly South Overton, they had approved that. But supermajority was required because enough of our citizens or surrounding landowners brought the question back to us, and so it required a supermajority. What they're asking for is a supermajority in the event that we deny or that we attempt to overturn something that they have already denied. And again, we go back to expertise. We also go back to how much time that these folks put into doing our business for us. I promise you, we've had enough meetings. So we've been here for however long it's been, back to math in public, but we've been here a long time, and those folks do this job for us, ahead of us. And so they're requesting that if we're going to overturn only something that they deny, that we be all in on it. And so I'm in support of the amendment as posted.
Dr. Wilson.
So I appreciate Mr. Collins' point of view. My concern with this is I have seen wonderful, very experienced people appointed to P&Z. And then I have seen other times that people with zero experience with what requires of our developers and growth and development and UDC get appointed to P&Z that have absolutely no idea what's going on. And that's not their fault. It's a very difficult committee to be put on, and it requires a lot of, I think, back knowledge of what actually happens in our city. I've also seen P&Z meetings where half of the committee didn't show up, and we ended up with a potential negative vote, which could have been a positive vote if all members were there. And so I'm not in favor of requiring a supermajority when we are the elected body that, as Councilmember Gushein has stated, that is answers to the public. And so I don't think it's fair to say they do all our work for us, because we put in a tremendous amount of work looking at all of the zone changes, looking at all the projects that come before us. I very much appreciate their, the experienced opinion by the experienced members on that board, but I think having just a simple majority vote is the right thing to approve projects.
All right, and I just would remind everybody, for purposes of math, a supermajority in this case is 6 votes, not 5. So a majority is 4, but this skips over the 5. You have to go all the way to the 6. So it really is an onerous burden to reach, to overcome, and that's my objection to it. It goes all the way to 6. So again, we give a lot of consideration to whatever they deny. We don't just dismiss it. We take it very carefully into consideration. But there are other considerations that we have to take in the case that they don't as well. So I'm fine with pulling this one out as well. So any other discussion, or can we move to a vote? All right. Let's do a recorded vote on this one, so I get everybody. All in favor of approving section, let me get the number here, 7.10A, exclusive of the tabled sections, and section 15 on your agenda, which is section 23 in the backup documents. Please let it be known by voting yes. If you're opposed to that, vote no. So that passes 4-3. All right. So now let's move on to take up part B, and I'm going to call on the city manager to give a brief briefing of this.
And I'm going to call on Ms. Sager. Kristen, please.
Sure. Item B only refers to this section 39.02.020 C6A2, residential accessory uses and structures for outdoor swimming pool, spa, and hot tub. The proposed revision was to allow an outdoor swimming pool, spa, or hot tub to be placed 5 feet from the side property line between garden homes, which would place it 5 foot from the neighboring property wall, as these are 0 lot line garden homes. P&Z recommended denial of this amendment. So if it is denied, any pool, spa, or hot tub between garden homes will have to be 10 feet from the neighboring property wall. Yep. So currently, let me say it backwards, currently in the UDC, a pool would have to be 10 feet from your neighbor's wall. This amendment would allow it to be 5 feet from your neighbor's wall, so 5 foot closer. P&Z recommended denial. They think 5 foot is, the current 10 foot is more appropriate than reducing it to 5 feet.
So if we're voting to approve this amendment, we're saying it should be only 5 feet.
Yes.
If we vote against it, it's the 10-foot rule.
Yes.
All right, if everybody understands that. Mr. Collins.
Now I'm confused. I'm sorry. But yes or no? I would move that we follow the recommendations of P&Z and strike this proposed revision as they have.
That's an easy way to do it, too. So, all right. Second. The second for Mr. Rose. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's return to 7.7, and I'm going to call on the city manager to provide staff briefing on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.7, we discussed it briefly last week. This is where the council will consider a resolution to adopt a proposed maximum tax rate that will result in additional revenues as outlined in Section 26.05D of the Tax Code of the State of Texas and setting the date for the public hearing to discuss the proposed tax rate. Approval of this resolution is not the adoption of the tax rate. It rather establishes a rate that you cannot go over. You may absolutely end up going under, but you cannot go over. So, the resolution that is proposed for you is in your backup. It's on page 706. And that is, and this is based on the proposed budget that you reviewed last week, 0.477402 per $100, or 47.7402 pennies. The breakout of your tax rate, the 47.7402, is as follows: 11.2664 cents per 100 valuation to the interest and sinking fund. Again, that's the debt side. 0.364738 or 36.4738 cents per 100 value for your maintenance and operations fund. And with that, Mayor, I could take any questions you may have.
Mr. Glasheen.
I have a motion, unless there are questions you'd like to, if this is an appropriate time to make a motion.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Atkinson at this point? And so these are set out as two separate numbers. Is that how we have to set them out?
You are proposing a total. It is composed of the two separate numbers.
And that's the 47.74.
Correct. And note that the 11.2664 per 100, that will remain the same. That you're required to do that for debt. So you're ultimately really talking about the maintenance and operations component. But you have to approve the total.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Right now, our rate is irrelevant because of the value. Is that correct?
Our rate is what?
Irrelevant because of the value? I know we're looking, never mind. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. We'll just go with.
Okay.
The rate that's proposed is lower than your current tax rate because of the values going up.
I think that's what you meant, to try to. I think that's what I meant. Yeah. Yes. The rate can go down as the property values go up, but taxes can
And it
still
is
go up.
designed to do so.
It is designed to do so.
Hence why the no new revenue rate will always fall, or 99% of the time, fall below where you were the prior year.
It's a factored number, is of this times that, so, okay. Any other discussion?
I'd like to make my
Okay,
motion.
now, I entertain a motion, okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we set the proposed property tax rate at the no new revenue rate and make the appropriate adjustments in the resolution on the math for the evaluation of the general fund M&O.
Thank you, Mr. Christine. Do we have a second on that? Second? All right. Now we'll have discussion of that. Mr. Glasheen's proposal that we set the no new revenue rate set the maximum tax rate at the no new revenue rate.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak on this?
Yes.
I believe that the no new revenue rate it's responsible, not only fiscally responsible, but I also believe that it's operationally feasible. I believe that we can fully fund our core functions of public safety and infrastructure at the no new revenue rate, and it will require an approximately, I would say about a 1% adjustment to the proposed budget in order to reach that benchmark.
Dr. Wilson.
So I disagree with setting the max rate at the no new revenue rate. I'm not saying that we can't continue to look for for cuts to try to get us as low as possible, but I do not see it feasible at all to be able to fund all of the wants that this council has stated with all of their priorities for police, for fire, for city employees, for all the programs with a no new revenue rate. These departments have been looking for cuts with the city manager since January or February this year. And I think prematurely tying our hands with a no new revenue rate when we're just trying to set a max rate that doesn't really affect anything at this point would be detrimental to this budget. So I cannot be in favor of a no new revenue rate at this time, but we'll continue to look for budget cuts as necessary.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not in support of a no new revenue rate at this time. We're just setting a max rate right now. I want to find cuts and money in other places, but what I've kind of figured out from our discussion early when we first started this meeting is there's people that have ideas of gunning for the same amount of money, particularly the pool money. And we're not going to be able to, I don't think we should tie our hands right now to figure out when we don't even know where you're going to get the funds from. So I am against that. I would be for the proposed rate as it stands as the max rate.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is not the time for no new revenue. I do not support that. We have a lot of needs. We have, had to make cuts that I just don't feel like we'll be able to catch up anytime soon on that. I am, at this time, not in support of no new revenue.
Any other discussion on this item? Mr. Rose.
I'm sorry, I want to make my position clear. I would be in support of a no new revenue rate. However, we don't know where we're getting there right now, and we're setting a max rate. So, again, I'm in favor for the proposed rate.
And so as I understand it, if we were to set this as our maximum rate, we would have to find the cuts to reach that, because we've set the maximum tax rate, and we cannot go above that once we have set that. That does put pressure on us to then find the cuts, Mr. Atkinson to find the cuts. We've all suggested ways which we might be able to do that, but it would be a process going forward over the next month to find those cuts and to come up with what is necessary to reach the no new revenue rate, which is where I want to go anyway, eventually. So I'm in favor of this. Mr. Collins.
Mayor, I do not support setting this rate at this time. We don't need to handcuff ourselves today. There are still a great number of proposals that need to be considered, and the opportunity to reach a lower rate than this proposal is good. But until that time, I'd like to give us a little bit of ramp or runway to possibly explore all of our ideas. So thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second, and let's put this up for a recorded vote. I think we have to put this up for a recorded vote, do we not? Actually, this is well, it is the motion. It's a motion to amend, is it not? No, it's not, because we are setting, are we not setting the maximum tax rate by his motion?
So, yes, the only motion that's on the floor, you had a proposal from staff.
Yes.
But that was just a proposal from staff. The only motion that's on the floor is Mr. Glasheen's motion that's on the floor at the moment. And the way that the resolution is written is it is a record vote.
It is a record vote.
Right.
That's what I understood.
So we're voting on Mr. Glasheen's motion to drop the proposed rate from no new revenue.
That's correct.
That is correct. At this point. All right. And can you put this up for everyone? All right. Please vote now. fails 4-3. So now, we go back to setting, we need a motion to set. Are you prepared?
I'm prepared.
All right, Dr. Wilson.
I would like to make the motion that we set the max rate at the proposed rate that staff has set, which is, I believe, 0.477402.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? And we still need a recorded vote on this, right? All right. So everybody, if you'll bring that up. All voting on this. There we go. That passes 6-1. All right. I believe, if I'm not incorrect, that is our last item, and I want to remind everybody, when we leave here, please turn off your microphones, although nobody's left really to listen to us, but your mics are on, so please turn off your mics so we don't have any hot mics, and thank you. I want to thank all y'all who stayed till the end, but thank all the council people for being so considerate to stay here through 8 hours. I think we've set a new record today. 9 hours? 9 hours. Set a new record. Thank you very much. We are adjourned. I just obviously